Good morning. Welcome to the Los Angeles City Council. This is Friday, August 11th, 2006. Thank you, Mr. LaBonge, Ms. Perry, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Zine for being here this morning. It is 10:05. I would ask that Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Parks, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Wesson, and Mr. Garcetti is here, that they all come down to the council chamber so we can begin our meeting this morning. We look forward to beginning shortly. As is customary on our Friday council meetings, we will have special presentations today. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Perry for our first presentation this morning.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I would like the Consul General of Ecuador to join me in just a minute. Mr. Gilbert Zambrano. And the Consul General will recognize the members of his party who are here today. We have a delegation from Ecuador, and they will be presented by Consul General Zambrano in just a minute. They join us today to help mark the Fiesta Patrias celebration here in Los Angeles. And we had the pleasure, the mayor and I, of riding in the parade this past weekend. Fiesta Patrias is the Ecuadorian Independence Day. To give you a bit of background or history, on August 10th, 1809, in Quito, the capital of Ecuador, the first patriot uprising occurred seeking independence from Spain. The Declaration Letter of Independence included the establishment of the first self-governing junta in the Spanish colonies in America, in the Americas. This is an important day for the Ecuadorian people, and I am proud that our city has joined every year, several years in a row, in celebrating this important occasion. The festivities this past weekend included not only the parade, but art exhibitions, music, food, dancing, and cultural expressions. And it was an honor to be part of the celebration. And I would like to say welcome to Consul General Zambrano and to the entire delegation, and just for a quick second to extend my greetings in español. Bienvenidos al Concilio de Los Ángeles. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de participar en esta celebración de su cultura. Hay muchos ecuatorianos aquí en Los Ángeles y creo que muchos de ellos van a venir al centro de la ciudad para celebrar este día muy importante en la historia de su país. And I wanted to just say thank you very much. Gracias por todo. And Mr. Consul General, if you would say a few words and recognize the members of your delegation. Thank you very much. And please let's give him a big hand.
Thank you. And Ms. Perry, before Ms. Perry, we'd like to acknowledge Mr. Garcetti for a few words before we hear from the Consul General.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I want to thank Councilwoman Perry for not only this presentation today, but congratulate her on continuing to host the Ecuadorian Parade. I was down in San Diego this weekend doing my naval drilling. Otherwise, I would have been at the parade again. But gracias a todos los miembros de la comunidad ecuatoriana y bienvenidos a Los Ángeles, nuestras amigas. And I also wanted to thank Jan Perry for also making downtown the heart of this city. And for Ecuadorians that are here in Los Angeles, I have many Ecuadorians that live in Council District 13. muchos residentes de mi distrito son ecuatorianos y un parte integral de nuestra vida. And they're an integral part of the life of my district, so I want to congratulate you on your independence, welcome you, and thank Ms. Perry for honoring the entire country. Viva Ecuador.
Mr. Eric Garcetti, President of the City Council, Mr. Weddy Randall, Pro Tem, members of the City Council, members of the Ecuadorian delegation of the Ecuadorian community here, Miss Ecuador, ladies and gentlemen, as Consul General of Ecuador, on behalf of the Ecuadorian government and the Ecuadorian community residing in Los Angeles, it is my distinct honor and my privilege to address to the Honorable Council of this great city on the celebration of the Ecuadorian Independence Day. On August 10th, 1809, a group of patriots, men and women, united in the purpose of pursuing liberty, renounced and dismissed the authority of the King of Spain, initiating a vast liberation movement in the territories of Hispanic America. This movement was the catalyst of the future liberation movements in South America. Today, 197 years after, I take this opportunity to call for the Ecuadorian community to be united in its culture and values as a strong community within the city of Los Angeles. I wish to thank all the authorities of this great city, to the Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa and the members of the City Council, to Mrs. John Perry, for proclaiming this week the Ecuadorian Week. I also thank for the strong support to our community on the occasion of Independence Day. This is a memorable day for all of us, and I wish to say, Viva el Ecuador, Viva la Patria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Consul General. And before we present the certificate, I also wanted to recognize the individuals in the delegation from the Consul General's office: Ivan Maldonado, Maria Escobar, with artist Hernan Tamayo, and of course Miss Ecuador, Kathy Lopez Saman, with her mother, Maria Luisa Saman. Is that right? Yes? Yes. Okay, good. And then is Leti Ramirez, Miss Ecuador Los Angeles, Marijushi, I think, Velez Bahana, Miss Simbatia Erica Almeida, General Coordinator Franklin Figueroa, coordinators of the event Luis Bonilla, Johnny Young, Brosley Montes de Oca, I think that's right, artist painter Saulo Enriquez, Jose Pozo Tobar, parade directors Gustavo Lau, Galo Tapia, Carlos Rodriguez, press director Manolo Ceballos, and organizers of the parade, of course, the effervescent Elba Beruz, all right, and then Laura Oñate and Cinnamon Miranda. So I think we'll, okay, fine. Hi, how are you?
If you may permit, would you please, Miss Ecuador, Miss Kathy Lopez Aman, want to say a few words?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kathy Lopez, Miss Universe Ecuador. We want to say thank you very much in the name of all the Ecuadorian people for all your help and support so we can make our Fiestas Patrias come true. Really, really thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we have Mr. Tamayo.
Miss Laura Oñate.
Okay, Miss Oñate.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to read in Spanish the diploma for Mrs. Sean Perry saying, el Comité de Fiestas Ecuatorianas del 2006, celebrada en Los Ángeles, California, al celebrar el 185 aniversario del primer grito de la independencia, otorga el presente diploma al mérito institucional a Jean Perry, Councilwoman of Los Angeles, en reconocimiento a su gran trabajo en beneficio de la ciudad y su valiosa participación en Fiestas Patrias Ecuatorianas del 2006 en apoyo a la comunidad ecuatoriana del sur de California. Se da en Los Ángeles al 7 de agosto del 2006. Elba Berrús, coordinadora general, y el comité en cargo.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Vamos a hacer la entrega. Sí, Honorables concejales, damas y caballeros, en nombre de los ecuatorianos, queremos reiterar nuestro profundo agradecimiento a ustedes, y este agradecimiento lo hacemos con este sombrero de paja toquilla, que es un símbolo de la historia, la cultura y la tradición de los ecuatorianos. Es nativo o es nacido de la tierra de Eloy Alfaro, el más grande ecuatoriano de todos los tiempos, quien fuera presidente y uno de los más importantes personajes de la América Latina. Para usted, señora honorable concejala, queremos agradecerles a todos. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Al honorable Eric Garcetti, queremos también reiterar nuestro agradecimiento al hacer la entrega de este sombrero de paja toquilla del Ecuador.
Thank you very much. I'll take you to him. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to present a certificate of welcome to our Consul General here in Los Angeles, Consul General Gilbert Zambrano. Thank you. I have so many gifts. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
Ms. Perry, Mr. Labange wanted to say something real quickly.
I could just say, cara linda es país. Ecuador is a beautiful country.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go in the back and take pictures. And everybody should come in the back.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Rosendahl for our next presentation.
I'd like to ask my colleagues to come up, Jose Huizar, Tom Labange, and Greg Smith. Madam President, most recently, Greg Smith and I had the pleasure of going to Nagoya, Japan. And we went to Nagoya to check out the bullet train and how it goes, to look at what the Japanese have done on mass transit. And I might say they are far ahead of us in the United States on mass transit. We have a lot to learn from the great country of Japan. We did take the train back and forth. We sat in the front of the train, and we were absolutely impressed. When we got to Tokyo, we met with the leadership of the bullet train. We looked at how they do it, and praise the Lord, they haven't had one accident since the train has been in existence, and it's terrific and well-traveled. We just had a momentary presentation with our President, Eric Garcetti, who I know will also be joining us, who spent some time in Japan and was in Nagoya. The president, former president of the school board, Jose Huizar, is going to be going there to look at it. But I must say one of the most enjoyable moments for me was hearing a story about our colleague Tom Labange, who has gotten in front of the group and sang songs to them, and truly was an amazing ambassador for the United States. In fact, as many of you know, Nagoya is the first sister city relationship with the city of Los Angeles. And before I present the certificate, which we do well here and do great looking ones, I want to introduce the guy that was the head of the delegation when we got to Japan, Greg Smith, who showed his depth and his understanding not only of city politics, but of the environment and how Nagoya has set an example on environmental standards where you take the garbage and you turn it into energy. And we have a lot to learn from them. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Greg Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. It is a pleasure to be here today to recognize our friends from Nagoya City Government. Nagoya was our first sister city under President Eisenhower's plan to build people relationships, and has endured as one of our lasting relationships and one of our best sister cities. When we were in Japan just a few short weeks ago, we never had a more gracious host than the people of Nagoya, Mr. Hasamoto-san and Mr. Tsukamoto, who is the deputy mayor. They're wonderful people, a wonderful relationship between the city of Los Angeles, and we're delighted to have them here today. They're celebrating the 47th annual NISA Week celebration here in Los Angeles. They're going to be touring ports of Los Angeles, very important to our city. That is the Fire Station 112 down in the harbor, Ms. Han's district, where we have a fireboat, one of the most advanced fireboats in the world. It's interesting to note that Nagoya has some 47 fireboats, as I recall, a huge fleet of fireboats. Nothing as large or as technologically advanced, I think, as our 112, so I'm sure they're going to enjoy that. They're going to participate Sunday afternoon in the traditional NISI Week parade. They're going to have a number of receptions with the city leaders. And also, they're going to tour the new Griffith Park Observatory, which is not quite open yet, but they're going to see our world-class observatory. And so we welcome with great pride our sister city, Nagoya. In particular, we have representatives this year from the Nagoya Assembly, which is the equivalent of the City Council. Mr. Hasamoto, who is the Vice Chair of the Nagoya Assembly, which is the City Council, along with Deputy Mayor Tsukamoto. And I'd like to ask the Deputy Mayor to introduce his delegation, but before he does, as a good sister city would do when we were meeting with the representatives of the mayor and the City Assembly, they asked us if we'd assist them in getting regularized airfare between Los Angeles and Nagoya, which was suspended some 5 or 6 years ago. And now that Nagoya is going to be the home of the international operations for Toyota Motor Corporation, now the second largest builder of automobiles in the world, that some 3,000 new employees will be coming to Nagoya to operate their international affairs, that it is appropriate to ask for the international carriers, airline carriers, to reinstate airfare between Los Angeles and Nagoya. And so Mr. Rosendahl and I, with the second by Mr. Labange, are going to be introducing a resolution in the council today to call upon the international air carriers to reinstitute airfare regularly between the incredibly beautiful new airport in Nagoya and our LAX. So thank you very much. And with that, I'm very pleased to introduce the Deputy Mayor, a very gracious man, as they all are, Mr. Tsukamoto. Deputy Mayor. Mr. Hasamoto.
名古屋市議会副議長の橋本静友でございます。
I am Shizutomo Hashimoto, Vice Chairperson of Nagoya City Assembly.
2年前の名古屋市、ロサンゼルス市姉妹都市提携45周年記念の時以来、再びロサンゼルス市議会を訪問することができ、とても喜んでおります。
I came to LA 2 years ago on the occasion of 45th anniversary of Nagoya and Los Angeles sister city affiliation. I'm very happy to come here again.
本日はロサンゼルス市議会の皆様でおかれましては、大変お忙しい中、私ども一行温かくお迎えいただきましてありがとうございます。心からお礼を申し上げます。
I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone in LA City Council for welcoming us on your tight schedule.
私は名古屋市会の代表として名古屋市の塚本助役とともにロサンゼルス市議会を訪問し、伝統ある議場におきましてご挨拶する機会を得ましたことを大変光栄に思っております。
It is a great honor to visit the city hall and say a few words at this historical building of the Los Angeles City Council.
名古屋市会からは私のほかに各会派を代表しまして先生方が出席しておりますのでご紹介をいたします。
We are here with some other city assembly members, so let me introduce them.
最初に自由民主党幹事長中川貴元議員でございます。
First, Secretary General of the Liberal Democratic Party, Mr. Takamoto Nakagawa.
次に 民主党幹事長小林秀美議員でございます。
Leader of Komeito Party, Takahiko Hizawa.
なお小林議員は3年前副議長としてロサンゼルス市を訪問しております。
Ms. Kobayashi visited here 3 years ago.
次が公明党団長日沢貴彦議員でございます。
Takahiko Hizawa, the leader of Komeito.
そして名古屋市を代表しまして塚本孝康助役でございます。
Deputy Mayor of the City of Nagoya, Takayasu Tsukamoto.
さて名古屋市とロサンゼルス市の交流はすでに半世紀近い実績があり、この間文化、教育、経済などさまざまな分野で交流を重ね、友好と親善の輪をますます広がっております。
Nagoya and LA have been deepening their friendship for almost half a century. During that time, our friendship and goodwill have been firmly established, especially in the fields like culture, education, and economy.
本日も皆様に受け入れていただきました私ども名古屋市交換留学生がこの場に来ておりますので、私の方からご紹介を申し上げます。
Today, exchange high school students from our city, Nagoya, are also here, so let me introduce them shortly.
森本健介さん、
Kensuke Morimoto,
友松美和子さん、
Miwako Tomomatsu,
水野恵美さん、
Emi Mizuno,
宮沢恵里さん、
Eri Miyazawa.
若いうちに皆様の温かさに触れた貴重な経験は将来の両市の友好に大きな力になると信じております。
These young people's precious experience of being welcomed with great hospitality will surely contribute to the future friendly relation between both cities.
私ども名古屋市会としましてもロサンゼルスの交流を積極的に支援してまいる所存でございますので、ここにご列席の皆様方におかれましても引き続きご支援を賜りますようお願いを申し上げまして私のご挨拶とさせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
We, the City Assembly, will continue to devote ourselves to further extend the exchange of both cities, so I'd like to ask for your continued support. Thank you very much.
At this point, I'd like to bring my colleague up, Jose Huizar, who's going there again to look at the best practices, which he did when he was president of the School Board of Education, and now he's going as a city council member in October to Nagoya. My colleague.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Rosenthal, and thank you, Madam President. And I'm just thrilled to stand here today to welcome the delegation from our sister city, Nagoya, in Japan. My time's up. I had the pleasure of visiting Nagoya when I was the president of the Board of Education for the Los Angeles Unified School District, where I went to Nagoya, visited schools, and we shared ideas on best practices for educating our children. Our delegation came back with a much improved sense of how to improve our school district here in Los Angeles. I want to thank the City of Nagoya for their hospitality and for their openness. And now I'm really excited to go back this October as a council member as we continue to exchange ideas on how to better serve the residents of the City of Nagoya and the City of Los Angeles and to continue to exchange our cultures. I have a special affinity for Japan. I not only represent Boyle Heights on the City Council, but growing up in Boyle Heights, which was once had the highest concentration of Japanese Americans in the United States, I delivered 2 local Japanese newspapers as a kid, the Rafu Shimpu and the Kashu Manichi. And I would spend a lot of time here in Little Tokyo and to learn about the Japanese culture. And let me tell you, we are blessed to have the City of Nagoya as one of our first sister cities because our histories and our futures are interwoven into one. So thank you, City of Nagoya. We look forward to our continued relationship to express our goodwill to one another. Thank you so much.
You know, some of us become legends when we do certain things in our lives, and people remember us for that. When we were over in Nagoya, the story that was told to us over and over was about Tom LaBonge getting up and singing to the group. Well, when we came back, I said, Tom, you're a folk hero in Nagoya. Then we were talking about a place to get a good steak, because there's some desire to have some good steaks. And of course, Tom LaBonge came up with a great suggestion, which he'll tell you about, our colleague Tom LaBonge.
Thank you, Mr. Roosevelt. Thank you very much. Members, and I thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Smith, Mr. Weezar. It is a great thing to welcome a delegation. In the Los Angeles-Nagoya Sister City relationship, our first is the strongest in bonds. I want to recognize and salute Norman Arakawa, who's our chair in Los Angeles. He's also an official with the Port of Los Angeles.
Thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure working with Nagoya, and I really appreciate the support that the city always gives us when we have to welcome them and host them. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Norman, on that. And as Mr. Rosendahl reflected on that, if I could ask our delegation, I remember growing up, one of the greatest songs that ever was on KRLA was by Hugh Sakamoto in Sukiyaki. And I would sing that song in Nagoya, and it just made all the walls come down, and music makes the world go round.
There you go.
So I just wanted to thank our friends. Remember that beautiful song? Iori ori aoto kana ni na na nakawe nani ori. Sukiyaki, let's welcome our great group from Nagoya. We're going to go take a picture. Tomorrow we're going to be over at Musso Frank's, too, to get the greatest food in the city. Great
Thank
steak.
you. And
So welcome
before you
to
leave,
this great delegation.
Mr. LaBonge, Mrs. Perry would like to say a few
Perry,
words.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to welcome the delegation from Nagoya and look forward to seeing you Sunday in the Nisei Week Parade. I know that each year we have the opportunity to ride in the cars together for the Nisei Week Parade. And the elected officials are normally sharing a car with elected officials from our sister city. So look forward to a good time this coming Sunday in the Nisei Week Parade.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, we present them this certificate of welcome to our great city.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Wesson for our next presentation. Just to make note, after Mr. Wesson, we will have Mr. Reyes will be after Mr. Wesson.
I know, we got it all. Sorry, no, we got everybody. Thank you. Good job. I'll see you there. Good job, Lynn. Here we go. Should I keep my day job, Herb?
Thank you, Madam President and members. Our great councilman from the 4th District just asked me if he should keep his day job or if he should go into the singing business. So I suggested strongly that he keep his day job. In fact, I'm considering introducing a motion that will prohibit the councilperson from the 4th District from singing. Anyway, today is, again, my favorite day. It's Pet Adoption Friday. Now, I want you to zoom in and look at this beautiful cat named Callie. Beautiful tan colors. Now, Callie was what word to use? Callie was picked up yesterday, right. There was a gentleman who was trying his best to rescue cats. The problem was he had over 85 cats. So our department went and freed some of the cats. I'm saying that to say that if anyone out in Los Angeles wants a cat, we've got 85 cats now available for adoption. And to have a companion animal like a cat, that is unconditional love, and they will be with you as long as you allow them. But beautiful Callie here is looking for a home. She is a, what is Callie mixed with? She's a domestic short hair, and she has received her shots. And if you want her, we will have her spayed, and we will microchip her. So I want everybody to look at this beautiful Callie, and for those of you that aren't here, if you're interested, please call 888-452-7381. 888-452-7381. Now, today is 2-for-1 day. I've got a beautiful 10-month mixed terrier named Edie. Come here, baby. Look at that. And she's even dressed up and has a ribbon in her hair. Now, Edie will not get, she's only 10 months. Edie, do you have anything? Speaking to the mic. Edie, I guess she's a little more quiet than Callie, but Edie will not get much bigger than this. She does know some tricks. She knows how to sit, and she knows how to stand when other people ask her. She won't do it for me, but she does know that. She is a beautiful terrier mix, and and she just, well, I told you to speak into the mic, but I didn't say eat it. Anyway, she's spayed, microchipped, and she's ready to go. And again, if anybody wants to take this lovely this lovely dog and or cat home, please call 888-452-7381. And again, Edie will not get much bigger than this. She's only 10 months old. And since we began the city's pet adoption program, every dog, every cat, every rabbit that we've brought has been adopted. So let's please keep our streak alive. We are in serious competition with the County of Los Angeles, and we don't want them to be one-upped on us. So please, if you're interested in Edie or Callie, call 888-452-7381. Thank you, Madam President. Come on, baby.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. Appreciate it. We hope those phone calls come in. I'd like to now acknowledge Mr. Reyes for a presentation. Following Mr. Reyes will be Councilmember Parks.
I'd like to invite our guests up to the podium.
This is Frank and this is Mel.
Come on up. Good morning, colleagues. It's been a great morning. Been able to really absorb the great diversity of our city. In my particular district, these past few months, we've been able to enjoy las fiestas agustinas with the Salvadoreños, the Guelaguetza with Oaxaqueños. We had a great ceremony for the Italian church at St. Peter's, one of the first Italian churches, for Father Giovanni. Earlier we had our great food festival in Chinatown. But today I would like to take this opportunity to announce one of those very special events. Joined together with Penelope and Frank, and that's right? Penelope? Penelope and Frank. Step on it. Let them enjoy your great costume, custom outfits. It's St. Sophia's Cathedral in Pico Union. We'll be celebrating their 8th annual Greek festival, September 8th, 9th, and 10th. Yes, it is only 1 month away, but as great planners that they are, they're moving forward and making sure that they spread the word throughout Southern California about this event that they have themed, the Passport to a Grecian Holiday. This is a cultural celebration of the Byzantine Latino Quarter neighborhood. Yes, this is Pico Union. Pico Union, a neighborhood that has risen from the ashes of the riots. Pico Union that celebrates such diversity within a very dense area. It's a neighborhood that has this great saying on the wall right on the corner of Normandy and Pico, where We're all angels born with one wing, and we can only fly when we embrace each other. And truly, this event is a classic Los Angeles blend of multiculturalism that not only embraces Greek history and traditions, but also intertwines those of Latino culture. It provides the opportunity to enjoy the fun and excitement of the Greek island without having to leave Los Angeles. So come and get your ticket. This year, Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson are honorary chairs as celebrity guest hosts. St. Sophia has partnered with special sponsors such as 20th Century Fox, Ralph's, Metropolitan Transit Authority, Café Del Amor, California Produce, Daphne's Restaurants, just to name a few. We expect about 25,000 people from throughout Southern California, as well as many elected officials, including State Treasurer Phil Antelides. Those who have been making this event a memorial event has been Mr. Ted Pastras and Jan Pastras, Mr. Mavis and Willard Manis and Janine Klima, I apologize, Katia Bacchus, who works in the City Attorney's Office. With their effort, we have been able to celebrate this great, great event. For the Greeks of Southern California who have yet to visit a classic Greek cathedral, a church that essentially rivals any in Europe, this is the location you must come and see. So with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Ted Pastras to come up and say a few words before I give him the certificate. Mr. Pastras. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you, everybody. I can't tell you how much we appreciate Ed's support over the years in helping to make the LA Greek Fest such a fantastic event. We have done everything humanly possible this year to create a phenomenal festival. And as Ed told you, it's a passport to a Grecian holiday that you can come enjoy the taste of the Greek islands without having to leave LA. So we invite all of you to come. It's fabulous and you're going to really enjoy it. Please, Bernie, you've always been there. We don't want you to fail us this year. Please come. We welcome everybody and we think you'll have a fabulous time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. We have given gifts for all of the council members. I hope you've all received them. Please enjoy them. Wear the T-shirts proudly.
Yes. They're sharing with you, I believe it's Greek wine?
No, Greek wine, Greek pastries.
Greek pastries, T-shirts, and just a teaser
Just a teaser.
of what could be this great weekend.
That's it.
Thank you very much. And with that, are there anybody else like to share a few words?
Yeah, Jan,
Oh,
my wife and co-director of the festival.
Thank you all for being here, and we invite everyone to come to the fest, have a wonderful time. A lot of you we always enjoy down there, and Ed has been always so supportive of us. Thank you very much, and have a great time.
So that's the other half of the great team that makes this possible. And with that, I'd like to provide and give you a certificate, a resolution for the LA Greek Fest, passport to Grecian holiday. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ed.
thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. We look forward to being there for the Greek Festival and encourage everyone to attend. I'd like to now acknowledge Mr. Parks for our next presentation.
We'll take pictures first.
Great. Oh, we need the kids.
Following Mr. Parks will be Mr. Weisar for the next presentation after Mr. Parks.
How you doing? You know, we put you in our bulletins. So
Yes, I know.
We'll add up to that again. I believe. Good. I see. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask Mr. Wesson, Ms. Perry, and also Janice Hahn, if you can come up and join me. Recently, our 4 districts participated in somewhat of a unique experience with our Commission on Youth and Families that have gone out into our communities and begin to extract from the communities their view of the public safety issues. I'd like to ask all of our volunteers, and I'm going to quickly run through them, from the Commission on Youth and Families, the LA County Children's Planning Council, SPA 6 youth organizer Greg Bale, from the LA County Department of Children and Family Services, the City Attorney's Office, particularly Avis Ridley Thomas and her mediators, also Rochelle Rios Huizar, our interim executive director, also Rabbi Freeling, Mr. Binbo from the CDD, Holly Mitchell from the commission as the vice president, also our LA Unified School District supporters, LAPD, Department of Public Works, Department of Rec and Park, and the commissioners from the Commission on Status of Women and the Department of Transportation. And although not mentioned here, we always want to thank the CAO for finding the funds for this. Many of you recall several months ago, the city was going through a variety of issues, such turmoil as the issues at Jefferson High School in the sense of violence. We also had the Delisha Allen incident in front of Locke High School where a young person lost her life to gang violence. We also had a couple of incidents dealing with Devin Brown and Susie Maria Pena, dealing with shootings within the LAPD, and the whole issue dealing with the area of the 8th, 9th, 10th, and the 15th district. We had a consistent amount of community turmoil. What we thought the only way to go about this was to come forward with bringing the Commission on Youth and Families together with City Family to go out and begin to interview the community about their concerns. They've developed a comprehensive response to the community. They've gone back out and given them feedback. It's been so successful that we now have other council districts asking, when will the next round of forums come about? We're looking at this information to be very helpful at some point in the budget process so that we get a better idea of how we're spending our funding on dealing with family, children's, youth, and families, and what programs actually work within the city. So let me ask Ms. Hahn first, and Ms. Perry, and then Mr. Weston to come up and make some comments, and then we'll get some comments.
Thank you, Councilman Parks, and I'm here as well to thank the many, many volunteers from city departments as well as community that really came forth and I think did something that we've really never tried in the city of Los Angeles before, and these were some of these community safety forums. I attended one at Markham Middle School, and I will tell you, it was a great opportunity for my community, which also, you mentioned Delisha Allen in front of Locke High, but this was a community that was coming out of a bad time where we had like 19 gang-related shootings, 7 homicides, and people were very concerned. There were issues with the kids, there were issues with the parents, and these forums sparked, I think, the beginning of a dialogue, which the Human Relations Commission has continued to do in Watts, in my council office, every Monday morning. We have continued to meet. We've now formed the Watts Gang Task Force that we're dealing with issues as basic or as vital as ceasefire, but also as more broad as how can we make sure that we have good services in all the housing developments? How can we make sure those gymnasiums remain open so that kids can play? How can we make sure that we have good after-school programs and good gang prevention programs? So I really, though, want to thank Bernard. You know, this man really can dog an issue. And it wasn't just about the forums that ended up in his council district. He really took this on, and every forum he would really get in my face. And he would say, Ms. Hahn, you have to be there. You have to get your staff to pass out these flyers. You have to make this successful. And I know he has that passion about a lot of issues, but I think it's because of his persistence and his belief in the importance of these community forums that it was so successful. And I want to thank him for focusing me and my staff on the forums that were in my district. So thank you, Bernard.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks, as well, and I have been the recipient of his persistence many times, but what I appreciate is the fact that he's willing to take his strategies and share them with his neighbors. What was most illuminating about the forums, and I not only went to some of the forums in my district, but also in other council districts, is the commonalities of the issues that were raised from family members and from parents, and it gave us some very good insight, and I do hope that as a body we'll be able to implement some of those ideas as we move forward to the next budget cycle. So thank you to everyone behind us.
First, I want to thank Mr. Parks for affording me the opportunity to stand with these phenomenal people, and I also want to thank him for his persistence and thank him and Ms. Weezer for talking in my ear. So see, I just do, now that I have silence. I want to thank Mr. Parks for putting this together. And he was persistent in a very positive way. I want to thank him and Ms. Perry in particular for attending a meeting that was held in my district. And to the Children, Youth, and Family Commission, a lot of concerns came out of the meetings that we had in our area, and I'm proud to announce today that 2 of those concerns have already been addressed. There was a safety concern. We had a young child, 8 years old, who was in a hit-and-run accident, and he was killed. We have received the authorization to put a traffic signal at the location where he is killed, and that was something that came out of these hearings. Also, there was a concern by parents that their sons and daughters could not go to Dorsey High School safely. We now have in place a safe passage program. So again, I think that these hearings were very productive. I want to thank again Mr. Parks, and to Councilman Weezer, I want to know where you get, I want you to know that I know where you get a lot of your sound advice, because Miss Weezer was on it, Jack, okay? She was on the case. Plus, anytime I go to a meeting where I can get a good turkey sandwich for free, that's a good meeting. Anyway, I commend all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. One thing I'd like to mention is that the volunteers that are here today basically went to a reception earlier in the rotunda. They've received their awards, but I'd like to impose just a little bit.
Yes, and we have actually Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Weezer would like to say something.
But can I just have one more minute? Because we have a couple of people that were responsible, and I'd like to ask, first of all, Rochelle Rios Weezer to come up, interim general manager of the Children's, Youth, and Family. And we can't forget about what Terry's done. I'd like her to come up and make some comments, because they're the ones that made this happen. Yes. It was just a piece of paper when we signed it several months ago. They're the ones that pulled several thousand people together in the community.
Great, and then again, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Weezer would like to say a few words about this issue. So,
good morning, council members. It is truly an honor to be here before you and standing with the many volunteers and the city, county, and community partners that we work so closely together with in order to plan and to prepare for and to host the community forums that were held in South Los Angeles earlier this year. Without their assistance, their determination, their hard work, and their energy, the forums would not have been possible. So I want to thank them and also share with them that we are more than excited and look forward to future opportunities to work with them to make some real positive change for the families and the children and the communities in Los Angeles. And I would actually like to also acknowledge our vice chair of our commission, Holly Mitchell. And excuse me, one more thing. I just want to also acknowledge the vision and the leadership of the council members that are here before you, council members Park, Perry, Wesson, and Hahn. And without their vision, without their leadership, again, we wouldn't have been able to work so closely with the community and undertake these forums. Thank you.
I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, there used to be a councilman here who created Days of Dialogue, Mark Ridley Thomas. And the whole concept of that after the riots was to get everybody together and get everybody on the same sheet of music. Well, in my district, I've had 5 homicides in the last 6 weeks, gang-related. Look, we're the gang capital of the planet. It is absolutely unbelievable, the issues we have here of violence and gangs. One of the major ways of solving it is what my colleagues have put together here, which are dialogues, which are forums, which are bringing everybody together. I held one in Oakwood the other day, and the Human Relations Commission was there with us. So I just want to thank you, Bernard Parks, for the vision and leadership, and my 3 other colleagues standing right there for their leadership on this. And keep up the good work. You're making a big difference in our great city. Thank you very much.
Mr. Weisar, followed by Mr. Reyes.
Thank you very much. And there were several truths spoken today, one of them being that my wife does always speak before I do, as we were trying to figure out who was going to speak right now. And second, that just like you, Mr. Wesson, my wife, Rashad, would always whisper in my ear about these forums as well. So she was doing both of that today. But I just want to congratulate all of you. When we talk in the city about how we deliver services to real problems in our community, they begin with dialogue. And this is what happened through these forums, with real solutions at the end and with follow-up. Oftentimes, many of our residents say, city officials go, we talk a good game. But what I saw through these forums, I've often heard through my wife, was that there was a lot of follow-up to make sure we delivered for residents' concerns. I want to congratulate all of you and other council members who are up there supporting this. I look forward to possibly expanding this to many of the areas in the city that do need it. We just got some very good data from the Commission for Children, Youth, and Families as to where we need to support more of our children and youth in this city. The project, the gang initiative headed by Connie Rice, just gave us some very good data as well as to where we could focus more these types of forums to improve the lives of our children and youth and our residents. Thank you so much to all the volunteers and everyone involved with this project. Thank you so much.
Mr. Reyes.
There comes a time when all of these different efforts begin to gel. We begin to look at policy changes, begin to look at recommendations that begins to recognize the unevenness of this city. When you look at our demographics, you see the concentrations of poverty in one area and not in another, the question arises, why? When you look at where are the young people dropping out and where they don't have options, that question arises again. So I'm hoping as we continue through these days of dialogue, as we continue to bring together the substance of our communities, we as elected officials can start challenging policies that have been here for decades and question how do we change those. I, for one, would hope that we begin to prioritize people over real estate, communities over essentially district boundaries. It's a very political hot button, but the fact is, these are the kinds of changes we need to promote. I'm not sure if many of us are aware, but many of our resources are based on the size of our districts, not the number of people. So you wonder why our streets aren't being cleaned. You wonder why we don't have enough services in these areas where this imbalance occurs. These are the challenges we have as elected officials. It's not an easy task, but with your continual support in these days of dialogues, we begin to hear the voices of the community, not just the politicians. And I thank you for that. Thank you so much.
I cannot move from here without having Avis come up. It was her 1,500 volunteers that really brought the structure to the program and really got to the meat of the issue. And let me ask Avis to come up and comment.
Thank you. In the 25 years that I have been employed with the City of Los Angeles, I have not seen this level of collaboration. We get economies of scale in the city. This was the first time I have seen the economies of collaboration due to this partnership with city, county, community organization, and these volunteers that are available every day to help resolve disputes, discuss priorities, to get people together so that we can use our resources most wisely. I encourage you to continue to support it. We will certainly be there. Won't we, volunteer? We'll be there. We'll be there. Thank you so much.
We went a little over the 6 minutes.
That's okay, Mr. Parks. We'll remember that when we need something from you. Our next presentation is Mr. Wisar.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues and public, it's really my pleasure to have with us to recognize a wonderful organization that's doing great work in our community and an individual who is moving a lot to mejorar las vidas of many Angelinos here in Los Angeles. Council members, this morning, I'd like to take this opportunity to give a special recognition to Telemundo, a Los Angeles Spanish network here in Los Angeles, which has made an incredible effort to help increase the blood supply in Southern California. In July, Telemundo sponsored the Mejorando Su Vida, which means improving your life, blood drive campaign, which couldn't have come at a better time, as the Southern California blood region was and still is in the midst of a critical blood shortage. The campaign saw more than 400 people come out, roll up their sleeves, and attempt to donate blood. Well, I'm not sure they all attempted. They did donate blood, resulting in 305 life-saving units of blood, a 58% increase from October of 2005. In addition, Telemundo recruited 91 brand new donors to the sites, which is phenomenal. The success of these drives is due largely to the commitment of Telemundo, along with the support of the station's Vice President and General Manager, Manuel Abud, for the coverage given to this important cause. If everyone in Southern California put forth the effort that Telemundo has, Southern California would not experience these blood shortages. We have with us today a representative from Telemundo, which many of you have seen in the news, Mirtala Salinas, which I want to now recognize with a certificate of appreciation for all the work that Telemundo does, not only to improve the lives of Angelinos, but specifically in this case for the work they did in increasing the blood supply available to those people who need it. Thank you very much, Mirtala, and we appreciate all the work you do on behalf of all the Angelinos. Thank you so much. And also, council members, this recognition would not be complete without commending the man who orchestrated Telemundo's successful Mejorando Su Vida campaign in 2005, Mr. Victor Franco Sr., not to be confused with Victor Franco Jr. Vice President, Mr. Victor Franco Sr. is Vice President of Community Affairs and Media Relations for Telemundo Los Angeles. With his leadership and dedication, Victor helped create a sustained Spanish language media blitz in October 2005 and again in July 2006 that drew hundreds of Latinos to 3 events combining blood drives and volunteer recruitment. Victor united key personnel from Telemundo, Hoy newspaper, La Raza Radio, and the American Red Cross Southern California Blood Services region and Greater Los Angeles chapter to form the partnership. And the partnership continues. The campaign is now set for twice a year and will increase from 3 to 6 sites, including the NBC Telemundo headquarters in Burbank. It will be a signature event for each of the partners to better the community by continuously increasing the number of blood donors and disaster volunteers among the Latino population. And now, before I introduce you to Victor Franco, I'd like to introduce Cliff Newmark from the American Red Cross, who will also say a few words about Victor. Cliff?
Thank you, Council Member. My name is Cliff Newmark.
Cliff, before I have you speak, we do have one council member that would also like to speak. My apologies. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I just want to say what a special day it is, not only for honoring Telemundo, but it's a day of 2 victors. To recognize Senior and his son, it makes it a very special day, and as you know, we'll be recognizing your son later today, but I can't help but think that because of the experience that you brought to Telemundo, they're everywhere in the community now, often working cooperatively, shooting B-roll for not only Telemundo, but KNBC as well. And it's been a real pleasure, and I can only imagine that it is a result of your influence and the many years of experience that you brought to the table. So I just want to say that it's a special pleasure to be able to stand up here and say some words about you today.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. I did want to just rise and acknowledge their hard work. Telemundo had the opportunity the other weekend to spend time with Victor Franco Sr., and this is a snapshot of what Telemundo is doing throughout our Southern California area. They support a group called Fiesta Educativa. And this group works with parents who are going through the challenges of raising the children who have special needs. And it's amazing how much support they get, but it's one slice of the many different ways in which Telemundo has been supportive of our community. I just want to rise and thank you for your hard work. There are many families of need that you are able to reach through your efforts, and I want to thank my colleague, Councilman Huizar, for bringing them to the front and actually acknowledging, celebrating all their hard work. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for all those families that you're able to touch and change their lives because of what you do. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Please.
Honorable council members, my name is Cliff Newmark. I'm the director of the American Red Cross Blood Services. Southern California always has a blood shortage, but thanks to the work of Telemundo and Victor, we were able to have not as severe a blood shortage as we otherwise would have. Victor recently received the Biomedical Partnership Award from the American Red Cross. He was the only person out of 6.5 million people throughout the entire country to receive this award. 6.5 million people, blood volunteers. He received this award as a testament to his hard work. We thank Victor for his incredible hard work. Southern California always has a blood shortage. Please call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE or go to www.socalredcross.org. We appreciate the city's support in hosting blood drives. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Huizar.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Newmark, for your contribution to increasing the blood supply. I know you from graduate school. You have the same tenacity from back then as you do now, and for a very good cause here. Thank you so much. And now, council members, I'd like to introduce Myrtala Salinas from Telemundo, who many of you have seen her in her reporting, but this is someone who not only reports the news, but someone who understands the community and cares about the community and the work she is doing. She is phenomenal in that the work she has done has received recognition, and here to represent Telemundo, Myrtala Salinas. Myrtala?
Gracias, Jose. Gracias, Jose. Thank you. It is a great honor for me to stand before you representing Telemundo. And this recognition only emphasizes the commitment that we have made to our community, the Latino community of Los Angeles, the Latino community of Southern California, una comunidad que está junta y que necesita de ustedes para poder seguir junta, para poder salir adelante, porque this community comes to the States to have a better way of living. And thank you for all you do to help us. And again, thank you for this recognition. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to present the person behind the work that has been done to increase the blood supply, Mr. Victor Franco Sr., who I have known for some time and just have found him a delight to work with, and someone who also cares about the future of Los Angeles. You see it in not only what he does in his professional career, but in the many volunteer organizations that he is a member of. Mr. Franco, thank you for your service, and thank you for saving lives and increasing the blood supply for those people who need it. Congratulations, and thank you so much.
Good morning, council members. It is absolutely an honor and a pleasure to be here with you this morning. I have to say that it's a little humbling, to be quite honest with you, to be recognized for doing, quite frankly, my job. When I started with Telemundo a couple of years ago, one of the things that I requested was that I be allowed to do my own thing. I have had the pleasure of working with so many organizations here in Southern California, and I knew exactly what Telemundo was looking for, and I knew exactly what Telemundo needed. And so that very same day, when Manuel Abud, our Vice President and General Manager, introduced me to his staff for the very first time, based on our conversation, he gave me a nickname. I am the conscience of Telemundo, and I love being the conscience of Telemundo. I am a social worker at heart. I'm a social worker by training, and I've had the opportunity to work with Fiesta Educativa, as Councilman Reyes indicated earlier. But again, this is a very special recognition. I thank Councilman Huizar for bringing it to your attention, and quite frankly, to be able to thank you for allowing us to do the good work that we're doing. We expect to continue to work on behalf of our viewers, on behalf of all Los Angelinos, and so it's an honor and a pleasure to receive this award. Quiero decir algo en español. Para mí es un gran placer y un honor estar aquí con ustedes, recibiendo un reconocimiento que francamente me hace sentir humilde porque me están reconociendo por un trabajo francamente, es mi trabajo, es lo que debo de hacer para la estación de Telemundo. Y le doy las gracias al señor Manuel Abud por darme la oportunidad de poder representar a Telemundo y poder de veras hacer cosas y patrocinar y ayudar a organizaciones para de veras mejorar su vida. Para eso estamos. El señor Abud me dio el nombre hace unos años, que soy la conciencia de Telemundo. Y francamente para mí es un honor ser la conciencia de Telemundo y que Telemundo me dé los recursos para poder ayudar a nuestra comunidad. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to remind everyone there is still a shortage of blood. Please donate blood. It doesn't hurt, it's safe, and they give you some snacks at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Garcetti for our next presentation, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I want to thank everybody for their patience this morning with the presentations, especially the guests that are behind me who I am here to honor today. Colleagues, when people come from out of town to visit Los Angeles and they ask for a great place to eat in our city and in my district, one of the first places I take them to is the original Cha Cha Cha. We're a great restaurant on Melrose and Virgil. Essentially, we're Melrose dead ends or ends on the east side in the heart of Virgil Village on the borders of Hollywood, Silver Lake, historic Filipino town. And next Thursday, August 17th, marks the 20th anniversary of the founding of the original Cha 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 restaurant by Chef Toribio Prado, gracias, and Mario Tamayo. The restaurant's Caribbean food, their festive atmosphere was inspired by their travels, and it became a quick success. In fact, when I was talking to my friends behind me, sometimes they get a call from somebody who's just arrived from the airport saying, make me, a certain dish, and I'll be there as soon as I get out of the baggage claim. In June 2003, Mr. Prado's nephews, Miguel, Jorge, Fernando, and Javier Anaya, became the principal owners of Cha Cha Cha, and in August 2003, they opened another Cha 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 in that neighboring city, what's it called? West Hollywood. The original Cha 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 is more than just a place to eat and to be with friends and family and enjoy oneself. It's also been filmed. It's one of the most filmed and noticeable locations in the city of Los Angeles. It's been in photo shoots, commercials, videos, and feature films, including but not limited to The Fast and the Furious, Shop Girl, and After the Sunset. It's been in countless trade publications as being one of the top dining destinations in Los Angeles, and it still really fills a unique void in the dining experience in Los Angeles. There have been some imitators that have tried, but it is a unique restaurant and a unique cuisine that they serve up. The Naya brothers, though, also do more than just serve the community with their food. They serve the community by giving to charities throughout Los Angeles and nonprofit organizations like Hola, Heart of Los Angeles, Para los Niños, KCRW, the Concern Foundation, AIDS Project Los Angeles, the Elizabeth Glaser Foundation, and the LA Free Clinic. And most importantly, of course, is that Caribbean food, that flavor that they bring to Los Angeles. Miguel, Jorge, Fernando, and Javier have set up a small reception in the executive chamber room in the back for the council and staffers to enjoy some of the signature cuisine, the trademark cuisine. My favorite, of course, has been for a long time jerk chicken pizza, which is a unique and interesting and exhilarating experience. But on behalf of all my colleagues, I want to welcome these beautiful families. It's really one family here, but the beautiful men, women, and children that are behind me that serve up cha-cha-cha every single day. And know that the city embraces them just as they embrace us when we declare Cha-Cha-Cha Day on August 17th in the city of Los Angeles. And I'd like to introduce Miguel, Jorge, Fernando, and Javier, the owners of the original Cha-Cha-Cha restaurant, and have them say a few words. Felicidades, gracias por su presencia en la comunidad. Thank you and congratulations for your presence in our community. And everybody celebrate Cha-Cha-Cha Day on August 17th.
I want to thank Eric for such an amazing recognition. It is very flattering to own a business that comes out in movies, that people from all over the world come to eat. But we take pride in helping the community and making a difference. Like Eric said, we help over 15 charities every year to try to give back, because where we come from, we always wanted that help and we could never get it. So now that we're in a position that we're able to help, we try as much as we can to make a difference. And the bigger we grow, the more we're gonna help. And again, thank you so much. And like Eric said, we're feeding you guys, and that'll let you know why we've been so busy for so long. It's good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for the honor. Cha-Cha-Cha is not a restaurant. It is not a business. It is a family. And that is one of the reasons why we have been in business for 20 years and why we will continue to be in business for 20, 30, 40 more years. It is a family. It is somewhere you can come in, and whether you see my brothers George, Javier, Fernando, or myself, it is a living room. It is beyond what Cheers was in film. It is a reality where we are at. I invite everyone to come in to the back, enjoy the food, understand what it's about, and you guys have all been invited. We are having a celebration on August 17th to celebrate those 20 years. And if I were you guys, I would not miss that party, because it is going to be a celebration of food, friends, and family. Thank you again for the honor.
I just want to say that the city of Los Angeles is such a great city, and being able to make our dream from being kids, working, helping out when I was 12, actual reality. Thank you so much, and hopefully you guys can join us for the food in the back and definitely at the restaurant the 17th. Thank you.
Again, I want to thank you, Madam President. Toribio Prado Mario Tamayo's vision is alive and well, and we invite all folks to be able to celebrate not just that restaurant, but that way of life. Thank you again, and congratulations, Cha-Cha-Cha.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. I'd like to acknowledge now Mr. Cardenas for our final presentation. Oh, sorry, Ms. Perry, did you? I'm sorry.
No, I'm fine. Maybe as Mr. Cardenas is walking up, I just wanted to say goodbye to a fellow who's been working in a summer internship for free. So that's pretty amazing. He's getting a master's degree back east, and his name is Hike Petrosian, and I'm not sure if he's still in here, but I just wanted to just say thank you to, oh, he's right behind me, trying to get, anyway, just say thank you to Hike and say, you know, how often do you find someone this smart who's willing to put in the time for free? So we were very lucky to have him. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perry. Mr. Cardenas.
At this time, at this moment, I'd like to invite Mr. Joe Maggio and Eva Cruz and their family and friends to come up. We hear all too often that our public schools have really gone away from educating our children when it comes to the arts. But today I'm very proud to say that we have a young lady, Miss Eva Cruz, who expressed how important it is for us to continue to support the arts in the schools, and she also expressed how grateful she is for a man named Joseph Maggio, her choir teacher, for his dedication, his love and commitment above and beyond the call of duty. The Los Angeles Philharmonic is as part of its opening night on Friday, June 23, 2006, at a concert at the Hollywood Bowl, held their annual benefit, Music Matters. The benefit honors dedicated music teachers, and they asked students in grades K through 12 throughout Los Angeles to nominate teachers and by participating in the Fidelity Investments Inspire the Future essay contest. It was Miss Eva Cruz who decided to submit her essay, and she submitted her essay about Mr. Joseph Maggio, a choir teacher at her Strathern Street Elementary School, which is located in my district in North Hollywood, and was celebrated by his student, Eva. They were both recognized as part of the evening's festivities, and I think it's appropriate that I read, if Eva doesn't mind, that I read her essay that she wrote about Mr. Maggio. And it's entitled, How Mr. Maggio Makes Music Matter. Mr. Maggio is my chorus teacher. He knows how to inspire kids to sing. He picks songs about children and our lives in America. These songs are different from the selfish rap songs my sister plays at home. The songs Mr. Maggio picks say that children are the future. They make me feel important and special. Mr. Maggio is calm and patient. He never yells. He says, it's okay when we mess up. He says, you sound good, you sound perfect when we sing well. Mr. Maggio believes we can do all the songs perfectly. He makes sure we sing every word right before a performance. When the performance comes, we feel confident. Mr. Maggio encouraged me to sing a solo. At first, I didn't want to because I felt nervous, but I did it anyway because the chorus worked really hard on that song. I didn't want to let them down. I also didn't want to let Mr. Maggio down. He believes in me. When I sang the solo, he was proud of me. I love being in chorus because singing is a beautiful way to express your feelings. When all the kids' voices sing together, it makes a cheerful melody. When I sang my solo, I felt special, like all the attention was on me. Mr. Maggio makes music matter to me because he picks songs that make children feel special. He inspires kids to take risks and feels proud of themselves. I'm glad he's my music teacher. It's obvious that we have a very dedicated, kind, loving individual in Miss Eva Cruz, the student, but it's equally obvious there's a connection here between the teacher and the students in that school and in that classroom. I think it's very important for me to remind everyone that not only was this a touchy-feely opportunity for Fidelity Investments, they actually gave each one of the music teachers that was recognized a grant for $2,500 donation from Fidelity Investments to support their music education program at their respective schools. So although this particular essay is priceless, it actually has brought a lot of joy and a lot more ability for commitment for that school and that teacher over at Eva Cruz's school. So with that, I'd like to give Eva an opportunity to say a few words.
I'd like to thank everybody here for coming. At first I didn't want to come because I was shy. Most of the times I don't come up stage and say many words, but I'd like to thank them for giving me this award.
Thank you. Very well done. I'd also like to invite Mr. Joseph Maggio to come forward and say a few words.
I, too, would like to thank the councilman and the council for having me here this morning. Although if it wasn't for Ava, I wouldn't be here this morning. Her thinking that I play a part in inspiring her future is priceless. I want to thank the council for recognizing Ava. By doing so, you recognize the impact and the importance of the arts in the lives of our children. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Before Hollywood buys the rights to this beautiful little story, I think I just got inspired to make this one of the segments on the future of LA. It's a show that we have on Channel 35. So maybe we can negotiate something. We don't pay you, but at least we get a chance to interview you and you can tell the story, and we'll show it over and over and over to the people of Los Angeles. So with that, I'd like to give this certificate of recognition to Eva Cruz, and also to an inspiring teacher, Joseph Maggio. Thank you. Do you want to say something? We have the principal here as well.
Good morning. It's nice to be here with you. I want to particularly thank you for your acknowledgement of Eva Cruz, who we consider a young writer and a young singer. Mr. Maggio, who is an experienced and talented choral director and musician himself, who for many years has serviced Strathern Street School. I would invite you to our performances throughout the year. His chorus is over 100 voices, and it's really wonderful and inspiring. The arts program provided by LA Unified, along with the focus on arts in our city, continues to provide these experiences for our young people. And I would encourage you to continue your support of the arts. Thank you so much to our councilman and the council today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Williams, and thank you, council, for this opportunity to honor these wonderful human beings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Padilla, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 15 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, first item.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Smith moves, Mr. Zine seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Those have been approved.
On the regular agenda, Madam President, items for which public hearings have been held, items 1 through 17. There are amending motions that have been distributed on 3 and 17, and all the reports have been submitted on those agendized as such. And there is a commissioner on item number 1.
Yes, Madam Clerk, I'd like to take our commissioner item number 1 first before we go through the other items, because I know she has a plane to catch. So, Ms. Zukin, if you could come to the front table. And I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Madam President. Want to thank the city attorney for a wonderful nomination here. We were able to chat in our Rules and Elections Committee, unanimously support this nominee. We did talk about a couple of things. We talked about public financing. We talked about a few different issues, which I think you were the first to say you wanted to learn and to make sure that you have some greater knowledge of. I know between then and now you said you were maybe going to be able to look at the website. So I want to give you the opportunity just to tell everybody why you want to serve, first of all, and your resume speaks for itself. Your qualifications are above and beyond what would be necessary, but also see if you had any thoughts as well on public financing or anything else. I know it's been a short period, but see if there was anything, initial thoughts you wanted to share with us.
Well, thank you very much. It's really an honor to be here with all of you, and the reason I would view it as a privilege to serve on the Ethics Commission is because I have always had great respect for those people that engaged in the political process and that really dedicated their lives, as all of you have, to serving the community in that way. I've always been a supporter since about age 4, when my mother got me involved in going door to door, walking precincts with her. And since then, I've always supported the process and have great respect for it, and would welcome this opportunity to participate in a different way from a different vantage point, and hopefully to bring some insights to it and help strengthen that process where necessary.
The couple of the hot button issues, I mean, I know one of them you said you wanted a little bit longer time on. Were you able to look at all of the public financing site that the Ethics Commission has, and any kind of initial thoughts on that? I know we do a lot of steady, step-by-step improvements. There's some who've proposed that. I've certainly been a proponent of that as a kind of bolder step to take, but any initial thoughts on that?
Well, I am studying it, and I appreciated your directing me to it and have been looking at it, but I still feel that any opinions I would give you right now, I'm still pretty low on the learning curve, and hopefully will be a quick study, and I view it as a very serious and important issue. But to give you an opinion at this time in any kind of detail wouldn't be an opinion of any value until I have more knowledge.
Okay.
But I'd be happy to engage in that discussion at a later time.
We look forward to it, and fair enough, and I know that you have some travel plans, so we move this up after the presentations. We thank you for your patience. Colleagues, I ask for your unanimous support.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Weiss, Mr. Labange, and Mr. Parks. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me about your background that gives you a sense that you can make a contribution in this job.
I've been practicing civil litigation since 1985, have been involved in a number of professional and quasi-professional pursuits, have always had a keen interest in the political process and supported it from the sidelines. I have, for a number of years, served on the Jenny Commission, which is the Commission on Judicial Nominees Evaluation, and chaired that commission, which evaluates and judicial candidates for the governor's office, sends a report to that office. From there, I went and sat and then served as chair on their, what I would call, Court of Appeals, where people would come and appeal in that sort of quasi-judicial role there as chair of the review committee for that. I've volunteered for the temporary judging program through the LA Superior Courts, and feel that I have some sense on the periphery of the quasi-judicial role that the Ethics Commission has, and have a keen interest in the policy issues that I am studying as we speak.
Well, I'm just delighted with your background and your energy and what you will provide our great city. The big question for me is full public financing of elections. There are many of us in the country, we use the phrase clean money, but we don't want to get into semantics, so we're saying full public financing. Find a mechanism to take all the special interest money out of the political play so that the elected official spends their time dealing totally with issues from a standpoint that doesn't have that kind of energy around it. But on every level of government, we find the special interest, because that's their job, is to get in there and lobby their points of views. What's your sense of our city and how we're moving, and what's your take on full public financing?
Well, once again, I would say, and I really don't mean to be evasive, it's that I am new, low down on the learning curve, and need more time to study it. Look, I believe in a level playing field wherever possible. I certainly, in my professional life, in a courtroom, have experienced what I perceive not to be a level playing field from time to time. I see how damaging it is to a specific case, but I also see how damaging it is to the appearance of fairness that the public has to have in order to engage in the process and support the process. But having said that, on the specifics, I'd be happy to engage in that conversation when I can more intelligently discuss it with you, and would really welcome it.
I thank you very much for that, and I love the word level playing field. That's absolutely right. God bless you, and good luck on the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Our next speaker is Mr. Weiss, to be followed by Mr. Labange and Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as the Council President stated, you got a plane to catch, so I'll be very, very brief. I want to offer you my congratulations or condolences, whatever you prefer. And I especially want to thank the City Attorney, Rocky Delgadillo, for making such a strong selection. And I want to, in particular, point out to my colleagues that when Ms. Zukin talks about her experience on the Jenny Commission, that means that she has been it's a very sensitive position where you are judging people's careers on the basis of all sorts of information that you're getting from all sorts of reliable and unreliable sources, people with access to grind and people with, just real strong bases for telling you really strong things. And the fact that you've gone through that and sort of seen that process and mastered it gives me a high degree of confidence of what you're going to do here in this job, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Mr. Labange.
Hello, Commissioner DeBee. Thank you for your service to the City of Los Angeles.
The one thing I just wanted to ask in your time, to include in the training for ethics, the opportunity for all those involved in the campaign, that the elected selected candidate would make sure that not just the treasurer, and I'm looking at the executive director of the Ethics Commission right now, not just the treasurer, but the campaign consultant or their designee, the campaign fundraiser or their designee would have to get the training, because there's so much information that sometimes it doesn't get to all those who are involved in city elections. So I ask if you could look at that. I know it's been discussed before, and I hope it's discussed again, because I think everyone should be, just like a driver's test, make sure they're made aware of what the rules are clearly, and so they could be able to function properly at all times. And tell me a little more about yourself. What drives you?
Oh, a couple of young children drive me more than anything else, I would say, but
That's all you got to say, really, because if we take it back to children and doing what's right for children, what's right for people, is really what drives ethics, and teaching them good values and make sure everybody has the good values of ethics.
Right.
So thank you, and good luck, and anything I can do to help, let me know. Thank you,
Thank
Mr. President.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Parks, and then Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to tell my colleagues, I had an opportunity to sit on the Judicial Review Committee for the State Bar with Ms. Zukin for a number of years. And from my perspective, it makes little difference as to all these concerns and mechanical things that we would like her to understand. She starts off on the basis of the highest integrity a person can have. And I think from there, all these mechanical things she will learn. From working with her on the judicial review, she was one of those people that went forward on all those tasks of evaluating judges, which I think is one of the most significant things we can do, is to put people in positions of authority and making decisions about many people who do not have the wherewithal to defend themselves, not have the wherewithal to get their issue heard. Judges are a very important part of our whole system. She dedicated a good deal of her life and some of her practice to causing those good decisions and good judges to get on the bench, and later became the chair of that committee. And so I would give my wholehearted endorsement of her just from those years we spent in those interviews and the laborious times of sending out thousands of requests to get a dozen back. We clearly, I thought she was the star of that program, and I'm just appreciative that she's taken on this responsibility. And currently, if I understand it, you're acting as a temporary judge in our local Superior Court system, so that just adds to the whole issue of her ability to make good decisions and be in a position of authority and with a good judicial presence. So thank you very much for putting yourself up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to thank you for stepping up to the plate. And, you know, as we hear the dialogue on the floor in our discussion, there's a key term you use, level playing field. And one of the elements that I see in this environment of elections is the role of the independent expenditure and the stakeholders and interest groups that are in that realm of interest. Could you speak to your point of view of how you see the IEs, the independent expenditures, in trying to establish level playing field, just from a very general point of view?
Well, I know that this is a very important issue that has surfaced over time and is under discussion, but I need to educate myself further before I can really give you a meaningful answer. And as I said, I'd be happy to give you that answer when I've had a little more time, but I've just observed one meeting and recently received a large amount of information which I'm studying feverishly. And so to be really, precise in my answer, I think I should wait and check back in with you on it.
I appreciate that answer because it is a complicated issue. There are some of us who would like to have an environment where the person who can demonstrate that level of community support as a candidate has the ability to do it. If you're not from a wealthy background, if you don't inherit money or didn't make the millions through entrepreneurship, then what chance do you have? And so those questions to me become very real seeing how some of our experiences have evolved in the past few elections. So I appreciate your precision and look forward to speaking with you on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. That finishes the speaker queue. So why don't we open the roll on the nomination, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Congratulations, Commissioner. Thank you. We'll send that forthwith to the mayor for his signature. If we can run through the agenda, please.
That leaves before council items 2 through 17. Those have had public hearings. Amending motions have been distributed on 3 and 17, and the reports have been submitted on those agendized as reports to be submitted.
Okay, colleagues, any specials? These are items for which we have held public hearings. Any specials? This is 2 through 17.
And there are 2 reports on number 16.
16 will require a motion on one of the 2 reports. Those are from which committees, Madam Clerk?
Those are from IGR and Education Neighborhoods.
Okay. Anybody like to? I think we'll call that one special. 16 special, yep. Mr. Padilla?
Also want to move that we reopen public comment on item 16.
Okay. Well, we have that late special, and when that comes forward, we'll take that motion. Ms. Hahn? Item 4, special for Ms. Hahn. Any other specials, colleagues? Seeing none on the balance, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Those are approved. Yes.
Forthwith.
If there's no objection to 14 forthwith, we will move 14 forthwith to the mayor for his signature. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held. Items 18 through 45, 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay. Do you have any cards on any items?
I believe 34, 39, and 43 are what I have listed with cards.
34, we'll call special for cards from the public. 39 and 43. Other specials, colleagues? Mr. Parks?
Yes, special 35, just a technical amendment.
Sorry, 35, you said?
I'd just like to add a section 12.24 to the amending sections in the report.
Add section 12.24 to the amending sections. If there's no objection, that'll be accepted as a friendly amendment on 35 when we take them on balance. Other specials? Mr. Smith, you have a special? Nope. Mr. Cardenas?
When it's appropriate, I wanted to reconsider item number 3. I wanted to make sure the staff, before they leave the building, know that we're going to consider it rather than thinking it already went through.
Okay, we'll return to that. Any other specials, colleagues? 18 through 33, 35, 38, 40, 42, and 44 and 45. If not, let's prepare the roll on the balance and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That's approved. Next items, please.
Mr. President, do you wish to
Should we have the special meeting?
recess?
Yeah, why don't we recess the regular meeting and we'll go to the special meeting? Please call the roll.
Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Padilla, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 15 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first items.
Those items are all items for which public hearings have not been held, items 1 through 4.
We
And
do
10
have
votes are
cards
required.
for special 1, so we will call that special.
2, 3, and 4 all have cards.
Okay, 2, 3, and 4 also. So we will call all those special for cards from the public.
Mr. President, while you're in the special meeting, do you wish to take those up, or do you wish to recess that and go back to the regular meeting?
Can we continue those into the regular meeting? Let's do that then, and we'll add them to the queue. Okay, we've had a request, colleagues, to take 16 out of order. I'm sorry.
I just want to acknowledge, is that?
Oh, yes, and let me call on Ms. Gruel to acknowledge somebody, and then also we will reconsider the number 3 that Mr. Cardenas wanted to. And yes, Mr. Parks?
435 and 44 is forthwith.
Could you say those again? I'm sorry.
34, 35, and 44.
34 has been called special for cards from the public, but the other 2, if there's no objection, we will send forthwith. Okay. Ms. Gruel for a quick introduction, then Mr. Cardenas.
Just briefly, like Jan Perry, I've had an extraordinary intern for free this summer as well, Joey Freeman, who is just 15 and a half, I think, and has been one of the best interns we've ever had. And I just wanted to be able to acknowledge him. He's on the youth council, and I know that someday we're going to see him here on the city council as an elected official, because he's quite an extraordinary young man. So thank you for letting me give this opportunity to thank him for his service, and you're going to see him back here in City Hall. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. And Mr. Cardenas wanted to reconsider number 3. If we could please open the roll on reconsideration. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, and we'll call that special. So if there's no objection, colleagues, we will move to item 16. We've had a request to reopen the public hearing. Mr. Padilla, did you have a specific amount of time, Mr. Padilla, on the public hearing? Mr. Padilla, did you have a specific amount of time for the public hearing?
Well, I'm not sure how many cards have been submitted.
We have
but
quite
I think everybody here would agree that it's a very important item. At minimum, I would suggest 20 minutes, 10 on each side.
14, 15, 16. I'm just counting these real quick. We have about 30-something cards, so.
So why don't we begin with that and at the discretion of the chair,
Okay.
either extend it or not.
All right, our first card is from Maria Elena Durazo. And then Marvin Kropke will be our next speaker after that. Maria Elena, you are the first speaker. Welcome.
1 minute? Okay. Okay, good morning. I just want to communicate that after much discussion and debate and a vote by the Executive Board and hundreds of delegates of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, we voted to stand in support of AB 1381. The same resolution was passed by the California State AFL-CIO, which represents 2.1 million workers. And the reasons are very simple. We fight every day to make sure that workers have good middle-class jobs. We also fight every day to make sure that those who work at poverty level, like hotels and janitors and security officers, rise above to middle-class jobs. It is their children that attend the public schools, and this is a vitally important issue for all of the working-class families in Los Angeles. We acknowledge the progress that has been made in building schools and in other areas. We certainly think that the focus and the determination has come a long way, but we also see that the high school dropout rates are alarming. Our children are not properly prepared and ready to compete in the job market. So, poorly performing schools not only hurt students, but they also impact the economy. Within the skilled trades, for example, there's a shortage of qualified apprentices. The school district has shown improvement and has dedicated teachers and staff. This proposal builds on that through a historic partnership. We commend the mayor and the teachers for coming up with this breakthrough, and the California labor movement is committed to improving education, public education, to ensure that the kids of these working class families have a greater opportunity. Because of that, we urge you to vote yes on the resolution to support AB 1381. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marvin Kropke. Marvin Kropke. Going once, going twice. Robert Smith.
Good morning. My name is Robert Smith, and I'm with the Painters and Allied Trades, and we're in support of this issue. This issue is very critical for our youth. You know, we see time and again that our children, and my children included, when and if they don't make it through school, they end up in construction trades, as I did. But when children cannot make it into the trade because they cannot pass basic math skills, basic reading skills, then we as parents, we have failed them. Our school district has improved, but how much improvement is really needed? How many kids do we let this pass for? How many kids do we leave behind? I don't think we leave anybody behind. I know our president has a program called No Child Left Behind. Well, we see children left behind all the time. I deal with those children when they become young adults and try to educate them and bring them into trades, into a pathway to the middle class. Thank you.
Thank you. Our third speaker from the For side is Martha Ruano. and then we'll go to the against side, and then we'll go to general comments or people who didn't fill out one way or the other. Martha, excuse me, Ruano?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marta Ruano. Today, I am proud for say that. In my experience, I was teacher for a lot of time, but today I am proud because I am a student in Los Angeles. For that, let me say that. Permitidme también decir en español porque es mi lengua materna y lo puedo explicar mejor, pero siento un profundo respeto por el habla inglesa y estoy estudiando porque quiero contribuir al proceso educativo de este gran país y de esta noble ciudad. La palabra interacción es muy importante en el campo educativo porque permite decir conocimientos y pensamientos que ayudan al proceso educativo. Interacción es lo que necesitamos para alcanzar y tener mejores logros en el campo educativo. Porque cuando las decisiones se toman unilaterales, suenan y se sienten como impositivas. Y actualmente los seres humanos no nos gustan las imposiciones, queremos el diálogo y para eso es la educación, el diálogo, la interacción entre autoridades, maestros y educandos. Si tomamos en cuenta a estas tres factores en el campo educativo, habremos logrado un verdadero éxito en el proceso educativo. Y ahora ACOR está defendiendo y apoyando este
Para
proceso.
traducción, por favor. I know there was a lot that was said there.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. No
I
problem.
can explain.
We were getting...
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Ya. La interacción es un proceso.
Interaction is a process
que se debe tomar en cuenta
that must be taken in mind
para obtener mejores logros
in order to obtain greater achievements
en el campo educativo.
In the education area.
Porque educadores,
because educators,
educandos y padres de familia
that are educated and also parents, families,
son factores, son elementos,
they're primary factors, they're primary elements
que hacen de la educación un verdadero desarrollo
that can make of education a true development
orientado al bien común,
oriented towards the welfare for everyone,
a mejorar la calidad humana,
in order to be able to better the quality, human quality,
y porque todos tengamos un trabajo,
so we can all have a job,
un trabajo digno, que lo hagamos con amor para el progreso de esta ciudad.
a dignified job that we can perform with love for the progress of this great city.
Yeah. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for helping me your time. My name is Marta Ruano. Good morning.
Thank you very much. We now have three speakers from the against side here. Edwin Ramirez, Noel Weiss, and Hoku Jeffrey.
Edwin Ramirez, I live in Pacoima. Today I come to advise City Council not to endorse Assembly Bill 1381. It has too much duplicity, there is no transparency, and most important, does not establish accountability. It calls for the establishment of a council of mayors, but not one of the mayors or the city will have any legal liabilities, and that takes care of accountability. It also calls for a superintendent to be able or have the authority to remove a bad principal. But superintendents already have that authority, all 9 of them. It does not allow or states that a good principal will have the authority to remove a bad teacher. And we all understand that instructions, learning happens in the classroom, not in the principal's office. It also has parent participation and teacher participation in the instructional materials and curriculum. The district already has a parent involvement policy, already has parent participation, and already has teacher participation. Parents have different groups, Title I, English language learners, parent collaborative. You already have parents, a school site council at the school site level. All teachers are part of those councils. You already have Article 27, part of the bargaining agreement that entitles teachers to take part in the instruction and curriculum. This bill is not a good bill, it's not something you want to be attached to. But, however, if you feel obligated to support it for other reasons, do not do it for the improvement of education, do not do it for the establishment of accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Noel Weiss.
Good morning, council members. One of the things my divorce taught me was the antidote to anger is forgiveness. This council will never, ever, ever be in the leverage position that it's in right now. This council has the leverage to make this bill what it can and should be, because the mayor needs the vote of all of you. You are our check and balance. Without you, this bill basically establishes an authoritarian type situation without any checks and balances. Now, all the people need out of you right now is some basic questions. Is this legal? Nobody in that committee on Wednesday asked the basic question. Is it legal? Is it legal for the state legislature by fiat to simply choose the mayor over the city council in terms of running this situation, running the school district without any kind of check and balance? Number two, what's wrong with democracy? What is wrong with democracy? A vote of the people. We're talking about the charter and the mayor's powers under the charter. Does he have the power? I don't know. It'd be nice to hear from the city attorney. It would be nice to hear from the mayor's lawyer with regard to that. You people are progressive Democrats. What about the dilution of the rights of the voters in the 27 cities, essentially, that aren't members? People have died for the vote, essentially, and yet these people's votes are being diluted. What's wrong with having the charter, or having this legislation amended to give these people at least a realistic option and leverage to be able to charter schools as cities under the auspices of the LAUSD? Is there anything, but yet that isn't done. Your power as legislators, except for citing of schools, that you're concerned about. I think it's really important that some of these basic questions be asked, because the social contract that the council has with the people by a yes vote right now is being violated, because as I say, you will never have the leverage that you have today relative to making this bill a better bill, and to hold your nose and say, oh, it can be better. That, with all due respect, is an abdication of your responsibilities, and I would ask that you vote no. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hoku Jeffrey, and I'm the Los Angeles coordinator for By Any Means Necessary. Students, teachers, and parents have come together now to resolve the crisis of Los Angeles public schools. And Mayor Villaraigosa has great authority now and could actually win some of the things that could improve the education of the lives of the people of Los Angeles. The mayor's education plan, however, is a big mistake. The only thing that it could possibly lead to is the ghettoization of the inner city schools of the city of Los Angeles. Already mayors and council members of cities that make up the school district have said that they think that they should have the right to break away from the Los Angeles Unified Schools if the mayor's plan passes. And students have collected all across this district thousands of signatures opposed to a takeover and the breakup of the school district. They walked out in the spring, in the end of March, not to get greater inequality in their schools, and they're going to know if that's what they're getting. Los Angeles currently unites Latino, Black, Asian, other minority, white, under a single school district, rich and poor under one school district. There is great potential that this district holds to win the resources that are necessary to improve the public schools of the city, and can be an example for the rest of the nation of how to provide an equal quality education for every single young person all across America. Somebody has to take a stand for the youth of this city. The mayor's plan, the only thing that the mayor's plan can succeed in is worsening the education of the youth of LA. And we can't support the breakup of the school district. We can't support the ghettoization of the inner city schools of Los Angeles, the Latino and Black young people of the city. That's unacceptable. I urge you to vote no on this bill. Somebody's got to take a stand.
Our next set of speakers are from either they didn't mark anything or mark general comments. Candido Maris is our first one, Joyce Dillard is our second, and Zuma Dog is our third.
Thank you, Mr. President, council members. Mr. Rosenthal, you said it clearly. The city of Los Angeles is the gang capital of the world. And why is it? Because we failed our children. Till we take the tools of crime, the guns, the knives, and the dropout rate, and we take that away and we replace it with the tools of trades, and we give these kids a chance. Not everybody can go to college. Not everybody can go to the arts. But if we give these kids the tools, the trades, if you go to any of our penitentiaries today and you go there, you will see talented kids that can work with their hands, who are now incarcerated, who have the ability to become electricians, to become carpenters, that were wasting their lives in prison. So I'm here to support the mayor, and I'm here to support AB 1381.
Okay, Joyce Dillard is our next speaker.
Yes, Joyce Dillard. Your motions aren't posted. They weren't posted at the committee meeting. They weren't handed out at the committee. You're in Brown Act violations with this. And I'm disappointed that you don't really have any confidence in the people. You don't have confidence in the charter, the state constitution. You'd rather cut deals than make a plan. And what we need here is a solid, firm plan. You're willing to subject us to liability. You haven't realized in this is a challenge for everyone. I sit in international circles. They talk about education in Africa and rural China, and I talk about it in Lincoln Heights at the same table. This is not just a territorial issue. This is a challenge of leadership. Why do you want 4 more years when we only get 2 minutes and sometimes 1? We expect you to come to the plate here. There's no guarantee that your amendments are going to go through, by the way. Things are still in negotiation. I discovered the other day there's even no guarantee there will be a school accountability report or reports, because one of those clauses has sunsets to it. This legislation is so poorly done and so illegal. I urge you to oppose it now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zuma Dog.
Thank you very much, City Council, for this important opportunity. So much so I just bought an Old Navy shirt, brand new, and I put that on because this is an important issue. Now, here's the problem, though. There are some good things. They are making amendments to this. They'll throw out a little diversionary thing. Hey, we're going to add 10% over here. They just put this out at the last minute. This little document they put out 2 minutes before this started, basically what it's going to do is take the Council of Mayors off the hook legally for any lawsuits or actions against them, and it allows the Council of Mayors to be the ones that decide whether they have to pay for these damages of civil liabilities themselves or whether they have to have the LAUSD school district pay for them. So guess what? Let's say somebody sues the Council of Mayors over this education, something that goes wrong. Well, they can say, gee, every time they're going to just have the LAUSD be responsible for that. But that's just a diversionary thing anyway, because here's the problem. The bill in itself is completely improper. A year ago, Council Member Padilla and Huizar had a committee established to look at this, and the recommendation then was that this should be voted upon. That was the main thing. It should be voted upon. The entire thing is illegal. The intent is bad because you can change a little 10% thing here and make these changes, but the problem is the money still goes from the kids who need it and the ghettos and all the bad parts, and all the money decisions are still staying in the hands of the real estate developers and the people that the mayor has in place. Now, I understand there needs to be some flexibility in this city because we do need to revamp things and we do need major changes. However, it must be put up by a vote. You must allow the investigative general, I always get that guy's name wrong. First of all, bring me my breath strips up. I'm running out of steam here. And, we got to put it up for a vote. We got to change the things. We got to put the budgetary control. The mayor, Council of Mayors has budgetary control over the investigative branch. We got to go back on that, too. So much more on my website. Thank you for the last pack of breath strips in City Hall. Vote no and let people vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Dog. Our next, Marvin Kropke, I understand is back. Marvin would like to come forward to be followed. This is on the 4 side, Guadalupe Gonzalez and Maria Cervantes. Just to give everybody a blow-by-blow, we have a total of 18 cards in favor, 6 against, and 10 that are either general or unmarked, and we're going through those 3 categories. We've now This will be our 10th speaker.
Going to
Buenos días. Mi nombre es María Cervantes. Soy miembro del grupo comunitario ACORN y también soy madre de familia. Estoy aquí porque estoy apoyando a Antonio Villarraigosa con su reforma, porque tengo 3 hijos.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Cervantes. I'm also a member of the community organization ACORN. I'm also a mother, and I'm here in support of Villarraigosa's reform because I'm a mother of 3 children.
Y esos 3 hijos que tengo siempre han estado orgullosos de mí porque yo he luchado siempre para que no haya injusticias y ellos lo han visto y yo he estado siempre con Antonio porque yo he sido una trabajadora y él ha estado conmigo siempre.
My 3 children have always been very proud of me because they've always seen me struggle and fight for fair and justice. I'm a hard worker and my children can see that, and as such they're, again, very proud of me. I've always supported Villarraigosa.
También tengo unas cosas que decir por qué apoyo a Antonio en esta reforma.
I also have a few more things to say as to the reason why I'm supporting Antonio in this reform.
Tengo una hija que tiene 20 años y ella se salió de la high school en el 11 grado.
I have a daughter that's 20 years old and she dropped out of high school when she was in 11th grade.
Y yo busqué siempre que me ayudara el distrito escolar. Yo llamaba, yo iba, me hacían esperar desde las 7 de la mañana hasta las 4 de la tarde por 3 días y nunca me atendieron.
I always looked to the school district to be able to help me with that situation. I would call every day, I would go there in person, I would go there, and they would make me wait from 7 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, day after day, to a total of 3 days, and they would not help me. They never assisted me.
Y yo he visto en mis hijos que en el distrito escolar, en las escuelas hay una pobreza de educación y una pobreza de participación entre padres, maestros y el distrito escolar.
And I've seen through my children, there's poor participation as far as education, poor participation as far as the parents, the teachers, and also the school district, and the students included.
Hay personas que han dicho que Antonio quiere hacer esta reforma para hacer burocracia.
There's some people that have been saying that Antonio wants to do this reform just to create more bureaucracy.
Pero la burocracia ya está dentro porque para poder pasar a ver al director de la escuela de mi hijo tengo que pasar por pedir permiso para 4 personas antes que él.
But bureaucracy already exists because in order for me to be able to speak with the principal of my children's school, I have to first go through 4 different people to be able to speak with the principal of my child's school.
Y si el director tiene tiempo, me atiende, y si no, tengo que hacer cita para dentro de 3 semanas después que llega de vacaciones.
And that's only if the principal has time. Otherwise, I need to make an appointment to see him 3 weeks later after the principal returns from his or her vacation.
Entonces, yo necesito un cambio en el distrito escolar para mejor educación para mis hijos.
Finally, I need a change in the school districts so that my children can have a better education.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Maria Gomez.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Gómez. Soy madre de familia. Tengo 2 hijos que uno va a empezar la junior high y otra hija que va a empezar high school.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Gomez. I'm a mother. I have 2 children. One of my daughters is going to start junior high. Another one will start high school.
Yo soy una madre que soy muy involucrada en las escuelas por 6 años y voluntaria de la escuela 28.
I'm a mother that's been very involved in the school for 6 years and volunteer at the school for over 28 years.
Yo estoy aquí porque estoy apoyando la reforma del señor alcalde Antonio Villarraigosa.
I'm here today because I'm here in support of the Mayor Villarraigosa's reform.
Porque creo yo que sí necesitamos una nueva reforma de cambiar el nivel académico en nuestras escuelas.
Because I truly believe that we do need a new reform in order to change the academic educational level at our schools.
Porque en estos 6 años que yo he estado involucrada en los comités de la escuela, ayudando en las escuelas, me he dado cuenta que el nivel académico no ha aumentado favorablemente.
And during these past 6 years that I've been involved in school committees and in the different levels of education at the schools, I've realized and I've seen that the level of education has not increased at our schools.
Y como todos sabemos que hay demasiada deserción escolar y también mucho vandalismo fuera de las escuelas y eso no ha cambiado totalmente.
We know that a lot of people have lost hope in our schools, and there's also a lot of vandalism that takes care around our schools and in our school, and that has not changed at all.
Necesitamos más seguridad en las escuelas y necesitamos también mejores maestros calificados porque se están yendo a otras áreas y a otros estados.
We also need more security in our schools, and we need better trained teachers in our schools because a lot of them are leaving our school district to other cities and other states.
Por eso es la razón que yo apoyo al señor Antonio Villarraigosa para que se mejore la educación en nuestras escuelas por el bien de nuestros hijos.
This is the reason why I support Mayor Antonio Villarraigosa, so that our school educational system can get better and also will benefit our education for our children.
Porque queremos que nuestros hijos sean personas que lleguen a ser grandes y puedan llegar a la universidad.
Because we wish that our children become great people, great professionals, and be able to assist universities.
Así es de que yo creo que sí necesitamos un cambio y yo apoyo esta reforma que creo que el señor Antonio merece una oportunidad.
So therefore, I do support this reform, and I believe in the reform, and I also believe that Mr. Antonio Villarraigosa deserves a chance.
Y creo yo que ojalá esta nueva reforma mejore la educación, porque sí se merece un cambio en el sistema académico. Gracias.
And I also hope that this reform will better our educational system, because we do need a betterment in our educational system in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Sara Araiza.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sara Araiza. Tengo 2 niñas, una en la escuela Carver Middle School y la otra en la Trinity Elementary. Carver and Trinity. He sido voluntaria y he estado dentro de los comités desde hace 7 años.
Good afternoon, my name is Sara Araiza. I have 2 daughters, one in Trinity Middle School and the other one at Carmen Middle School, and I've been volunteering in different school committees for a number of years.
Yo me he fijado como presidenta de los comités de la escuela las injusticias que hay y que no se han subido el nivel académico, ya.
As president of various school committees, I've noticed that there's inequality in the schools, and also that the level of education has not increased.
Hay muchos estudiantes que están dejando las escuelas y muchas escuelas que por 5 o 6 años han estado bajas académicamente.
A lot of the students are dropping out from school, and a lot of other schools in the past 5 or 6 years have been achieving very low academic standards.
El distrito no ha podido sacar a todas estas escuelas que están dentro de ese nivel académico tan bajo. Y no sé qué es lo que más espera el distrito y por qué ellos tienen miedo.
The school district has not been able to elevate these schools that are in such low academic levels. I don't know why the school district is so afraid.
A que con la propuesta del señor Antonio Villarraigosa, ellos tienen miedo a que él logre lo que ellos no han hecho por tantos años.
I don't know what they're afraid of. Why are they so afraid of Mr. Villarraigosa's proposal? Are they afraid that Mr. Villarraigosa is going to be able to achieve what they have not been able to achieve all this number of years?
Mi hija de la Middle School es de las estudiantes que quieren dejar la escuela.
My daughter, the one that goes to one of the middle schools, she's one of the ones that wants to drop out of school.
He tenido que batallar casi todos los días para que ella no deje la escuela, para que los maestros le den la atención que ella necesita.
And I've had to really struggle so that can keep her in school and also with the teachers so that they can give her the adequate attention that she needs in school so that she can stay there.
Hace 2 años la niña no tuvo maestros en 3 materias, tuvo 18 sustitutos en un año y el distrito escolar no hizo nada al respecto.
2 years ago, my daughter did not have teachers in about 5 subject matters and had 18 substitute teachers, and the school district did not do anything about it.
Es por eso que yo estoy a favor de la reforma educativa, porque necesitamos ver cambios.
This is why I'm for this change in this education, in this reform about education, because we really need to see changes.
Espero que ustedes también nos apoyen en esta reforma porque queremos ver estos cambios porque los niños son el futuro de este país.
And I also hope that you support us in this reform because we really want to see changes since our children are the future for this country.
He hablado con los padres de las 2 escuelas que yo estoy representando y ellos también están de acuerdo conmigo y también están apoyando esta propuesta.
I've talked to parents from both schools, which I'm representing here today. They also agree with me and they also support this reform for the educational system.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Sonia Lucchini.
I also have some handouts. Who do I give
Sonia
those to?
Lucchini?
Yes.
Okay.
I have handouts. Who do I give those to?
Do you have some handouts? The person from the CLA desk will distribute them for you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm Sonia Lucchini, parent of a child with autism, and for the record, I drove myself in my own car and paid $16 for parking. I am not a product of LAUSD propaganda, as we were labeled at the only public hearing on July 27th by Senator Gloria Romero. I've volunteered 8 years now with LAUSD's Special Education Community Advisory Committee, and am pleased to see positive changes occurring for our children in the current system. I am not pleased, however, with the momentum of AB 1381. Someone forgot to discuss this with the constituents first. The entire procedure puts the mock in democracy by circumventing public discussion and denying our ability to vote on this issue before it went to Sacramento. This was a backroom deal, period. Just by rewriting the bill to add parents or place them before teachers in the language does not mean we were involved. This shouldn't have happened first in Sacramento. The voters of Los Angeles should have been given the opportunity to decide this issue before it ever made it to the halls of the Capitol building. As the parent of a special needs child, I'm very concerned with the pilot schools program. Will the mayor cherry pick administrators, teachers, and students to participate? He's more credible if he could take the schools as they stand with the people currently in place using the budget currently available to turn things around. Anyone could take a small number of schools and change things if they could get outside business support and donations, plus have the ability to choose who would participate in this glorious plan. What would happen to the school site councils, bilingual committees, district advisory committees, and other legally mandated parent involvement mechanisms if he is to take full control? Will he become his own local education agency, LEA, and provide special needs services separately from the LAUSD Special Education Local Planning Area? These are some of the issues that are not covered in the bill, which raise the distinct possibility of civil rights violations of students who are not involved in the pilot plan who reside in the neighborhood. Our children are not widgets. They are not consumers who can pick and choose which neighborhoods they live in. Public education is for all, not just ones that would be cherry-picked for this pilot. Stop blaming the district for problems that should have been resolved at the local city level before deciding to take over LAUSD. Your governing body, with the mayor, has the authority now to make neighborhoods better. Make it safe for our children to walk to school. Help develop 3 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Thank you very much.
supervised after.
The next speaker, your time is up. Thank you very much, ma'am. The next speaker will be Scott Folsom. Are you Mr. Folsom?
I am.
Okay.
I have a handout. I'll hand it out later, I guess.
I'll have one of the guards come and take it.
Thank you.
They'll get it distributed. Mr.
Good
Folsom.
afternoon, honorable council members. I'm Scott Folsom. I'm president of Los Angeles 10th District PTA. but I'm here speaking for all the 60,000 PTA members throughout Los Angeles. I'm also speaking for all 1 million PTA members throughout the state of California. The parents arrayed here in support of AB 1381 have T-shirts that say, "We support school reform." I dare say there's no one in this room that doesn't support school reform. Sometimes the parents on my side will wear T-shirts that say, "Parents, not politics." That doesn't make politics a bad word. Politics is your job. The setting of policy is the cutting edge of democracy. But that being said, if this is such a good idea, let's engage in the dialogue that we're not having. Let's have the members of the school board, the members of the mayor's team, parents, teachers' unions members, everyone, let's have the conversation we're not having. If this is such a good idea, let's put it to a vote of the people. And that's really all I have to say. I do have a recent Harvard study. The mayor's team likes to quote Harvard studies. I've got the results of 5 new Harvard studies here that don't look at dropouts, that look at mayoral control. And I ask that you all look at them and make up your own minds and do the right thing for kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be David Wiles.
Good day, honorable council members. My name is David Wiles. I have the honor of being co-chair of the Community Advisory Council for the Los Angeles Unified School District. We are a state-mandated organization formed to represent the interests of all children in special education. As such, we speak on behalf of more than 80,000 students and their more than 160,000 parents and extended families. We are all for reform on both sides of this aisle, I'm sure in the council, but it's the way you go about it. You cannot do reform through a badly conceived, sloppily written, and ill-thought-out measure, AB 1381. I know that the mayor, I voted for him for 3 times, 2 times the primary and 1 in the general election, so I like the man. Or I have liked the man. But this bill does no good for the district. It will lead to chaos and lack of accountability. There was not only no discussion, no consultation, and no input for our special education parents in the mayor's hostile takeover plan for LA Unified, but also little or none from the more than 1.4 million other parents with children in LAUSD. Think about that. The mayor's plan calls for education without representation. Shall we don feathered headdresses and throw books in LA Harbor to protest? No, better we should stay and fight to make our schools better for all of our children and work all together. My son Rio is a high-functioning teenager with autism who has been helped mightily by LAUSD's teachers and therapists. And yet Mayor Villaraigosa and his hostile takeover team consider my son and those of 80,000 plus other students with special needs as leftovers. May I use Mr. Folsom's remaining 25 seconds?
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
May I use?
No, sir. I'm sorry. Your time is up. And our next speaker is Mr. Matthew Dowd.
Then if you would, please pass out my...
The guard will take your papers and he will make sure that they are distributed. Thank you very much. Mr. Matthew Dowd.
Thank you very much. I could only come out in support of this one if I was the mayor. And we know that ain't going to happen. Only because, though, I'd love to get my hands on $13 billion. I'd love that. I could dress as sharp as Councilman Wesson here. I could afford to buy one of these new condos that's coming at Venice Beach. That would be great. $13 billion, let me tell you what that is. It's not 1 million, it's not 100 million, It's not 1,000 million, it's $13,000 million. I'd love to get my hands on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Matthew Rodman.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Matthew Rodman. I am Councilman Rosenthal's appointee to the President's Commission on LAUSD Governance. I was asked by the Chair, David Cunningham, to be here today and answer any questions that you may have regarding the report that I hope each of you have read and digested, specifically the key recommendations, which take up just a few pages in the report itself. The Commission spent a year, as you know, evaluating different governance structures by listening to academics, other professionals, parents, teachers, and came up with recommendations that have the same goals as Assembly Bill 1381, but takes a radically different approach. So I just want to come up here, let you know that I'm available after for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodman. Our next speaker is Ed Burke.
Good morning. I'm Ed Burke, also a member of the President's Commission. I hope you have received the Commission's report. I would hope that you would look at this report before you took any action on the governance of LAUSD. One of the things, as Matthew had mentioned, the Commission has been in existence for a year. They studied the governance, all types of governances. They had over testimony of over 1,000 people, 70 different nationwide scholars and people of note coming forward and testifying on this. In addition, the 17 meetings throughout the communities. One of the first things that we came up with was that any fundamental change in the governance of LAUSD should be taken to the voters of LAUSD. That was before we got into any of the any other of the recommendations. The other recommendations was that the district, we felt, should be decentralized with local control at the school level. They would have a cluster system which would provide for articulation and education forum. The governance would be by a full-time Board of Education with compensation, with full-time compensation, also with term limits, and following the same campaign rules that the city officers follow. The governing board would also have the power to hire and fire the superintendent. They would have control over the budget, which would fund the schools on a weighted student formula.
If I could ask you to conclude, thank you.
Okay. Again, I hope you look at this, and it would be nice if you had a presentation by the Commission. I'm sure
Thank
that
you. We will look forward to scheduling that.
Dave Cunningham come in.
Absolutely. We'll work together with you on that. Thank you. Our next speaker is a member of the Los Angeles Unified School Board, Monica Garcia. The newest member of the school board is here. If you'd like to come forward and give us your comments at this time. Welcome to our chambers. Good to see you.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. It's a privilege to speak to you, City Council members, as leadership of this city. And I wanted to come as a board member, as an educational advocate, as a child whose life was transformed by the opportunity to learn to read and write, to urge your support for change. I'm very concerned about our district, but I'll be the first one to tell you that we have made gains. Things that are happening in Los Angeles are incredible. We're building schools, and we didn't say, let's build one and see what happens. We said, let's put together the vision, the partnership, and all of you came and supported us many, many times. We need the same thing to happen for our instructional program. I represent a school today where their 8th graders have only 13% of the children are proficient or advanced in Algebra 1. Only 11% are proficient or advanced in social science. Only 5% are proficient or advanced in English language arts. These 8th graders are moving on to high school without the skills they need. My concern today is not what happens to me, not what happens to my staff, not whether or not we have established ourselves as a leader in Los Angeles and urban America the last 6 years, but it's what's going to happen next. I don't have the patience to wait a lifetime for children to get to a graduation rate of 100%. And I believe dropouts are preventable. I believe children succeed when we give them the opportunities to learn and grow and believe in themselves. And I'm very concerned that at this state, 2006 in Los Angeles, our district does not have the resources, the support, the vision, or the capacity to get us there. So we all have seen the stories. I'm so glad that so many people today on both sides are here before you, because change is hard. And this is hard work, and it is not easy. I am the 3rd Latina in 155 years, and I'm bringing my personal experience, my professional experience, and my political experience to be the voice for the children who are underserved today. So as leaders in our city, you're counting on this district to help build the great LAUSD that we can be. And I thank you for your time and your consideration, and I encourage you to keep being our partners in making a difference for our kids. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Board Member Garcia. And it was nice to be with you last night at the Belmont Adult School graduation. That was a great event. We next have on the 4 side Taisha Lewis and Jamisha Lewis.
Hi, my name is Taisha Lewis. I'm the peer coordinator for the Say Yes to Children's Network, and I attend Manual Arts High School. With the Say Yes to Children Network and Acorn, and the ones that support Say Yes to Children, support the Reform Police Stand. As a student community activist, I agree with the mayor that improving our schools is the civil right issue of our times. Every child deserves an excellent education with safe schools, qualified teachers, and small classes. Mayor Villaraigosa plan will create a partnership between educators, parents, and the school district. These are the schools that the LAUSD has forgotten, where dropouts outnumber graduates and the achievement gaps holds too many children back. AB 1381 will mean more accountability for parents, teachers, administrators, and yes, the mayor himself. We also must work together to turn around our school. I support Mayor Villaraigosa plan, and I hope you will support the AB 1381.
We're going to reset it for you. Why don't you go ahead and start? Next speaker.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jamisha Lewis, and I am the peer coordinator for Say Yes to Children Network, too. For the parents and teachers, not teachers, but the parents that don't support, can you please realize what is reform? And what I have learned in school, the 3 main words, transform, reform, and maintainer. So look up the definition for reform. Well, I urge you to support the AB 1381, Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa's bill to reform the Los Angeles Unified School District. For years, we have heard about plans to give communities more control over our schools, yet the LAUSD is more central than ever. The AB the AB 1381 is about the community control. It will give parents, teachers, and principals more authority over their schools, and it will improve coordination between cities and the district to make our schools safe and expand after-school programs. We don't need more empty promises. We need change. Please support the AB 1381. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. From the against side, we'll take, we have one more speaker, and we're now 28 minutes beyond initial 10. There was not a specific amount given, but we have a number of other speaker cards. Some of those folks have graciously given back their time, but Ubaldo Tlatoa is our next speaker. And then we'll hear from the Mama de una Escuela, Leticia Juarez. And that'll be our last speaker. Then I'll read into the record the other ones unless the council member makes a motion to extend.
Buenas tardes, buenos días. Disculpen, necesito que me traduzca, por favor.
Un momento.
Ya son tarde. Buenas tardes cada uno de los concejales. Mi nombre es Leticia Juárez. He vivido casi como 40 años en Boyle Heights. Es una lástima que los padres se hayan dividido porque debemos de estar juntos. Y yo he trabajado en distintas maneras en las escuelas.
Good afternoon, my name is Leticia Juarez. I've lived in Boyle Heights for 40 years. It's really a shame that the parents have divided in this manner because I have been working with the school.
Entre todos, hasta ahorita, la mayoría de los que estaban en mi comunidad, como 4 personas han quedado porque la mayoría, si no se han muerto, están enfermos, pero es causa de tanto andar uno adentro del Distrito Escolar de Los Ángeles, resolviendo problemas muy graves.
A lot of people that participated in my community, there's only 4 of us left because some have decided to just leave the group and others have passed away because it's a constant doing, going and asking to try to solve the problems and going up to the school district to help.
Yo les pido a los padres que es muy bueno el cambio, está bien, es muy importante y gracias al señor Villaraigosa que nos ha oído a cada uno de los padres.
I ask all the parents and I tell them that change is good, that it's a good change and it is very welcome. And we thank Mayor Villaraigosa for giving us the opportunity for this change. I also ask my fellow parents.
Nosotros necesitamos soluciones, no necesitamos experimentos que año con año ponen un experimento para que esto sí va a trabajar, esto sí va a trabajar. Nunca ha trabajado, son casi 16 años.
I ask for my fellow parents to join me in asking for real solutions, not experiment after experiment after experiment. For many years already, they've been using all this as experiments, but we haven't really seen anything that's worked or anything that has been fixed.
Nadie sabe los problemas que están adentro de las escuelas más que los padres. ¿Qué es lo que pasa con sus hijos?
No one knows really what exists inside the schools but the parents. The parents are the ones who truly know what's going on with their children in the schools.
Porque hay un problema que el Distrito Escolar de Los Ángeles no hay abogado para abogar por nuestros hijos.
There's a problem also that within the school district there doesn't exist an activist, a defender who can help defend us with our children.
Nosotros los padres somos los abogados, somos los que abogamos por nuestros hijos cuando hay un conflicto. Es verdad que cuando van a pedirle la palabra al director, pero para eso hay una mesa directiva para uno dialogar por el padre.
We are the ones as parents that are activists and we defend our children. We're the ones that go and defend our rights for our children. There does exist a board where you can sit down and you can discuss as activists what's going on with the parent and the children.
Una recomendación, padres, no piensen muy bien lo que van a hacer. El cambio es muy bueno.
One last recommendation to the parents, please think it through what you're about to do. Change is good, but
no nos vayamos a arrepentir. Acuérdense que está en juego la educación de nuestros hijos.
let's not regret it in the future. Just remember that what's at stake here, it's our children's education.
A cada uno de los concejales les pido, por favor, que en mi casa decían que voy a dialogarlo con la almohada. Así les digo yo a ustedes, dialóguenlo con la almohada y denle la razón, porque aquí los estudiantes son los que juegan el...
As we used to have a saying at home, and this is what I want to advise all the council people to please do, to talk it over with your pillow. Talk it over with your pillow and discuss it and see what turns out and results in this educational system reform. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker, Ubaldo Tlatoa.
Hi, my name is Ubaldo Clato. I'm a high school student at Lincoln Heights. I got a question for Antonio Regosa. How do you expect to take over the LAUSD if you promised the South Central farmers to save the farm? There's 350 families. He promised to save the farm, and the problem is that we are not being exposed to positive environments, and that is the problem, because the environment helps children to learn how to grow plants, learn how to meet new people, everything right there. So Villaraigosa, you're funny. You're trying to take over the LAUSD. You promised the farmers. You can't even keep your word. So don't even try to take over the LAUSD. That's it. I vote for no.
Thank you. The cards that we were unable to hear from today was Melissa Churchwell, Adriana Churchwell, John Jackson, Florence Atkins, LaShawn Smith, Aida Aguilar, Carmelita Sanchez, Julie Rodriguez, Alma Marquez, Nancy, I think it's Hernandez, and Naji Ali. Those were the other cards we'd like to read into the record. We do also have the president of the Los Angeles Unified School Board here today, Marlene Cantor. I'd like to ask her to come forward to the table here. She is before us, and want to welcome her first to the council chambers. It's good to have a friend to these city council chambers in the city with us today, and wanted to give you the opportunity. I know you are here with general counsel, want to make a presentation to us as well.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here too, and hello to all of my friends and colleagues, to Jose, and to be speaking on such an important issue. And I think I don't have any notes, I don't have any speech, I'm going to talk to you from my heart. I've been doing this work all my life. I've been in education all of my life. I started as a teacher. I went into a business that worked training teachers. I've been working on reform all of my adult career, so I'm proud to wear. I don't particularly know if there's a side to supporting reform, but I support reform, and I am deeply concerned about this bill, and I wouldn't be doing this day in and day out, speaking to, I think I've been to almost all of your offices. If not, I'm sorry, but I have been on the phone and in Sacramento 11 times, because I'm very concerned that the substance of this bill, the intent of this bill, I believe in. I believe in partnerships. I'm thrilled to have a mayor, and I also voted for the mayor. I'm thrilled to have a mayor and a city that wants to partner with a school district on behalf of the children. I don't believe this bill does this. I don't believe that you need legislation to form partnerships. Partnerships are based on dialogue. Partnerships are based on relationships. I have not been part of this dialogue. I represent, there's a lot of concessions that are being made as this dialogue progresses. Every day I look at the newspaper for another interest group that has had a concession made in the legislation in order to gain support. I'm here doing what I know how to do, which is representing my constituency, the kids, the parents, and the employees of the district, the board, that have not had any concessions made and have not been part of this dialogue. I do not think that that's the kind of role modeling that we do as leaders in a city when we talk about partnership. This bill and the progression of this bill has been from the beginning about politics. It's driven underneath that by a passion for children, which I don't think there's any one of us who works in the area of working with children doesn't have. I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency. But let me just tell you that when I got here 6 years ago with Jose, we had come off of not only a decade of flatlining in LAUSD, but almost a generation of flatlining in LAUSD. There's a reason why we have so many dropouts. It's not algebra that's the gateway, it's reading. Reading is the gateway to your success, and for a generation in LAUSD and other urban districts, they had not been teaching reading. Children were moving into middle school and high schools without knowing how to read. I was lucky I came here a year after the board had selected a national reform leader, Roy Romer. In the years that he has been superintendent, and with a board that has supported strategies and put strategies in place, we have finally begun to move the needle. I'm not here to tell you that it's moving far enough, and I'm not here to even tell you that it's moving fast enough, but it is moving faster than the entire state of California. And it's not moving fast based on politics. It's moving fast, and it's moving based on substance, strategies, focus, and constant revision and reevaluating implementation. This has been done on a daily basis for the 6 years that I've been here and that the superintendent has been here. I am afraid the substance, which I'm not sure how many people have read down to the bottom line of it, I'm afraid that the substance of this is going to jeopardize the successes we have made, because none of the work that we have been doing is written inside of this bill. And so for the most important piece of this, when you're talking about children, I don't understand why we haven't looked at what's working and written that into the basis of this. It's not there because we have not been part of this dialogue. The other things that I'm concerned about have to do with the fact that people talk about bureaucracies, and bureaucracies are too big. This is building in a second layer of bureaucracy. I think you need to take notice of that. It's also, as has been complained in the other cities that have mayoral involvement or control, it lacks transparency. As a board member, I will not be able to see budget items that I see now that make it, that it's the critical aspect of your implementation, is your allocation of dollars. Board members will be seeing one sheet of paper that has object level lines of how much money is being spent in large areas. I don't believe this is the kind of work that elected officials, the solely elected officials that are here representing children, should be doing. So it blurs, well, it lacks transparency, it builds another bureaucracy, it doesn't build on the successes that we've had in the curriculum. But it also, in the way that the accountability piece is written, with ratification of hiring and firing, the superintendent will now be serving two masters. I ran a company, and any of you who have worked or ran companies or work in any area, you cannot have anybody serving two masters. It blurs accountability to where you point your finger as to who's in charge. I don't think that is what we want. And finally, when it comes to the clusters, clusters are great ideas, partnerships are great ideas. We have partnerships building all over the city. Partnerships are not, in my opinion, based on legislation. They're certainly not based on sunset clauses that start something and then can say, well, if it doesn't work, let's stop it. The way we're working at LAUSD, and I took this job, by the way, to get inside the system, because if you're not inside the system, how do you know how to change it? But the way we're working inside the system, if something doesn't work, we work to refine it and change it. The cluster system is going to be focusing on 3 groups in a partnership that gives the authority to the mayor and the liability to the school board. I don't know how you would feel if that was done to you. Liability, the school board still has the liability. The mayor has the authority. That's not a partnership. I know the difficult position each and every one of you are in, because I've spoken almost to each and every one of you. I know this is a very, very difficult political conversation. It is in Sacramento as well. There's not a legislator that I have spoken to, and believe me, I've spoken to many of them, that feel that this is not flawed legislation. But there's a drive for change and a drive for children that seemingly goes beyond substance, and I'm concerned about that. And so I have relentlessly been opposing this legislation, not because of the intent, because of the substance. I don't want to create chaos to a district that's on the move. I've also relentlessly been pursuing a partnership, and I'm here today to reach out to all of you to make sure that you know that as an elected official, my hand is reach out to each of you to join us at LAUSD to help us push the wheelbarrow up the mountain. We're halfway there. Change reform in urban districts has been noted to take 10 years. We're 6 years into it. I can guarantee you, going where we're going with you helping us as a true partnership, not legislated in legislation that Kevin will discuss has many flaws, but in a true partnership, I'm telling you, we can get that wheelbarrow to the top of the hill for the kids. Thank you.
If we could take about 2 minutes on that, and then I'd ask both of you, if you can, to stay. We have many representatives that are here. I assume, colleagues, we will, as we go through questions and answers, want to hear from district representatives, from mayor's representatives, and other people. So we'll just ask if you can, somebody
Kevin will be
to stay
able
here.
to
Okay,
speak.
but why don't you take 2 minutes right now to go through some stuff?
Thank you, President Garcetti, members of the council. I will not go through all of the ways in which I believe the legislation is deeply flawed, being written as it was very hurriedly in the months of June and July. I do want to talk about the things that I believe should be of utmost concern to this council, and that is the unconstitutionality of the bill and the way in which it will impose costs and potential liabilities upon the city of Los Angeles. As many of you are probably aware, the Legislative Council for the state legislature has declared that the bill, or the concept in the bill, of transferring authority of the operation of some of the schools and authority over the selection of the superintendent potentially violates Article 9, Section 6 of the Constitution, a provision that has been the law of this state since for 60 years now, in which it was declared that cities are to focus on municipal affairs and school districts, and their governing boards are to operate the schools. We believe that there is a fundamental problem in this bill the amendments did not fix that remains. More important, I believe, to the City Council is the problem with the home rule provisions of the Constitution's Article 11 and the way in which this bill violates the sovereignty of this city's charter. Under the home rule provisions of the Constitution, the conduct of the city is governed by the charter as it was enacted by the voters. That charter declares the role for a school board to govern the schools. It declares a role for the mayor to be the chief executive of the municipality. This bill violates that charter by mushing those two actions together, and it does it primarily, although not exclusively, through the creation of the so-called mayoral partnership. Under the legislation as it is drafted, all control over these three clusters of schools are to be transferred to the partnership, and the partnership is to be under the direction of the mayor. That is the language, that's a paraphrase of the language of the bill. All of the authority that otherwise would belong to the superintendent and the board are to be transferred to the partnership, which is to act under the direction of the mayor. Functionally, what the bill does is create a new department of city government in the mayor's office for the operation of 30 to 40 schools, which, if they were at their own school district, would probably rank in one of the top 20 school districts in the state of California. There is no authority in the charter for the city of Los Angeles for the mayor to undertake that work. In order for that authority to exist, the charter would need to be changed. And I had earlier asked the clerk to distribute to the members of the council copies of a truly excellent analysis done by your city attorney's office for the Joint President's Commission that analyzed what it would take to change the charter, and making the recommendation at that time of the city attorney that any major structural reforms of the governance of LA Unified School District be submitted to the voters. Lastly, I wanted to address the issue of liability. While I know that amendments have been offered in the legislation, and I see even more robust versions of those amendments distributed today, I presume authored by the city attorney's office, I do not believe that the costs that this bill have associated can be successfully taken from the city and taken from the city's general fund. That provision of the partnership I just described, in which all of the control, all of the powers of the board and the superintendent are transferred to the mayor's partnership, means that the mayor will be in control. Who is to give the mayor legal advice when it comes to his operation of the schools? Is it the city attorney's office, or is it the Office of General Counsel for Los Angeles Unified School District? What if there's a conflict between what the partnership wishes to do and what the district wishes to do? I, as the general counsel for the district, report to the Board of Education, the highest authority for the board. The mayoral partnership does not. I may be able to offer my advice, but they are not my client. I do not know how that could possibly operate without the city attorney's office being involved in being the lawyers for the partnership. There are risks and liabilities, and while the legislation, particularly given these new amendments, would try to transfer all costs in a stunning piece of public policy, the likes of which I have never seen before, in which you've totally separated accountability from responsibility, you cannot, I believe, put impact on this and truly insulate the city from liability for federal law, for our obligations under federal consent decrees, or for violations of the federal constitutional rights of students.
I can ask
I'm
you to
happy to
conclude.
respond to other questions that the council may have.
Thank you. And colleagues, we have district council, we have city attorney, we have mayor's council here as well, we have chief legislative analyst, we have a whole bench, a very deep bench full of folks to ask many questions of. So feel free to draw on that. Would the mayor's office like to present now or just be available? Okay. So I'd like to call on our first speaker from the council then, Mr. Padilla. If I can ask you to join us. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your presence here. Mr. Padilla and then Mr. Weiss. Sorry?
Thank you,
Anybody
Mr.
can call them forward. We asked them, and they said they're available to answer any questions.
President. Actually, before I speak and begin my questioning, I would like the CLA to come forward along with the city attorney and representative of the mayor's office, probably Mr. Sines here, and beginning with Mr. Miller, give to the council an overview of the legislation as it currently stands. And when he's done, any additional comments from the city attorney and any additional or final comments from Mr. Sines. So the council is very clear as to what it is that we're being asked to consider, the specific content and substance of AB 1381. And Mr. President, would you please hold my time?
Well, very briefly, in terms of the entire legislation, in essence, what the bill would do is narrow the focus, or at least the intent of the bill, is to narrow the focus of the school board to a policy-making body. It would transfer the vast majority of administrative contracting and other functions to the school superintendent, and it would establish the partnership, the Council of Mayors, the Council of Mayors, and then in addition to that, we have the cluster situation, which has been addressed here by many of the speakers, which would provide direct control over certain low-performing school clusters. Now, our report focused primarily on issues that we felt that the city needed to deal with, that the legislation, impacts that the legislation could have on the city. Those had to do with potential liability. Again, the concern with, I think that's been expressed here, with the increased mayoral involvement. I think the legislation clearly indicates that the vision of the Council of Mayors is that they are part of the public school system, not the City of Los Angeles, but we did recommend some changes that would protect the city from liability. Some were proposed, and city attorney is here today with some revised language, which I believe Speaker said was even more robust along those issues. We also expressed some concern on school siting issues, and the legislation was amended to include memorandum of understanding between the Council of Mayors and the school district, and your joint committees then strengthened that further by requiring council involvement in negotiating that memorandum of understanding. That would lay out the process through which schools would be cited. It provides an opportunity to negotiate consideration of land use issues and other public policy issues, as well as public input on how schools would be cited. So in a nutshell, I think that's the CLA report before you.
Thank you.
My name is Valerie Flores, and I'm an assistant city attorney. And our office prepared a general overview of the legal principles that would be applicable to changing the governance of LAUSD. And we presented that report to the President's Joint Commission on LAUSD Governance in January of this year. The report has been on the city's website since February. The report highlighted the constitutional and other state law issues that would bear on any change to governance. And I do want to make one correction to what was said by Mr. Reed, and that is our report did mention that in order to be most defensible, a piece of legislation changing LAUSD governance should consider changing both state and city law, including the charter. But we did not opine specifically on the current litigation. I'm sorry, the current bill. We didn't have that available to us at the time. And we do believe that there have been some amendments to the bill that speak to some of the constitutional issues, those being Article 11, Section 5, and Article 9, Section 6. We also want to note that although there are constitutional concerns and other concerns, that this is a novel bill in the state of California, and therefore it's up to a court to decide ultimately on the constitutionality of the legislation. We did, however, realizing that there have been threats of lawsuits over the bill, tried to strengthen the liability language in the bill. And so we circulated this morning some proposed language, and I'd like to go over that briefly with you. We understood the intent of the original bill to transfer liability from the cities and the county when they are acting in cooperation with the school district on school issues to the school system. And we believe that that intent is consistent with other amendments in the bill that were recently made to bring the Council of Mayors and the community partnership within the public school system for purposes of Article 9, Section 6 of the Constitution. The first change we made was to eliminate some limiting languages in current Section 35900 subdivision F1 that limited liability protection only to services given to the school district. Instead, we crossed that out and we've elaborated with a new subsection F2, which would intend to cover the city for all litigation of any sort, including the threatened litigation to the constitutionality of the bill, and also ongoing litigation arising out of the conduct of the Council of Mayors or the community partnership, or any other role that the City Council ultimately plays in connection with school district matters. In Section F3, we have proposed language to make sure that it's clear that the Mayor's Community Partnership and the Council of Mayors is entitled to the immunity that's available to other parts of the school system that's given in Section 818 of the Government Code. And lastly, in Section F4, we wanted to address the issue that was lacking in the original F1 regarding the issue of punitive damages, again, to try to insulate the city officials and employees, the county officials, and the city officials for other cities in connection with any claims brought. We do want to note, as was noted earlier by Mr. Reed, that state legislation cannot immunize the city from federal claims, but we've tried to, with this revision, give as much protection as we thought we could to the city in relation to state claims. And we also would like to end by noting that as a policy matter, this council remains free to accept some of the liability for the work that it does in connection with the school district, but we wanted to give you the option of the most stringent language we could come up with to try to protect you when you do involve yourself and the mayor involves himself in school matters.
Councilmember, you've asked what amendments are being considered. I want to answer that. You know what's in the bill with the amendments that have been submitted so far. And at the committee hearing, I did indicate that there were 3 items under consideration, and they still are under consideration. Those were to expand the eligible high schools for the Mayor's Community Partnership to include both Decile 1 and Decile 2 schools. Second, to expand on the requirements of the public posting of contracts over $250,000. And third, to make clear that the legislation does nothing to replace or change the Bond Oversight Committee and other protections on bond funds in the district. I would add to that today that we are considering and in conversation with the co-authors of the legislation and other sponsors of the legislation, other amendments that would clarify certain things, but a few that I wanted to bring to your attention that are more substantive. One is State Senator Kevin Murray has asked us to consider including something along the lines of an ombudsperson to deal with parent concerns or complaints about the district, and we are in conversation about that. Second, we are in conversation about an amendment that would provide a right to review and comment on sub-areas of the budget, local areas, to council members and mayors. That was in response to a concern from the Southeast cities, but the provision in conversation, depending how it's ultimately drafted, would also apply to the members of this city council as well, providing a right to see and have the superintendent present budgetary information about the local areas of the district. We are also, as has been reported, in conversation about some changes to the Council of Mayors to respond to concerns from the other cities, specifically recognizing that in those other cities they have a rotational mayor system and would want to have continuity and would want to have an ability to designate someone who could serve over many years. And second, as has been reported, we are in conversation about a raising of the required proportional vote to potentially 90% with regard to the matters on which the Council of Mayors votes, which is specifically superintendent items. And I will finish by conclude by saying one of those amendments that we're in conversation on and will continue to discuss with the city attorney is the liability provision. We absolutely share the aim. It is absolutely appropriate that the school district, which is provided money by the state to run a school system, a portion of that money provided by the state is for risk management and liability protection. It is absolutely appropriate that those who are involved in running the schools draw off of that money for any liability. By the same token, we want to make sure that there is no transfer of liability that today belongs to the city inappropriately being transferred in the future to the district. But we share the concern that liability should be where it is today with the school district with respect to the running of the schools and with the city with respect to the things that the city does. So we'll be working with the city attorney on the language that they have presented. Those, I think, are the additional amendments that are in consideration at this point, other than a few other clarifications of amendments that have already been submitted.
Thank you to the 3 of you. Colleagues, I know it's been lengthy, but it is complex, it is in depth, and it's a serious matter that we have before us today. I want to begin my comments by saying a couple of things. I'm going to end up pushing my button again to actually ask questions. First of all, Mr. Sines led off with a response to a question that I had asked in committee about what future amendments we can anticipate. One of just recognizing the evolution of this legislation. And honestly, one of my personal points of frustration, this bill, which was first introduced in early 2005, has been amended 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and probably will be amended again, dating back from May of 2005 through most recently August 7th and 8th, just a few days ago. And so this council is being asked to take a position for or against the bill that has evolved, has changed, and we may not be completely sure what the final version of the bill is. So I just want to recognize that. But that being said, another key point of the evolution of this bill is really looking back to those early days of 2005 when there was a lot of discussion during the course of the last mayor's race about the state of public schools in Los Angeles. And there was a lot of talk specifically from our current mayor about the concept of a mayoral takeover of the LA Unified School District or mayoral control of the LA Unified School District. Early controversies surrounding that discussion were in response to sort of proposals, formal or otherwise, about doing away with the school board, for example, and having a superintendent report directly to the mayor. Then it changed. It became a concept or proposal, formal or informal, about an appointed school board, not an elected school board, a school board that would be appointed by the mayor. That, again, has evolved, has changed. And now what we're looking at is sort of a restructuring, a redefinition of a school board. We're maintaining a school board, we're maintaining an elected school board, but the specific scope of functions, of authority, of jurisdiction of that board will change and be adjusted to accommodate the role of the mayor of the city of Los Angeles and the other mayors of the cities served by the LA Unified School District. And so now we're into the nitty-gritty of that, I believe. In this time frame, we've also had a very substantive, lengthy process conducted by the commissioners and the co-chairs of the President's Joint Commission on LAUSD Governance, a commission process that this council voted to create, that this council voted to invest in, to the tune of nearly $500,000. And at the last debate and discussion we had around these educational issues in this horseshoe, specifically whether or not or when to place a ballot measure before the voters, as Mr. Weisler has proposed, that reflected the school board members, their term limits, their contribution limits, etc. We emphasized then, and I think we ought to recognize yet again today, the significant input that that commission process has had into this overall civic debate about the state of public schools in Los Angeles. That being said, I want to first of all commend the CLA for their reports that they've put out, and specifically the recommendation which the committees that whose reports are before us today chose to amend address three areas of concern. The first two related to the role of the City Council. Is there a role, should there be a role for the City Council as it pertains to school site selection? We all know that the school district has embarked on a very aggressive, very significant school construction program. Land use and planning is usually the bailiwick of the city, yet the school district's powers of eminent domain, etc., supersede ours. As we're restructuring the relationship between the city and the school district, or proposing to anyway, what is the role of the City Council in that process? Part and parcel with that is, what is the role of the council, if any, as it pertains to joint use programs with the school district? And I think both of those concerns, to my satisfaction, have been addressed by an amending motion offered by Mr. Smith and Wesson and Mr. Wesson and Smith. And that's part of the file and recommendations before us today. But I think a final concern, just to begin the debate, to stimulate the debate, and I'll come back with other questions in specific areas of the legislation, is a clear choice that this City Council has to make when it comes to liability, legally or financially. On the legal side, there's of course, due process in this country, and anybody is free to sue the school district, to sue the city of Los Angeles with or without merit, and there's a judicial system that takes care of that. But when it comes to a fiscal impact to the city of Los Angeles, I'm not saying good, bad, right, wrong, we should or we shouldn't, but it ought to be a very conscious choice this city is making to either pursue, suggest amendments to the legislation that will leave the city's general fund immune from any fiscal impacts brought upon it by any governance changes of the school district, or we can choose to leave that door open to further commit city resources towards public school district operations. And if we choose to leave that door open, as we discussed in committee, then an appropriate process for that appropriation of dollars is our current city budget. The mayor can propose ways of spending city dollars, and this council should deliberate on that and agree or amend or disagree with those proposals. We have that balance of power here at the city. So with all that being said, trying to add to the context here, let me just, as I take my seat, formally move the Intergovernmental Relations Committee report that's before us. We have an Intergovernmental Relations Committee and an Education and Neighborhoods Committee report. So I want to move the IGR Committee report.
Is there a second?
Okay. Mr. Reyes seconds. Oh, sorry, Mr. Smith, sorry. I don't know who it was. Mr. Weiss is next, then Ms. Hahn, then Ms. Gruhl, then Ms. Perry, then Mr. Reyes. Mr. Weiss. You want to pass? Okay. Ms. Hahn is our next speaker then?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, those of you who heard me speak in our joint committee the other day know how I feel about this and how I'm going to vote on this. And I am rising today to support this. I'm going to move my Education and Neighborhoods report, which I think was a cleaner report on how we move forward. But I will tell you, thank you. I have my teaching credential. I started out as an educator. I taught 30 years ago in a small private school in Westchester, and many of the students that we had were there because the parents were frustrated 30 years ago with some of the public schools in LAUSD. And you're right, they came to me, and I taught junior high and high school, and those kids could not read. And many of them were in 9th grade, and they had come through the public school system and could not read. So 30 years ago, we were struggling with some of these issues. When I became a city council member in 2001, I'd come off a campaign where I had gone door to door and asked for people to vote for me for city council. And overwhelmingly, one of the first things people would ask me as I stood on their porch was, what are you going to do about our schools? You've got to help us improve our schools. And at that point, it wasn't worth it to go into a discussion of, well, that's the school board's problem. I'm running for city council, and we don't really have jurisdiction over the schools. Because I realized that we should have jurisdiction over the schools. We should have a way to improve our schools, because the kids that are in the school district are the same kids that are in my 15 council district and your council district. The parents of the school district are the parents that are my constituents as well. And as an educator, I cared about our schools. So when I became a councilwoman, one of the first conversations I had with Alex Padilla when he was trying to get my support to be the president of this esteemed body, I said, I think we ought to have a committee in the city council that actually worked to form a partnership with the school district. And for the first time in the history of this body, Alex Padilla created the Committee on Education and Neighborhoods, a standing committee in the city of Los Angeles that was there to jointly partner with the school district. And we worked on issues together. Our LA's Best program is probably the most visible program that we have in the city of Los Angeles that partners with the school districts. But I will tell you, that partnership has been frustrating. We haven't always gotten what we've asked for. I have not always gotten what I've asked for, whether it would be school siting, whether it would be programs that I was urging the school district to incorporate in their daily educational program. I fought to have a gang alternative program go into the 4th grades in the school district. Many of the principals were supportive. Many of them were not. The local superintendents weren't always supportive of that, even though I had the mothers coming up to me saying, Ms. Hahn, what we really care about is keeping our kids out of gangs, because they're not going to school because they're afraid to walk to school. They're not going to school. They're not getting an education because the gangs are overwhelmingly pressuring them. So I think this really is the next step. going from having a committee that tries to partner with the school district to fully having a real partnership with LAUSD by having the mayor of Los Angeles have more control, particularly over the 3 worst performing clusters. And I'll end with saying I have 6 high schools in my district. And there was some debate and arguments between the school district on what stats we were throwing around in terms of the graduation rate. So UCLA had their own stats, and then the state has their own, which are probably more conservative. These are just the high schools in my council district. Banning High School in Wilmington. UCLA says that 34% of the kids are graduating. The state puts it at 52. Gardena High School. UCLA says 49% of those kids are graduating. The state gives them a little bit more, 55%. Jordan High School in South Los Angeles. UCLA says that 42% of those kids are graduating. The state says, hey, we'll give them 53%. Locke High School in the heart of South Central Los Angeles. UCLA says 23% of the kids are graduating. The state gives them a whopping 31%. Both of those statistics are criminal.
If I can ask you to conclude.
Narbonne has 42%, San Pedro High 57% or 74%. And with all due respect to the mayor having the power and the school district having the liability, what I would say today is the school district has had the power, but the communities have had the liability. Is this bill perfect? No. But I'm here to say I'm ready to try something different. And I would like to have the worst performing cluster. I would like that to be the Locke High School cluster, and I would support that 100%. I want to be more involved in reform in the school districts for our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. We have Ms. Gruhl, Ms. Perry, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Zime, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Padilla for a second time. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Hahn. You know, there's nothing like a kind of a picture of what is happening here in the city of Los Angeles. As you all know, I mean, this is a bit personal for me as a son, having a mother of a 3-year-old, and the future of the educational system. As Ms. Hahn mentioned, when we walked precincts, and Bill Rosendahl and I have talked about this, when you walk and talk to people, they say to you, what can you do about the schools? Because they assume that we have some control over it. And I know that's the same kind of responsibility or response that the mayor has gotten when he ran for mayor of the city of Los Angeles and as a city council member as well. In some parts of my district, people have told me they have paid anywhere, and this is in the last 4 or 5 years, $10,000 to $100,000 more for their home to be in an area where they can go to that school. Where they can go to that school. In my district, it's Carpenter Avenue Elementary School. And we've seen in a lot of schools some improvement. And we've seen that. But to me, it's not fast enough, and that the future of our children depends on us moving more quickly. Ms. Hahn mentioned LA's Best. I was there almost 20 years ago when we approached the school district and said, we want to be able to put an after-school program on your campuses for free. We will pay for it. And at that time, and I think today's school board would probably act differently, but at that time they told us no. Why do you care about what's happening on our schools? They are our schools. And I responded, it's a community school. And if we don't take care of them in high school or in elementary school, they become issues for us. And what we've heard from the mayor and from the city council and from people out in the community, because I've been to several of the community meetings where they've talked about how to improve our educational system, is they know to have a very strong city, we need to have a strong educational system. Whether you are from the business community, whether you are a parent, whether you are a teacher or a principal. I have a lot of private schools in my district. People are paying to do that. And I have a lot of parents who say to me, but my school is really great. And I say to them, that's fabulous at your public school, that you have a magnet or you have a small cluster program and specific. I said, but go to other parts of this city. And sometimes it's not very far. It's only a few miles that you go to a different part of the city where they don't have the same options. Another personal story, which I won't tell you exactly who this is, but someone who I work with, who came to me trying to make sure that her daughter could get into a magnet school. And I called someone who had been involved in the school district before, and I told this individual where her daughter might go to school. And she said, do everything in your power to get her into one of those magnets, because that school is not the place for her. We shouldn't have schools like that. And when you talk to parents who are desperate, and it's become a have and have-nots, what we see, whether it be housing or other issues in the city, the same happens in schools, where some of those lower performing schools and lower income parts of our area are not getting the kind of resource. We should be a city that depends on every level. Now, you know, parents have to make difficult choices when they're looking out for their future and the future of their children. And as I've mentioned before, Superintendent Romer and Marlene Cantor, I want to acknowledge Marlene because she really believes in what she's been doing and has given up a lot to be a school board member and the president of the school board, and have appreciated her role in that. But to me, it's just not fast enough, and that what I've heard from people is we do need to do something. And as we don't need to repeat the statistics that have been outlined today, but I believe the status quo is not acceptable, and that we have to make that change. And this is not about rhetoric. This is about the future of the city. And never in the history have I seen so many people attending meetings to talk about our future. Now, a lot of people say, should the people vote, not vote? How should this happen? Well, there's a reason that there is a state legislature that makes some decisions about our educational future. And I know Mr. Garcetti is giving me, I may have to press my button again. But there is a reason why we have a state legislature that makes decisions about operational issues in the state of California, and to guarantee a semblance of responsibility and accountability. And so with the urgency that we have today, it's critical that we pass this today. Is it a cure-all? No, but it represents to me our best chance of saving our children and the future of the city. And so we are counting on this, working in the city. My son's counting on it, I'm counting on it, and our children. And I will conclude and press my button again. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Perry is our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I want to say that critical discourse about an issue that affects all of the people of Los Angeles is a good thing, and this is a positive opportunity for us to vet our opinions and our feelings and our thoughts on this. And so with that in mind, I want to ask Mr. Miller on the issue of indemnification with respect to, I think it was referenced in your report. Can you just walk me through this very short synopsis on the indemnification of the city of Los Angeles in the future, should this plan be adopted? Please hold my time.
Well, I'll be happy to give you the concepts. I think City Attorney would more appropriately address some of the specifics. But our concern was to ensure that there continued to be a separation between the school district and the public school system and the City of Los Angeles, so that when our mayor is acting in his role as the Council of Mayors, there is not some assumed connection with the city and some liability that would flow from that. That is what we're after in our discussions with the mayor's office and city attorney. They've worked very hard to try and reflect that in the bill.
What is the process by which, I'm not as interested in the details of that at this point, I just want to know the process from the perspective of us as the policy-making body. What will be the process in which we would be able to participate in the development of the policy of that once the city attorney and the CLA and all the affected departments make their recommendations on what would be appropriate in terms of indemnifying the city of Los Angeles? Hold my time.
Well, again, I'm not sure I entirely understand the question. I think that
I guess let me clarify then. How would we as council members be able to participate in the process of, I guess, deciding what our approach to indemnification would be in some final, the final bill, final document.
Okay. Well, the process would be to seek amendments to the bill to insert the language that the city attorney is recommending from a process standpoint.
Okay, and then what we would be voting on today includes the recommendations from the city attorney today?
Yes.
Okay, and then can you
That would
just-
be my recommendation, yes.
And so you, as a CLA, after analyzing the amendment as recommended or drafted by the city attorney, do you believe that that would be sufficient enough to provide us with that level of indemnification at this point? Hold
Well,
my
again,
time.
I think the sufficiency of that language, that truly is an attorney question. I think the concepts I've expressed, and I believe that every effort is made to address those. But again, that is a specific legal language or question as to whether or not this language does in fact protect the city from that liability.
Okay, if I could have the city attorney respond. Hold my time, please.
Yes, thank you. We have endeavored, looking at case law, statutory law, both state and federal, to craft a provision that protects the city officials, and city employees to the greatest extent possible. And that's reflected in the language that we circulated today. I did want to note again that we cannot, through state law, protect from federal prosecution or federal liability, but we have attempted to cover all manners of lawsuits, including any challenge to the bill itself, which has already been threatened and could go all the way up to the Supreme Court, given the novelty and also the importance of this public issue. And also one clause that we have in here would require that the reimbursement to the city for any, not just the city's protected from liability, but if the city's sued, it can recoup its costs for defending the lawsuit, including its costs on a monthly basis. So it doesn't have to wait until the end of a lawsuit to recover.
Okay.
Also, we've attempted to ensure that the Council of Mayors, in which the mayor will participate, as well as the community partnership in which the mayor will participate, and perhaps other city employees as well, that they receive the full immunity that's given under Section 818 of the Government Code. And also, we've attempted to address a potential assessment of punitive damages against the city officials, and city employees.
Okay, thank you very much. Two other quick issues that I need to raise as the elected officials, the council members for the city of Los Angeles. Many of us, particularly in areas where we have higher density and less geography, have been wrestling with school siting issues. My district has been the beneficiary of an enormous number of new schools, and this has been something that LAUSD has done in an extraordinary way. They have done an incredible job in getting these schools built and up and running. And while we may, on occasion, get into conflict about where to site those schools, I have to say that they've done an extremely good job on doing that. Being said, I do want to say that I think it's extremely important that council members remain involved in the land use decision-making process of siting of schools. The reason being is, for example, my district, Mr. Reyes' district, we do not have a lot of available land. We do have a lot of government easements, government right-of-ways. We have a lot of blight. We have a lot of activities that would merit perhaps being removed, but we need to be able to have the opportunity to give that input in a way that has a legal effect and an actual point of intervention through a process. If we lose that, many cases we may lose an opportunity for parents, people whose homes are being taken, to go to another venue and get some much needed relief. So I do think it's incumbent upon us to retain that input and that control. The other thing that I think is very, very critical, and I faced this when I was first elected, and this was the issue involving a park called South Park in South Los Angeles, where the district at the time wanted to annex that park and use an existing facility that we had built and annex it to the potential school that was going in the area. We have precious few parks in our districts, and with all the bond measures and propositions that have passed over the past few years to construct new facilities, I think it would be tremendous to be able to work with LAUSD to take that money and leverage it with us to be able to create joint use facilities. But I do think it's, again, important for council members to have input into that process. One other recommendation, if we want to talk about joint use, one of the things I've always thought about a school where there's a lot of conflict, reach out to the county and use the public and mental health facilities and create joint use opportunities with the County of Los Angeles and bring them onto the campuses. It shouldn't just be focused on the city, it should also be focused on the County of Los Angeles. If we really and truly want to bring our government resources to bear to the betterment of the children and their families and the communities we represent, then why don't we expand the scope then and work with the County of Los Angeles, as they are the ones who are funded with the public and mental health dollars, and we need to look at joint use opportunities there as well.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to perhaps pick up where my colleague, Councilman Perry, has left off. When we put together the gang activity reduction strategy, we got the report from Connie Rice and company. You'll find a map where you'll see the gang-related crimes by census tract. And you'll see these red zones, Northeast, East LA, South, San Pedro. And if you probably overlay the maps of where the dropout rates are occurring, they will probably overlay these very same census tracts. So from a management point of view, the mayor has taken on an issue that is very complex. By echoing what my colleague has just stated, the role of the county and how we deal with health issues, how we deal with the crime issue, has to start linking with each other. And perhaps through this effort, we can promote that type of change. Because this has to change. These red dots will not stay here. They will begin to flow into the areas that traditionally always had the comfort level of knowing it can't happen here. But you can see this red dot in the San Fernando Valley today. And these are the census tracts that will continue to change for the worse unless we take on this issue in a manner that's constructive, in a manner that's comprehensive. I am concerned, although, with the notion of accountability. I was at the event that the mayor had over in Lincoln Heights, and I thank him for coming to my district to speak to the parents. But there were also folks there talking about the issue of accountability. And I believe the mayor was trying his best to respond, but we have not drilled down to that detail in terms of how we are leveraging our resources as a city with the county to develop an environment where the kids, before they get to school, aren't already traumatized by the fact that they were feeling lucky they even made it there alive, let alone worrying what's going to happen to them after the last period and whether they're going to get home alive. This is the environment the city has allowed to fester. We as a council need to study our policies and how we are delegating and allowing our formulas to essentially provide resources for these areas, because there is a reason why this city is so lopsided, and it is up to us to have the political guts to raise those formula issues, to raise those allocation issues in our resources in order to create an environment where our kids don't have to worry whether they'll make it alive on that day. So this is a much more comprehensive and much more challenging issue than what we're hearing today. And I'm looking forward to those changes, given what time we have allowed with our term limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zine is our next speaker, then Mr. Huizar, Mr. Parks, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Padilla for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Marlene, I want to also, Marlene Cantor, over here, I just wanted to acknowledge publicly your work, the work you've done at the school board, the work you've done in my district with the schools. I want to acknowledge that. You and John Lorenzen, David Klofowski, you folks have done a great job as far as I'm concerned to build relationships. You haven't always been there because you weren't in that position. Previous board members, I don't think as open and receptive and cooperative as you three, so I want to acknowledge that publicly. So I appreciate that. Jose Huizar, who's here as former president of the school board. I've listened to your comments for a long time and hear your frustration from the experience as the president of the school board and the bureaucracy and the problems that you encountered while you were there as a school board member and a member of the president of the school board. I'd look at my district, the Southwest San Fernando Valley, El Camino High School, decathlon, national decathlon champion, Taft High School, national decathlon champion, multiple times in both schools. And I look at the San Fernando Valley when they wanted to break up the schools, when they wanted to secede from the city of Los Angeles, the frustration that brews in the San Fernando Valley. Sometimes people feel that they're the stepchild to Los Angeles, and I know my colleagues and I've tried to change that attitude, along with our mayor, who has been in the Valley for many, many events in his 1+ years as the mayor of the city of Los Angeles. Driving down to Soto just a couple nights ago, Parkman Junior High is now a charter school. What I see happening in the San Fernando Valley is many charter schools, and now I see a public school. You're saying no, Marlene. Well, there's a sign up there, Charter Academy. There may be some debate on it, but somehow they've changed it. Charter schools are now blossoming in the San Fernando Valley and maybe other parts of the city. When I look at the Oprah show just a couple nights ago, I don't know how many of you have seen that, but there was an incredible amount of time spent on schools throughout this nation that are failing. And Bill Gates had brought it forward, the fact that they can't get workers, they can't get educated people in the workforce, and a lot of the jobs that used to go to people in our country are now going to other countries because we don't have the educated workforce, and it's already been mentioned. And her show featured that 2 consecutive nights, a special feature on the failing educational system, not only in Los Angeles, but in America. And it was frightening to see where our students are failing in all these areas. I know that we have to do something about it. I want to acknowledge the mayor's staff. They've done all the work on this. The mayor has been relentless in gaining support. And I look at it as we have an opportunity to do something or to remain status quo. And with the parents who are frustrated, while I have to acknowledge the parents in my district who are decathlon championship schools, we have many schools that have failed. But this is not just a problem for Los Angeles, it's a problem across the country. And whether it's controlled by the mayor, controlled by a school board, it's a national epidemic, and it hasn't received enough attention. So if we don't do any change, then it keeps on going down the same path. And I learned a long time ago in law enforcement, if it's broken, fix it. If it's not broken, don't mess with it. I think everyone will agree that they've got to do something to fix it. And this is the proposal now, the bold proposal, to make that change. And I've pondered this, I've examined it, like Janice on, I have a teaching credential also, and I've taught, we could have taught a class together, Janice. Wouldn't that have been sweet? So I'm going to give my support to this, because if we don't make it now, when are we going to make it? If it doesn't come today, when will this opportunity to make a change, to change the governance, to change the opportunities, to get an educated workforce in the city of Los Angeles? And the jobs that we used to have, General Motors is gone, Firestone plant is gone, Ford Motor Company is gone, Pico Rivera, all those jobs where you could support a family are gone. They've evaporated. And without an educated workforce, whether it be in the construction field or any of the field, we're not going to have a population that's going to be able to prosper. So I'm going to support this along with, I'm sure, many of my colleagues for the benefit of the children of the city of Los Angeles and the surrounding cities that are members where their children attend LA Unified Schools. So I have no real questions to ask. I've examined it, and I think without this change today, we won't have a change in just the same system and the same gangs and the same violence and the same frustration here in the city of Los Angeles and surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Our next speaker is Mr. Huizar, and then Mr. Parks, Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and it certainly has been very interesting for me to now be here in City Council and to continue to talk about education. But I like that. I like the fact that now we're not only here in these council chambers, but throughout the city, everyone is talking about education and the LAUSD. Because when I was on the Board of Education, I often became frustrated with the fact that nobody really paid attention to what was going on at the district. Everyone complained about it. Everyone said that our test scores we're in the gutter, and yes, they're rising at the elementary level, but we're doing nothing about high school reform, and we continue to have these high dropout rates. But we never really engaged in that dialogue that was necessary on how we're going to improve LUSD. So I love the process that we're in. And let me tell you why I support AB 1381. First of all, I don't think we're ever going to come close to the type of reform that's before us. This is a tough bureaucracy. Tough in many different ways that I think it even runs itself with or without the superintendent and the Board of Education. There's very little transparency and there's very little accountability. Second of all, I support AB 1381 because I do think it'll bring that transparency that most of us want to see. There's going to be more eyes and ears on this district. It's going to open up a little bit more to everyone to see what is going on in this district and what we can do to improve student achievement. Finally, I also believe it's going to bring more accountability. What does that mean, accountability? We throw it around quite a bit. Accountability means that people are going to be held responsible for their actions and people will expect results. When I was on the Board of Education, I felt very little, if any, accountability on me. One of the persons that was ultimately responsible for the performance of this district. And let me tell you how right now there is no accountability. Earlier, the special counsel to the mayor mentioned about an ombudsperson for parents. The Board of Education passed that already. Did the district implement that? No. Why? No one is held accountable. We often talk about how parents are a key ingredient to making sure that our children succeed. Everyone talks about it. Is the district doing anything about it? No. If we look at the demographics of LUSD, about 50% of the students are immigrants or children of immigrants, probably even more because we don't actually keep statistics. 43% are English language learners. I'm guessing that over 50% are immigrants or children of immigrants. If you look at those demographics and you look at the demographics of immigrants, most of them would have received less than an elementary level education. Now, they don't know how to navigate the educational system here. They never have gone through it. If the district was serious about implementing true reforms, they would try to find ways to involve those parents, educate them on how to get involved in their children's education. That's one example of how we don't have those true reforms that are needed at LUSD, and we're not holding this district accountable. I'm really frustrated about what we've seen in the past few decades at LUSD. And let me tell you, I was there 4.5 years. If this chamber, if these council members had seen what I had seen, we'd be demanding for more reforms. The one thing that I am concerned about in this bill is that it is diluting different masters to some extent. But you know what? The next time I vote for mayor, my first question to him or her is going to be, how is our educational system doing? Because that mayor will have a role, and I'm going to hold that person accountable along with the rest of Los Angeles to make sure that we finally deliver for these children that we know can achieve irrespective of their economic or racial background. There are many other school districts in the United States with very similar backgrounds that are doing much better than LUSD. We know these children can achieve. We're just not giving them that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Our next speaker is Councilmember Parks, and then it's I'm sorry, and before that we have a very special introduction from Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very pleased to welcome and introduce my son, Mark. Mark, stand up. And his friend, Jacqueline Luke. Stand up, Jacqueline. Both of these wonderful, fine young people just graduated from Pepperdine. They're both going to be teachers. Mark has spent the last 2 hours over at LAUSD headquarters working through the maze of bureaucracy, but he signed his contract. He'll be teaching middle school math at Pacoima Middle School starting in the fall. So this whole discussion is of course very personal to me, but again, welcome Mark and Jacqueline.
Thank you, and if you have any thoughts on LAUSD, feel free to chime in. We now have Mr. Parks and then Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to ask some questions. One of the things, and something as important as this Unfortunately, sometimes it gets capsulized in a sound bite, and which doesn't really tell the whole story. And I'd like to have the mayor's office comment on this whole issue. We hear all the time about mayoral control, and yet when we read this, it appears that it's very similar to what the President's Commission is talking about on partnerships. Where does this lie on that spectrum? Can you hold my time?
Yes, Councilmember. I think that the mayor has concluded that this new model, which is one of collaboration and cooperation, is in some ways superior to what he was previously interested in, which was more direct mayoral control. It does mean more work on the mayor's part to exercise the kind of influence that he otherwise might directly have under other legislation. But this is a collaborative scheme where there are multiple players who would be accountable for education in the community. That's out of a recognition that we need two things, both increasing accountability but also increasing involvement. So this is really about a collaboration, but the mayor expects to spend his time ensuring that he would be held accountable, taking on that accountability, and holding the superintendent accountable for what the superintendent does in day-to-day management of the district, including holding principals accountable for what goes on in their schools. Principal then holds teachers accountable. It's an interlocking scheme of accountability where the mayor is certainly at or near the top, but together with others collaboratively working to make the education system work.
Thank you. Jerry, could you respond just in a capsulized view on, and this is another issue that has a lot of misinformation on this, on the indemnification issue and the MOU issue as to what those two items really mean?
Well, the indemnification issue, in essence, is ensuring that that this new structure that would involve the mayor and the mayor of the other cities, that the liabilities and exposure doesn't bleed over into the city. In essence, it's to ensure that the Council of Mayors and this new structure is a public school system. It's not an offshoot of the city, nor is it a separate department of the city, I think, as was indicated. This is a separate entity on which the mayor of Los Angeles happens to preside. In terms of the MOU, the bill does require that for purposes of school siting and joint development and mapping, that the Council of Mayors and the school superintendent enter into an MOU to establish the process through which schools will be sited, joint development projects will be undertaken, and that is now, the details of that obviously are not here yet, but through the process of that negotiation, and I believe it needs to be concluded by March of 2007. But through that process, the local land use issues, the community involvement issues, et cetera, would be ironed out.
Okay. So in essence, the MOU is really formalizing a working relationship.
Precisely.
Okay. Now, is this the document that Mr. Smith had a motion that said that the council would have some review on before it's finalized?
Yes, there is a Smith-Wesson motion that, and it has been in consultation with the mayor, and of course, Mr. Steins can address that. But yes, the council would be involved in development of the MOU that the Council of Mayors for the City of Los Angeles would enter into with the school district.
Okay. And Mr. Steins, could you comment on the issue, another piece of misinformation that about the Inspector General? Would it work for the mayor? Has it been eliminated? How does it function under this process?
The Inspector General of the district has actually been strengthened to ensure that there is some check and balance over the new contracting authority with the superintendent. The Inspector General would have access to the contracting process at the district and provide a quarterly report on that process and compliance with things from beginning to end, the creation of RFPs all the way through execution of contracts, a quarterly report to both the Board of Education and the Council of Mayors. The Inspector General would also be appointed by the Board of Education for a set 3-year term. Within that 3-year term, the Inspector General could not be removed other than for cause, and that is designed to give the Inspector General some insulation from the Board of Education as well, some independence.
And could you explain what cause means for the general public?
Sure. If the Inspector General was either not completing his or her duties at all or was performing them in a fashion that was unlawful, that would be a reason to remove them in the middle of that 3-year term. But otherwise, a disagreement of some kind with how the Inspector General was going about doing their duty or what they had identified or that it had been identified through their review would not be a grounds for removal.
So the mayor just couldn't walk in and fire him?
No, not at all.
Okay.
In fact, and it would be the Board of Education that would have the ability to make a determination if there was cause to support a decision to remove.
And also, could you explain the process of the budget so that it's a process as opposed to the mayor just takes over the budget? And also, and I wasn't aware of this until I read it, what it means by the object level versus the line item level.
Councilmember, with respect to the budget, this is a process where the Council of Mayors would have an opportunity to review and comment on the budget before it's presented to the Board of Education for adoption. So there's actually time limits placed in the bill that the Council of Mayors would see it 30 days before, would have 15 days to go through whatever consultative process they would want, including sharing it with the City Council here, having public hearings, and then to provide feedback to the superintendent for the superintendent to decide to incorporate or not in what they present to the board. Ultimately, the Board of Education would still adopt the budget. What you referred to in terms of object level is an indication in the bill that the budget that would be adopted by the Board of Education would be at a level of generality to ensure that it's policy decision-making. The terms that are used, I believe it's fund, resource code, and major object code level are from the California School Accounting Manual, intended to mean that what is adopted is at a level of policy making rather than down to the detail of line items. And that doesn't mean that the board couldn't ask for line item data. What it does mean is that the superintendent could change that line item data later in the year without having to go back for a budget revision. If the superintendent in the middle of the year wanted to change something in the budget that was adopted at that higher level, the superintendent would have to go back for a budget revision. And with that budget revision, there would be the same opportunity to review and comment for the Council of Mayors before it's presented to the board for adoption.
Okay. And then also on the process, a lot of conversation that the authority of the board has been altered, but they've not been taken out of the budgetary process and the policy process.
That's right. The intention in transferring certain authorities, such as contracting to the superintendent, was to have the Board of Education still exist but be able to concentrate on policy making, education policy making. So any authority that was transferred, including contracting, some of the personnel management authority that was transferred to the superintendent, was to ensure that the Board of Education would remain engaged and engage strongly and with concentrated focus on education policy issues. They still have the ability to adopt the budget at a policy level. They still have the ability to adopt policies around graduation requirements, instructional materials that should be used district-wide, and any number of other education issues.
Okay. Now, the issue of the, I guess, for lack of a better term, the pilot or the process of the schools, how far have we gone along on identifying the specific clusters or the region of the city that the clusters are impacted, or has there been work in that area?
There's been very little work in that area because what needs to occur is an assessment jointly with the superintendent of which clusters are interested. First, we want to have communities that are interested and invested, therefore, in the success of the demonstration project, and also assessing whether there is existing infrastructure, for example, in the form of a strong parental organization that would give the demonstration project a boost. The only thing that I would say is that the mayor has made clear he is interested in having the three clusters be geographically dispersed throughout the city, and that's in order to show that the demonstration project can succeed in different contexts.
Let me ask you another issue, is that isn't there some level as it relates to where these schools are currently performing that makes them eligible?
Yes, the clusters would be composed of a high school that would be selected, and then all of the feeder elementary and middle schools and associated adult continuation and early childhood schools. The high school at the head of each of these clusters will be among the lowest performing in the state and in the nation because they will be decile 1 or 2 schools under the federal laws.
Okay. Mr. President, I've asked a variety of questions. I would just like to ask Mrs. Cantor to come up and see if she has
President Cantor, if you'd like to come
a balancing view or another view on the variety of things I've just
come to the table. We can come to the table. We got room. Folks can stay too. We can collaborate at the table.
For letting us come up here. It's a very difficult situation to sit and listen to a conversation when there's things that are being discussed that, that have other ways of looking at it, so I appreciate the time. First of all, Mr. Zine, I didn't mean to question you, I'm sorry, but Parkman is not a charter. Parkman School is a new partnership where they have developed with their local superintendent the ability to have more autonomy. And so they have had the ability to change their name, but they're still within the school district. They're not a charter school. These are some of the partnerships that are happening around. In terms of ombudsman, we have ombudsman in every local district. And so whether or not it's implemented to the way Mr. Weezer would like to see it implemented, to say that there has not been any implementation is really incorrect. And then Mr. Reed has a variety of things he'd like to just say, because it's very difficult. I appreciate the time and your attention to this complex matter.
I just wanted to address the questions that were raised with respect to the budget authority. The way the bill reads, the terms fund and object level, those are very confusing to, I think, even the folks that wrote the measure. A fund within LA Unified School District can have billions of dollars in it. There is, for example, the general fund of LA Unified School District. It's about $3.3 billion. Within that fund, there are 7 major program areas. They include, and this is the full line, the full level of discretion here: certificated salaries, classified salaries, other outgo, contracting. And there are a couple of other in there, but certificated salaries, for example, is several billion, or is at least a couple $1 billion. Within that, under this proposal, the superintendent can move the money however he sees fit. It would never come to the Council of Mayors and never come to the school board for their approval. He could radically reduce the number of counselors, radically increase the number of nurses. He could, within the classified major object, cancel the school police, the budget for the school police department. He could cancel all funding for the Office of Inspector General, all without the Board of Education or the Council of Mayors ever having an opportunity to review.
Let me just clarify, because this is new to me in a lot of regards. Are you saying that if the board approves what is considered object-level responsibilities and funding, that the superintendent can go within the budget during that year without any consultation and to change the larger portion of the budget without review or discussion?
That is correct. That is correct. Literally, the entire budget can fit on one page.
Then the recourse of the board is what, at the time of the next budget or during the rating process of that superintendent to address those issues?
The irony, council member, is that the superintendent maintains under AB 1200 much more complete reporting obligations to the County of Los Angeles, who has to approve the district's budget. Literally, I think the school board could make a Public Records Act request to the County of Los Angeles to understand what the rest of the discretion is that the superintendent is exercising, because the bill says that the budget shall not contain any other information other than the major object level and the fund. That means literally certificated salaries is the only line the Council of Mayors or the Board of Education will ever see. It's over $1 billion certificate. That's nurses, that is teachers, that is counselors. Within those categories, the superintendent remains free, if this legislation becomes law, to assign.
You just said something, I want to clarify. You say within the categories, because I thought you said earlier you can eliminate the categories.
No. Let's take, for example, the Office of Inspector General. The Inspector General and each of the individuals that report to him are classified personnel. Their salaries fall within the major object level of classified salaries. That is an amount that will just be lumped together with the salaries for all of the clerical staff at our schools, the salaries for the bus drivers, the salaries for the police officers, the salaries for the attorneys in the school district, the salaries for the custodians, the salaries, etc. All of those are in a single number that is in excess of $1 billion. That is all the board would have a chance to authorize. We authorize the expenditure for classified salaries, everybody from the general counsel to the superintendent to classroom one-on-one aides, special education aides are all within that category. And it is totally within the superintendent's discretion under this bill as to how he chooses or she chooses in the future to allocate those expenditures within that major program.
Within that object?
Within that object, correct.
Yeah. And I guess the operative part for me is that in listening and understanding, I think it's very important for the cities to be involved with the school district. Mr. Ace isn't here right now, but it's absolutely true that there's a lot of crime around our lowest performing schools, and we do have to partner. But sorry, I was looking over here and you were over there, sorry. So I understand what you're saying. What I'm really most concerned about is what I talked about when I sat here before, which was really the substance within the bill that from a broad stroke may look to somebody like maybe this is a better way to do something because we do need change. And I'm telling you that within this bill, there are so many things like this one where a school board will be allocating or approving a huge amount of dollars, but having absolutely no policy say in how those dollars are spent, whether it's more counselors in a school, et cetera. And if you read the research that has been now delivered in the Harvard Review, it talks about all of these pieces that we're about ready to step into that have caused problems in other places. So I encourage you to continue to have this discussion over a very complex issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then my last 40 seconds, I'd like to ask Mr. Sines my last question. Could you give us the rationale on the contracting of why labor negotiations was eliminated, or not eliminated, but not a part of the superintendent's role?
Well, I think the rationale is that obviously those contracts take much more back and forth than the ordinary contracts, day-to-day business contracts that the district engages in. And it has been a consultative process, and that is what both sides, I think, have become used to. And so it was to remain that way under the legislation. If I could, council member, I wanted to clarify a few things about the budget. In crafting this language, again, we used terms from the California School Accounting Manual, consulted with the office that oversees the budgets of all the districts in the county to try to come up with a level that would permit policy level decisions to be made.
And that's when you're referring to the object list level?
It's actually three things. It's fund, resource code, and major object code level. The three working together are designed to do that. And the one additional thing that I would say, there is now a specific provision in the legislation that says that the Inspector General's budget is adopted by the Board of Education and cannot be diminished by the superintendent throughout the year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank Marlene Cantor, who is a constituent in my district, who has been quite a leader, one of the most enlightened leaders that I've seen in a long time, who's independent of anybody and everybody and has provided great leadership for all of us. And I also want to thank Roy Romer, who was a great governor of Colorado and an incredible political figure who knows how to bring groups together and make things happen. Both of them are excellent, and I'm very happy that they are part of the LAUSD. But I also want to comment on three of my colleagues. First of all, this is the first time I've been here 13 months that all 15 members of the City Council are sitting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which I think is great that we're all here because it's obviously serious to absolutely every one of us. The kids, the future, the school system, it's a big deal, and we all take it very seriously. And so it's just a historical point that we're all sitting here. I want to just single out Jose Huizar for a minute, who, as president of the school board, made a comment about the bureaucracy and trying to get things done and how you have to work through it. That's an important lesson for us to understand and learn, and hearing him say what he says has a profound impact on me. And when Janice Hahn throws statistics out of one school after the other where kids are dropping out, I mean, you don't need to know anymore. The school system is dysfunctional and it is not working. It has improved thanks to leadership that I've just mentioned, but we're not there yet. There's a long way to go. In my district, they're not going to build any new schools, you know. None of them are planned for my district. Why? Because in my district, the majority of the people who are Anglos, white people, don't go to the school system. They're not part of the LAUSD. And you ask yourself, why aren't they part of the LAUSD? They aren't part of it because historically they have felt that it didn't give their kids the best education. So now many parents in the district that I got to know as a candidate and I now know as an elected official are taking over their local school systems. They're getting involved. The Wallgrove Elementary School, the Beethoven Elementary School, the Venice School. These folks have come to me and they've organized PTAs and other community groups. There is now an empowerment going on among the parents who say it's time we took over our schools, it's time we had something to say. Now, look, is this the best that we can come up with? I'm sure this is the beginning of a new day in education in Los Angeles. And I think the mayor's bold leadership talks about his courage, sticking his nose into something that has had a long history without elected officials at the mayor's level and visibility from getting involved. So I give him a great appreciation for taking leadership on it. And I don't think we can fail in any way, shape, or form by taking this kind of a move. What we're doing is saying to everybody out there in the city of Los Angeles, we too agree that the school system needs to be fixed. We too agree that we need to have more accountability. We too agree that we have to have better test scores and get more people to graduate. So as a first step, let's approve this, let's go forward with it, let's make it happen, and let's give our kids a real chance to make it in this new high-tech world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Our next speaker is Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and everyone on this very important subject. I'd like to ask the mayor's representative and Marlene Cantor to sit at the same table, and Jerry, you too, you're our representative, because that's what it's going to take to make this thing work, and the council for the Jerry, stay there too. Council for the Unified School District. Madam President and members, and Mr. Rosendahl, you just mentioned a lot of people. I want to mention the name of Richard Reardon. Richard Reardon was the one who really started fighting. I know when Ms. Gruhl spoke, she talked about Tom Bradley and his LA Best effort. That was an effort done because after Proposition 13, the school district stopped their after-school programs totally, and the mayor of Los Angeles and Tom Bradley said, let's do something about this. And he came, and it took a while, but it is now a partnership, and that's an important partnership. And Richard Reardon, Mr. Rosendahl, fought real hard, but he didn't have a cooperative city council to his way of thinking. And Mr. Hahn had a period of time where he had to keep the city together, because before that, there was a focus on breaking up the school district, but the state legislature said you can't do it. So the focus was then turned on the city, and that was that battle that takes. Now, Mr. Villaraigosa steps up, and I support it for this reason, because we need to make a difference. I graduated in 1971, John Marshall High School. It had 2,700 students, 725, 3 grades. Only 25 to 50 dropped out. Half went into the Army, the other half just dropped out. I saw Mr. Finstead, my old counselor, he told me that figure just last a few months ago. Now, it's much lower than that, although it's not like the challenges that Ms. Hahn mentioned in her district. Question I got to ask, and hold my time here, how's everybody going to get along after this passes?
We're leaders, you know, we are here for the kids. You have that commitment from me.
Well, that's wonderful, Marlene, and I appreciate it. I thank you, and I thank the Superintendent Romer, the governor of California, who came to Los Angeles for a convention and ended up being a superintendent and has done Mulholland-like work in building schools with the cooperation of the school district and everyone else who's been involved, because it's very tough. But I think that's the key that I want to hear, because my experience here, being here now 32 years, is we kind of do these things and then there's things that come up and then things don't happen. Has this bill vetted out the issues of a lot of, like, who changes the lights in the schools? Is the mayor going to be responsible for the physical plants of these schools, or is the unified district? Hold my time.
I just wanted to, you can answer that, but what I wanted to add to what I said is that I still am very much encouraging, and I've asked this of Mr. Sines, I've asked this of Robin Kramer. Whatever happens, the children deserve leaders that have dialogue, that partner, that build relationships and work towards common goals. And in order to do that, they have to be in the same room at the same time, working on the same problems. And that's what I request, because that's what I think leaders do. I just wanted to add that.
I like that, and Marlene Cantor, I like that. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely agree that this is going to result in cooperation and collaboration. There is a continuing and very critical policy-making role for the Board of Education, and we certainly look forward to working with the superintendent and the board. With respect to your question about the lights, that would be the responsibility of the school district even within the cluster schools, what would happen is district employees would still be district employees in those schools. What would happen is they would be charged against the budget of the 3 clusters. So all of the employees, principals, teachers, all the way down to the folks who change the lights in the mayor's community partnership schools would remain district employees.
But what if the mayor calls, or who will they listen to if the mayor calls or Marlene calls and says, we need to have the asphalt at Warner Avenue School changed because a Chinese elm, which is a favorite tree of the Unified School District, I remember from my days at Ivanhoe Elementary, cracked the asphalt. Who makes the call?
If it was in one of the clusters, it's part of the mayor's community partnership, the call would be made by an administrator who is a part of that cluster. Now, if you're asking at a higher level, it could be someone from the mayor's community partnership, which would include the mayor or his representative. It would include a representative from the district appointed by the superintendent. It would include parents, teachers, principal, community leaders who are neither parents nor school employees. That's the governing body, if you will, for those 3 clusters.
Yeah, we talk about joint use, and it's a very good thing, and I like joint use. I'm glad Mr. Zine's not here, because he'll hit me like he did when I talked about the test I took for the fire department. I wanted to be a school teacher, but in the mid-'70s, there was an excess of school teachers in California. It didn't get the boom. So I turned into this role of council aide and worked with some great people to gain this position, including the man whose room this named for, John Ferraro, who went to LA Unified Schools in the area of Bell, California. But I just want to say it's the cooperation when we pass this, if it passes, if the state passes it, that is utmost, and the timing that it takes to be able to make a difference in young people. We should not accept failure, and I think we make it easier for people to fail for whatever reason. We do it. Bureaucracy is big. I think there's been no government that's had a greater challenge than the Unified School District with the schools that have either had to be built or overcrowded in this crisis. I knew Kathleen Brown, when she was on the school board, was the first one to call for building schools when she was on, and that's a long, long time ago, and it's just now we've been able to choose that. I stand to support the mayor, but look for cooperation between the mayor and the Unified School District and whoever the superintendent is for the children of Los Angeles. It does make a difference in the lives. And I think if you look around the room, although not all of us there, but that was Kennedy High School right there, San Fernando right here, San Fernando right here, John Marshall right here, and I know I may be missing, Zion went to Catholic school, but anyway, enough said. Thank you. But cooperation, I hope you stay at the table. And I hope you stay at the table a long time to work these things out, because it's important for the young people of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you, President Cantor, for the time you spent. Yeah, of course, Tom.
Just one last question was so important. What happens in the cluster if, like a Francis Blend, which is in my district, which is a special needs school, does that cluster go to the mayor, or does it stay with Unified? And that's an important question. Whitney High School, special schools, what do they do?
If they fall within a feeder pattern of the high school that's selected, they would be a part of the cluster. If not, they don't have a direct feeder pattern to a high school that is selected, then they would not be in the partnership.
Yeah, I want you to look at that, Counselor, because that may be a greater challenge than what we could meet, because there's such an interest in special need, and I know parents with special needs have big challenges and all that, so please look at that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. No, thank you. Tom LaBonge from John Marshall High School, Barristers. You know, what we're talking about right now with schools is kind of analogous to what we talk about today with traffic. It's the worst traffic in the country. We didn't, any of us, cause it. We try to do things to improve it. But underlying that traffic is actually something good. The fact that people want to be here in Los Angeles. Similarly, we have a lot of traffic and a lot of discussion and a lot of discord, let's say, right now, what to do with schools. We've had some positive momentum moving forward. But underlying this discussion is something positive, that people are paying attention to schools. Not just because we've had a mayor who stepped up and said this is important to him, but because we had a school board that stepped up and said this is important too, and new faces who've come onto that school board who have said, you know, the time for reform is not yesterday, it's now. A lot of people talked about the status quo here. Status quo ante means, you know, the way that things once were. And I think that we don't have the status quo anymore in many ways, because the way that they were is long gone. And that in itself is also a very positive thing. When I ran for city council, the most popular mailer that I put out had a picture of an old VW Bug. And it said, you know, the same year that this came to America was, or no, it's not the same year that it came to America, the same year that was top sales for the VW Bug was the same year that the LAUSD had last built a high school in Los Angeles. And this is a visual comparison. It was the same year I was born here. And yet now, when you look at what is happening, we are building the equivalent of San Diego Unified School District right here in the heart of Los Angeles. We shouldn't pat ourselves on the back, be the city council or school board, because we all collectively as a city, not just those elected officials, failed for so long that to make up for our failure is just the least that we can be doing, but it is impressive nonetheless. To be able to, as a politician, for the mayor to take on and say, look, I'm going to do something about schools too, it's a very easy thing to have ignored. Trust me, the safer political path would have been to do so. But this traffic and this discussion and this discord so far has been, to me, the evidence of something great that's happening in the city of Los Angeles. I have a couple questions, if I can direct them to Mr. Saenz first, a couple questions about some of the governance issues. I've been contacted by a couple of our friends from other cities who I think are, in many cases, positively inclined towards the legislation, sometimes not, but in this case were, but that also had some issues, and wondering if you're working on two things that may seem technical in nature, but one which was that the Council of Mayors, we and Long Beach and one other city have a direct election for that. In cities where there isn't direct election and it's kind of rotated, is there a look at whether or not those councils can essentially decide by majority vote who the representative is on that council, or would it be changing all the time and kind of have a lack of stability? If you could hold my time. Or, I don't have any, but
No,
hold it for a second.
Absolutely, that is one of the amendments that we are in conversation about. We initially put in mayor or designee. We have heard from the other cities that they would prefer what you've described, where the city council selects one of their members to serve, and we're crafting language to do that.
Okay. And obviously that would apply to other certain sorts of cities. We're not implying that this body would want to decide who the representative would be as well. Another thing that was brought up too was in terms of looking at that, in terms of council of mayors, looking at a council of cities. It may be semantics. I don't know if that's anything that's mattered, but they said that the implication for them also in those smaller cities was, again, because they don't have a single mayor necessarily, but that the city is choosing a representative. It's a more accurate term. Is that anything else that's on the table in discussions?
Well, it's certainly something that we're thinking about, but I have to say that anything, even council of cities, would be a misnomer in some respects, because every member of the Board of Supervisors is also a member of that council, because every one of their districts includes unincorporated territory that is a part of the district.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think, you know, listening up in the chair, most of the ground obviously has been covered on liability and other stuff. I did want to thank my friend Scott Folsom as well from the PTSA, who has, I think, consistently asked for continuing this conversation in other contexts as well. And I'd like to just implore all parties that the success of where we move with our schools is not so much in the governance that we do here. It's an important piece of it, but the success of our schools is going to be whether or not we can and do work together. We have you physically at the table together right now. We are here as well together. And for all of us, the ability to, as we move forward on something legislative that clearly has bulk of support here today, that if we think that for a moment that takes care of our issues with education, I think we're all sorely mistaken. And the mayor says this himself. We know that that is a step in terms of looking at the overall achievement for our students. The school district has underlined this many, many times as well. But for all of us too, I mean, we know what we can do with schools. Where I feel that we all have collective blame falling short is still on joint use. And it's a key thing to me. The school board says the right things, we say the right things, and then when it goes down to the bureaucracies, it doesn't happen. Mr. Reyes started a project in Glass Hill Park that we're continuing, and he knows how hard he worked on that. We know how hard we've worked on it. Nobody ever wants to do it again, having gone through that. And if this can help simplify that and bring that together, which is, I know, a piece of it, I think that's good for the kids that are here. Second was on the school siting. A lot of people said to me privately, you don't want responsibility for school siting. It's better to have a school district that can just take the slings and arrows and put the sites where it's sometimes unpopular. Well, the news is today we already get the criticism. We aren't doing a good job, and again, I'm trying not to be territorial here because it's not about a grab. The city and the school district aren't planning communities together. We have libraries, we have police stations, we have housing that goes up. There isn't an architectural discussion, there isn't sometimes a community discussion, there isn't a joint use discussion. The most difficult thing we can do when we have power is to cede it, because there's a lot of people who count on us to hold it, and to hold it tight. I've been in similar positions. I voted for charter reform when it came, even though it weakened a body that I later joined, but it's the right thing to do.
And Mr. Garcetti, if we could
And I'll conclude with this. If somebody were to say to us today, let's merge the Board of Supervisors and the City Council, I would actually vote for that, because one of the dysfunctions of our area is that we have 20-something levels of government in one place. This is not a perfect step forward, but it's a step forward towards that. It's a step forward towards something that can actually bring us to a place where our city begins to act more coherently. And if we keep our eye on that ball, collectively, I think that we can say that we have done something that moves the achievement forward, building on the foundation that we've had before us as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla, followed by Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I opened up the discussion, I said I was going to make some comments then, and I know I was lengthy, but I'd come back with questions, and I'm actually glad to see so many folks have pressed their buttons and have chimed in on this debate. So let me try to cut to the chase here. Both in committee and earlier today, Ms. Hahn said that this bill, as it stands, is far from perfect. And I mentioned in committee that it's not just this bill that's far from perfect, but indeed, I think we'd all agree that the school district itself is not exactly perfect either. There's a lot of good that's happening in the school district each and every day. A lot of teachers and other personnel that go to work and work hard, and every year there's thousands upon thousands of students that do graduate. But we recognize that it isn't perfect, and we have a responsibility to try to make things better. And I think so it is with this bill. We've read it, we've analyzed it, we've thought about it, and I think those who recognize that it may not be perfect, if we're sitting here around this horseshoe, or for those legislators listening in Sacramento that will consider this in the coming weeks, we have a responsibility to make it better. And so the questions I have are in a couple specific areas. One, when I moved my the Intergovernmental Relations report earlier, I know somebody else moved the Education Neighborhoods Committee report. It's not that one's more complicated than the other. Let me cut to the chase on what the specific difference between the two reports are. There is a provision in this bill that would gut the direct staffing as a resource for the school board members. Something, despite all the other content of the bill, that I think is wrong. And so in committee, I move that we suggest to the mayor, to the authors formally in Sacramento of this bill, that be amended, that the bill can create sort of a CLA-type office and function at the school district, but that the school board, which will remain, we went through this earlier, ought to have, even if it's just one or two, people at their discretion that work for them. And so that's why I moved the Intergovernmental Relations Committee report, hoping to seek that change in the bill. I know not all my colleagues agree, but just I'd ask us to walk a mile in their shoes. If there was some other level of government moving to take away our own staff and having us rely on just a pool of staff, I don't think we'd be happy with that. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to contracting, Mr. Sines, could you sort of recall the conversation we had in committee the other day, and how does the letting of contracts, construction or otherwise, change under the content of this bill? Please hold my time.
The superintendent would be in charge of contracting, with some very limited exceptions, including collective bargaining. The Inspector General would have access to that process, review it, and provide a quarterly report to the Board of Education and the Council of Mayors. There would be a posting requirement 30 days before the execution of any contract over $250,000. There would be a specific mailed notice requirement to bargaining unit representatives with respect to renewal or rebid of contracts for outsourcing decisions that were made in the past. Any new outsourcing decisions would be subject to state law and Board of Education approval. The existing Bond Oversight Committee would continue to exist and have the duties that it has today with respect to facilities construction. Facilities construction would be under the supervision of the superintendent.
Okay. And remind me again, we talked about this in committee, but what are the avenues for public comment, public input, in addition to public notice when it comes to these contracts? Please hold my time.
Sure. Every contract would also be an information item presented to the board, a part of the public agenda. That would be an after-the-fact information item. The notice, the 30-day notice on contracts over $250,000 would provide an opportunity for the public, if they are concerned, to express those concerns to the superintendent directly, to the Board of Education, to the Council of Mayors, or to the Inspector General. Indeed, as I mentioned, the Inspector General would play a role in reviewing the process as it goes and presenting a quarterly report.
Ms. Cantor, it seems like you want to chime in here.
It's one of the more troubling pieces of the legislation because as an elected official with a school budget that reflects the needs of the children and the constituents that you serve, and we have $19 billion in building funds that are being allocated all the time. And for having no real public venue except for after the fact listed by numbers, I think it's disingenuous to say that that's public, that there's a public debate there or transparency.
I think, as I mentioned when we were in the committee hearing, Council Member, this is not unprecedented. This is the way the County Office of Education operates.
Well, and I'm not arguing that it's not unprecedented, but just because it's not unprecedented doesn't mean it's the best way to move forward.
Mr. Reed.
And so, go ahead.
I just want to say that I don't believe that the County Office of Education enters into contracts in excess of $100 million, which LA Unified does in its building program. And I do think that there is a difference in the precedent that a single individual would have the authority to enter into a contract that could be $150, $160 million with nothing more than 30 days' notice posted on the door before doing so.
Okay. And colleagues, I don't want us to underestimate the significance of this provision. And let me put it into the city context for why I think it's a big deal. For those of us who have been on this body for the last 4 years or so, we know what the city's been through when it comes to a debate about transparency and accountability when it comes to the negotiating of contracts, the execution of contracts, the enforcement of contracts. And so what I hear, and I heard it in committee and I'm hearing it again today, is that the contracting process will go from a item on an agenda for either council action or in this case school board action with public input being taken to now an information item on their agenda. So I asked in committee what recourse was for members of the public should they have concerns or questions about any of these contracts. And in committee, I was given sort of 3 avenues. One, the Council of Mayors. And if I recall correctly, when the Council of Mayors structure or component was first introduced, the Council of Mayors would meet twice a year. Once around the budget, once probably around the evaluation annually of the superintendent. So clearly not often enough, I think, for the transparency and accountability that the public deserves and expects when it comes to the letting of contracts, particularly of this size. The other avenue I was given was the school board. And again, they're listed on the agenda for information purposes only, not for amendments, not for up or down votes, for information purposes only. The third avenue I was given in committee was to take the issue to the superintendent. And I just find it hard to believe that any superintendent of the school district would have 10, 20 hours a week of open office hours for anybody who wants to just walk on in with questions or concerns about contracts or anything else. So I think this is an area of the bill that needs to be further worked on and improved upon. And I know I'm way over my time, but I wanted to begin to, or continue Mr. Parks' discussion about the budget. This concept of object-only budget, conceptual sort of macro reviews, an ability to comment on or review and advise on the budget. I can't think of, and please enlighten me, Mr. Sines, if there's any precedent for this, for the public to only see documents and for elected officials to only be able to weigh in on budgeting without the detail that we're used to seeing around here. Again, from an issue of an accountability and transparency.
We should be clear, what would be presented for adoption is at that level. The board could certainly ask the superintendent, and I would expect the superintendent to comply with requests to see the lower levels of the budget. However, they would not adopt those levels, so they could be modified later in the year without going back to the board for approval of a budget revision.
So, again, I think
can ask you to conclude,
not
please.
an insignificant change in the governance of the school district, but not so much change in governance for the purposes of efficiency and effectiveness, but clearly, I think, colleagues, one that walks a fine line with the greater concern of transparency and accountability. I have some closing comments. But
I would like to make a comment, and I'd like Mr. Reed to comment on something, but I represent 727,000 kids and their parents who elect me to represent them. I'm going to have so very little information on decision-making when it comes to contracts and budget that it makes it, and I appreciate either you saying it or President Garcetti saying it, walk in someone else's shoes. We're all elected officials. We all have similar kinds of jobs, different responsibilities, and reverse it a little and think about the impact on you as a public official representing your constituency with the kind of information and the diminished role that you would have. I just ask you to, and I appreciate you bringing this up, and I would like Mr. Reed just to comment for 1 minute on the part about the superintendent and the information that we can request from him.
The way the statute is written, the budget that is presented by the superintendent to the board may not contain any more detail than the major object level or the revenue source. That means that in producing the budget, presenting it to the board and the Council of Mayors, the superintendent may not indicate how much of the classified salaries are going to be police officers and how many will be library aides. That would be illegal for him to do that. Now, they could ask him, and maybe he could tell them, but in the budget that is presented, shall not be presented in the budget that is presented to the board. I also wanted to correct one statement I made before. There may be a precedent for the sort of $150 million contracts made with nothing more than 30 days' notice, and that would be the Department of Defense's contracting with Halliburton. But outside of that, I'm not sure.
Mr. Sines?
I disagree with Mr. Reed's interpretation. There's nothing that prevents the superintendent from responding to a request from the board for information that goes below the level that is presented for adoption. And indeed, if a superintendent is not responsive to that request or other requests for information from the Board of Education, then I would suggest that the Board of Education take action to remove that superintendent.
And I'll repeat what I said in committee in response to that. The role of the school board would significantly change under this proposal. And I would just hate for any superintendent to have to operate on a daily basis with the only recourse for the board to hold he or she accountable on any contract, on any budget or document request to just be fired. There's got to be some in between here. So, colleagues, I think you've heard over the last year or so that I've been one of the members of this horseshoe sort of watching more closely than others, doing our homework very carefully, whether through the commission process, the tracking of this bill, and the greater civic dialogue. You heard me say on occasion that on the issue of mayoral control, or since we've evolved from that I've been eager to hear the then what conversation. Our mayor has asked for an increased role, at one point control over the school district. And while the governance structure is one thing, then what? Then what would he do to help improve the school district? Then what would he do to improve student performance? And I think what we have in this bill isn't so much the then what, it's the how to get there, how to create that official role for the mayor and others when it comes to public education in Los Angeles. And so while I still don't have those details that I would ideally like to see, I can see where this item is going in this council. I can see where the bill is going in Sacramento. And I've taken it upon myself to try to offer areas for improvement to this bill because we ought to try to improve it. All that being said, I will go again on record in support of this bill because I think this council and the legislature has an opportunity to take a risk on behalf of our constituents, an opportunity to take a risk on behalf of the students of LAUSD and the families that it serves to improve upon the district. Thank you very much.
Mr. Weiss?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I very much appreciate that statement, Mr. Padilla, because I think it's one that's founded in your concern for reform of the district, which was best exemplified by your creation with Jose Huizar of the President's Joint Commission. Colleagues, my recommendation, given what Mr. Padilla has said, and given the fact that we've heard from so many people today, so many different reasons to support 1381, my recommendation is there are two reports before this council, one from Education Neighborhoods, one from IGR. And you know, both offer ideas that were offered in good faith, and I think everybody appreciates that this is an area where there are so many complexities that people can go either way on. The Education Committee report, and I say to you, Mr. Padilla, since you moved the IGR report, the Education report is a cleaner report. It does not condition the council's support of 1381 on technical matters such as whether there's staff or not. Now, I know people can agree to disagree on whether board members ought to have staff. The reality is that when you ask the Center for Reform of School Systems, their view on this, they have surveyed all school boards in the United States, and their director has told us that he's not aware of a single board other than LAUSD where board members have individual staff, because school boards are bodies corporate and school board members are trustees. So there are different ways to look at this issue. My suggestion, colleagues, is that Mayor Villaraigosa is going to be in rather involved in detailed negotiations over the next several weeks with both bodies in the legislature, for all we know, with the executive branch as well, and to condition our support on a technical matter here or there, I think is unfair to the creation of what will, in the end, I'm confident, be a very strong reform measure for our students. So I would ask us to approve the Education Committee report, which is cleaner, and I'd ask my colleagues if they would consider, given that, allowing us to vote on the Education Committee report. Let's report out a clean recommendation, and then these ideas that everyone has, whether they are input from the city attorney on how to craft a liability provision, input from council members on staff issues. Mr. Sines is here, and I'd ask Mr. Sines, I mean, is Mayor's office still willing and able to entertain these sorts of suggestions from members as the negotiations continue over the next several weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd ask that we do it in that direction. And I guess let me just ask you to elaborate on what you've heard today and you know what you will be doing in terms of going back to your team to inform folks of what individual issues have been brought up today.
Absolutely. As I indicated, some of the amendments that were in conversation previously, included among those is the liability concern that we will be discussing with the city attorney and with the authors of the legislation. I have heard the concern about individual staffs, and we'll take that back for discussion with the authors and sponsors. I have heard the concerns about the contract approval process. Some of the amendments that I described earlier were about specificity with respect to the public posting. We will look at those issues as well. And with respect to the budget, again, I've indicated what the intent here was. We looked for terms in the California School Accounting Manual. I certainly am going to make sure that recheck again that those terms used in the legislation are the ones that would permit a sufficient level of policy making that would not permit the kinds of huge changes that have been suggested here. That was not the intent, and we will look to make sure that that's the case. I also would certainly take back a concern to make it clear that this is not about access to information. It's about what is adopted by the Board of Education, and I will take the broader concern back as well.
And so I would just say, Mr. Padilla and others on the council, as evidenced by the events, by the evolution of this bill over the last several months, this is clearly a mayor who is open, to other points of view and who has been willing to adopt and change the legislation as things have evolved. Let's pass out a clean recommendation today, but I'm sure they will take your recommendation seriously.
Go ahead. Why don't you respond, and then Mr. Parks is after Mr. Padilla's response.
Just going to respond to your suggestion that we vote on this committee report, that committee report. Look, the only difference between the two committee reports is that one portion that suggests we suggest to the mayor and the authors of the bill that school board members deserve to keep their own staff. So I think it's a matter of semantics. We can vote on either committee report. I would request, Mr. President, a separate vote on the specific suggested amendment as it pertains to school board staff. So that on its own, and then IGR, ENN, whichever it is, and we can move forward.
And I guess all I would say, Mr. Padilla, is that I take Mr. Sines' representation in good faith that they will consider it as the negotiations continue. The issue has clearly been raised publicly with a public policy basis. We can certainly vote on your suggestion, but my suggestion would be let's leave it at the suggestion level now so that they can negotiate over the next several weeks all the different items that are in play.
Mr. Parks is our next speaker, and then Mr. Reyes, and then Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just want to relate that of my first list of a dozen questions or so, and I'll just make my comments. But this has been a tough issue to struggle with in the sense of dealing with this whole issue. Although in the 8th District, we have a number of reasons in the sense of being concerned about education. We have not one school except charters that are at citywide average on the API scores. We're unfortunate to have a school decertified in the middle of a school year. And then we have so many other things such as the poverty, the crime, and the things that make it even more difficult for kids to function in school. One of the things, having participated in the mayor's election and listened to a number of people's ideas on the issue of the schools, all the way from breaking up the school district to modifying it to discussing it and such. And way back in October of '05, Ms. Romero was having a committee meeting in the city of LA to talk about education. And my staff put together a number of ideas that we wanted to relate to her because we weren't able to be at the meeting. And in looking back at that, I think the real issues that I think solidifies where I'm going to vote on this is that we've always been concerned about the accountability of the school district. We hear from a variety of people who's in charge, and one of the issues is often the answer is no one knows. The superintendent is in charge except the board overrules them. The union's in charge because they can run candidates. There's a variety of things that have come about that give us pause as it relates to what's happening in the school district. We also have a concern as it relates to, yes, we do need to study what's going on in New York, Chicago, and a number of places, but we don't have to replicate everything that is going on in other places. But I think what the issues that we come up with, even from the casual observer or the current of the or a true student, is that we do need to make a change. Change is important. I cannot afford in the 8th District see another generation or two of kids go by the wayside. And the other issue that causes me to begin to reflect on the vote is that 800,000 kids go to school every day in the public school system. They belong to the mayor and the council in their bedrooms and on their front porch, but there's little or no say once they get on the school grounds. And I think that there is a need for more input. I appreciate Mr. Huizar and Mr. Padilla's efforts on the President's Commission, and I believe that what is being offered in the bill does not take us too far away from those proposals. And I'm looking forward in March to look at the issues that Mr. Huizar has brought to our attention. But I think it's pretty simple from what my community tells me. This is the list they give us that they think makes schools better. Smaller classes, eliminate the overcrowded campuses, building schools where kids actually live, eliminate the year-round school calendar, have credentialed teachers, extend the school day at every level, extend extracurricular activities, extend after-school programs, end the displacement of teachers during the school year, performance standards for teachers, principals, and students, quality textbooks, and challenging homework, college preparatory courses, and skilled trade education and training. Those are the things that they want to see. They're also asking me to find out the best way to get to those things, because these are the true issues of what education is about. I'll close and say that one of the dilemmas we had, and we tried very hard to be involved with the President's Commission, and we thought we had an outstanding person, a veteran of both the LA Unified and the County Board of Education. And in talking with him, and I'll give him credit for this quote, I said, "Tell me specifically what's wrong with the educational system in the city of Los Angeles." He stated, what's wrong with the educational system? He stated the system is run by adults, for adults, not for the intended purpose for educating our children. I think that in itself gives me enough movement and motivation on behalf of the 8th District Children and Families to support this legislation. Again, it's not perfect, but nothing we do is perfect. And if we wait for the perfect solution, we've lost another couple of generations of children.
Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
Thank you, Council President. It's been about a year that we've had the mayor in office. In that year, I've had the opportunity to work with the staff when we talked about who we're going to hire as planning director. We were able to put together the CLA report after it went out into the community and looked at what the community wanted to see in a planning director. And where I'm going is, Mr. Sines, if you can answer, we now have a Mr. Bud Overham who tends to be, for lack of a better word, like the quarterback. We bring together departments who meet periodically to talk about the priorities and the strategies for the city. In this new role, should it come to pass and things work out the way it's being proposed, do you see the element of the school district and its inner workings part of that process? Has there been that discussion? Can you hold my time, please?
Absolutely, council member. As you know, the mayor recently appointed Ray Cortines, who has tremendous unmatched experience in this area, serving as superintendent of many large urban districts across the country. He is the deputy mayor for education, youth, and families. He will be the quarterback, if you will, but he will be in the room with all of the other deputy mayors with responsibility in the other areas. And indeed, his own portfolio is not limited only to education, but to other departments in the city that serve youth and families, leading to a better coordination from the mayor's office, a better ability to reach out and include all of the other departments, council offices, and indeed the other cities, together with the school district in this endeavor.
When I referred to the crime issue earlier, and I pulled out the citywide map, and you can see where the crime has been festering. You can see where the dropout rates have been too high, where you see the graduation rates are too low. My sense of hope is that we will continue working with each council district, with each school board member, in trying to create that laser approach of site to site and how we create a different kind of environment where the kids don't have to worry about whether they'll make it to school or not, whether they'll be maimed or robbed or even killed. I mean, these are the kinds of environments that exist today. So I support this in the spirit of that type of cooperation in the future, working with the CLA to see how our discretion in committee, whether it's in public works, rec and parks, or planning and land use, that we are actually putting together the types of strategies that creates that new environment. The accountability issue, we have to address, I think, much more succinctly. I'm hoping the negotiations that begin to flow forward, we're able to answer the accountability issue at every level. I'm looking forward to that type of information. So again, thank you for your support, and I know this is a very tense time for everyone, but I think it's a very historic time as well. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gruhl and then Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, and this has been a good discussion today about the future of our city. I just want to make a brief comment. Mr. Reed, you made some comment about Halliburton and the way in which we are designing this. Take great offense by that. We've seen major cities across this country who've had CEOs of school districts and some of those large cities who've effectively done it. I know you weren't here during Belmont, but that's not the example that we want to see in the city and the transparency. And I know a number of the school board members weren't here during that period of time. But what we're trying to do, this is not necessarily for your response. This is just a statement about that I feel very strongly that what we're trying to do, all of us, whatever side you're on, is about the issue of transparency and accountability. And so that's what I want to see us today. That's what we've heard from our council colleagues today. Thank you, Mr. President.
If I may, Councilmember, my only response is I apologize for any offense I caused.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
On behalf of the people, the parents and children of Los Angeles, I call the question.
And since you were the last speaker, that is a unnecessary motion. Unless anybody else wants to be heard, that is the end of our debate. We have, Madam Clerk, a few different motions. I think the latest one was made by Mr. Padilla. Is that correct?
Well, there was a suggestion by Mr. Padilla to vote on recommendation 1 of the IGR committee report, not the whole recommendation, but the section 4, which talks about the staff for the individual board members.
Mr. Smith, as Chair of IGR, did you want to clarify anything?
Right, in which case I second that.
Okay.
Can I ask a
Motion to
point?
separate on the IGR committee report, that's correct? Hold on one
Yes.
sec. I just want to hear from the clerk. We're going to hear everybody, and we'll make sure it's clarified, but Madam Clerk, it would be to separate the IGR report.
Right, the IGR report,
Now,
recommendation number 1, section number 4 of that recommendation, which says to allow each board member to have designated staff. And
Let
then there was a
me
vote.
ask you something else about precedents. The first motion we had, I think this is in your records as well, was the IGR report. was
Correct.
moved. Then somebody moved the
Then the
Education and Neighborhoods
Education
report.
Neighborhoods by Ms.
And then
Hahn.
a third motion was made to split IGR. My question then would
correct.
be, do we still take Education Neighborhoods first, or does the splitting of that move the IGR vote forward?
If you split that from the IGR report, then the reports would be the same. That would be the only difference.
Okay. All right.
Her motion first.
It's irrelevant now because they're both the same. If there's an agreement, if there's a second to split that, that would make the, essentially, well, it actually isn't the same because I'm sorry, one of them you're voting the Education
Just
Neighborhoods
move
report
education
and not having the option of voting on that second aspect. In the other one, you do have it split so that you take that
Let's
aspect
take
of
mine.
the staffing of the school board offices, that amendment, separate from the rest. So would
Okay.
precedence be given, Madam Clerk, to
Motion to divide would take precedence over the other
Okay.
motion.
All right. So we will vote on the splitting of the question first, on the IGR report. Okay? This is simply to split the question. It's not yet on the question, it's not on either aspect of it, it is simply to split the question. Mr. Weezard?
What is the question?
Madam Clerk, if you'll
The
review that
question
again.
is would be to split off or separate from recommendation number 1 of the IGR report, the 4th section that says to allow each board member to have designated staff.
Mr. President?
And that's just the question.
Just so I can clarify.
Yes, Mr. Weiss.
If we vote to divide, then we will have, in whatever order you decide, have an up or down vote on the education report,
That's the last
they'll
clarified.
they'll be the same report at that point, and we will have an up or down vote on that recommendation regarding staff.
Correct.
Okay. And you'll
Unless the, Madam Clerk, unless the thing that's still unclear to me, that I would love guidance on, is whether or not the IGR report
Mr. President,
takes precedence.
if I can
Because it
try-
is a slight difference. Yes, Mr. Padilla.
If I can just try to simplify for the
Sure.
group.
Love that.
Because we can do parliamentary circles all we want. If we have a standalone vote on the school board member staffing in and of itself, and if it passes, committee reports are amended. If it doesn't pass, it fails, and the committee reports are identical otherwise.
Got it.
That's it.
Is that okay with everybody? There's no objection? Okay, we will take the first vote. If there's no objection to splitting, it will be split, so we no longer are voting on the split unless there's an objection. That means our first vote right now is on that amendment as proposed
no vote.
in the, okay, in the committee. Hold on.
I vote.
What we are voting on right now is the amendment whether or not school board members would retain staff.
Okay, so ask for no vote.
Okay? Yes is yes, they would retain staff. No is no, they would not. Okay? Please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 8 noes.
Okay, that fails. We now will vote up or down on the overall, the rest of the package. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That passes. Okay? Yes. Mr.
Clarification.
Bizarre?
There was no difference between the EN report and the Intergovernmental Relations report. They're identical.
The recommendations that was left, besides that one difference, was identical.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. Parks?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion because this bill is fluctuating so greatly, particularly in the last few weeks, that we ask the CLA to give us an ongoing update in the council so that if there's issues that have fallen out that are sensitive to our concerns, we can put a renewed effort into addressing those.
Okay.
But that we
We've
need,
dispensed with the matter, but we'll make sure to communicate that to the CLA and get regular communications. We'd be happy to schedule that here in council as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Padilla, was that just on the clarifications? You're on the speaker queue? Okay. All right. Let's go to public comment next. Now it's time for general public comment. We appreciate the patience of the public as we took up this item that has been before the city's attention. I'd like to invite Alberto Tlatoa to come forward as our first speaker for general public comment. And we will set the timer at 1 minute to try to get as many speakers as possible in the 10 minutes. If I could ask folks who are leaving the chambers to please keep their conversations to a minimum or to take them outside. And then Ubaldo Tlatoa will be second, and Lucila Delgado will be third. So Alberto Tlatoa is our first speaker.
Good afternoon, City Council members, and I have one question. What happened to democracy? I've noticed that there's been motion passing restricting public comment and how people express themselves, but isn't that freedom of speech? Isn't that what we are entitled to? Those types of actions are types of actions that third world country governments run. Those are the actions they do, and I thought Los Angeles was at the forefront of being democratic and being at the forefront of every issue. What's going on, City Council? Evicting the farmers did not stop us. Bulldozing the farm did not stop us, and restricting public comment is not going to stop us. Now, you have allowed us to be more creative on our public comment, and we'll continue to come until our issue is solved, because our community deserves food security, safety, and green space in underserved communities. And that's the point that I've been pushing for the past 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I saw public comment go from 3 minutes to 2 to 1. What's up with that?
Just as another point of clarification, our own council rules, which we are reviewing to allow for more public comment, we invite folks always here, allow up to 10 minutes, and anything more than 10 minutes is in violation of those rules, and we are looking at making sure that we can have greater discretion on that. In the meantime, we go from 2 to 1, depending on how many members are here, members of the public, to make sure the maximum number can speak. So, Ubaldo Tlatoa is our next speaker. Ubaldo Tlatoa here. Lucila Delgado. Out in San Fernando Valley, Sharon Brewer. Ms. Brewer?
Hi. Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to get to this. 5 hours waiting, we'll deal with that at another time. I'm here to take and again talk about the Encino Neighborhood Council June 8th election challenge and the decision by the Human Relations Commission to deny challenges and certify election. I want to read. I'm dealing with point number 5 under my challenges regarding the May 24th, 2006 candidate forum. It states on May 24th, 2006, a candidate forum was held where approximately 100 people attended to hear candidate presentations. What was not stated was that there was a town hall meeting featuring Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, sponsored by the homeowners of Encino and Encino Property Owners Association, advertised 7:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. that night, immediately following an ENC meeting which started at 6:30 p.m., usual time 7 p.m., and ended at 7:30 p.m., usual time 9 p.m. This town hall meeting was advertised by both of the above groups by postcards and newspaper articles. The meeting was also covered by the newspaper. I believe it was the Daily News. 100 people did not come to hear the ENC candidate presentations. They came to hear and ask questions to the mayor.
Thank you,
This
Ms. Brewer.
information, fine.
And thank you for your patience. Again, to reiterate, and because it is so critical to the public's understanding, we had 35 public speaker cards, also members of the public, for that earlier item, which we had not heard in general full council, which is why we had that move forward. But we do appreciate your patience. And our next speaker is Sylvia Hawkins.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ms. Sylvia Hawkins. This is on number, just public comments. These are some of the reasons why Hawkwood 8 has started in the United States of America. Since now we are being attacked by tourists in California, there has been capture of United States of America people who has been mistreated but are freed by myself moving from Memphis, Tennessee back to California in year 2003. These people are Aaliyah, Left Eye, Ron Brown, ex-President John F. Kennedy, ex-President, again, his son Junior, Ford, Reagan, Selena, Biggie, sports players, Dale Hart, and others that has been released at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Matt Dowd is our next speaker.
Well, thank you for the wide angle, Channel 35. I should be asking for a Zoom, but I know you're not going to give it, but I don't have a shirt. The public comment, why is this council such slow learners? Was it not a week ago we had gang intervention people waiting to get paid? What if that was today? 5 hours they'd be here and then you wouldn't be able to get those guys paid. So let's have the public comment at the beginning as it's agendized, especially for all the people who just tune in for the public comment. I lost all my fans waiting 5 hours now. The city attorney says it's first come, first served, but we already proved that that isn't happening here. We should have a lottery for your presentations. What happened to the rules on limiting the presentations? Why don't we have a lottery on the presentations, restrict the number, have a lottery for the public comment, then it's all fair like you're doing down at Venice Beach. But then guess what? It's unconstitutional, right? I got a new song out on YouTube. It's called Fight to Breathe.
Thank you. And just as a point of information, those gang members were on an agendized item, which is why we went to agendized item today first as well. So it wasn't in general public comment. Michael Hunt is our next speaker. Okay. Zuma Dog is next.
Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention, especially watching at home. This is a terrible day for the city of Los Angeles. What just happened here is the biggest bamboozle in Los Angeles city politics. We're dealing with compromise, which is necessary. What just happened here today in Chambers? One hand has washed the other. We know we got dirty hands in politics. What happened? The mayor needed support for this bill to get through, so they had a big dog and pony show to pretend like a lot of things were happening. You all voted unanimously because the problem is there's too much scrutiny of the media, too many checks and balances, too many people like Zuma Dog with access on the net, and all these people that gave me their cards to give me the information. What happened here today, the mayor was in trouble with the education plan. He said, City Council, you give me a unanimous vote, and I'll make sure I support your term limit extensions. So we got a situation right here. We just sold out the kids so that everybody can move up the ladder, and we're dealing with compromise because the mayor did not want to have to give away some of these powers, but he had to. Zuma Dog, watch my YouTube. This is a terrible day for Los Angeles.
Joyce Dillard is our next speaker.
Part of the reason why things are legislated is to give opportunities where there weren't ones, and that's in the Brown Act. It's been very difficult to get through the door here. It changes day to day. Some days I'm asked for my name, some days the security guards whisper, oh, that's her, because they know I will complain and write Brown Act letters. But what happens to me if I get down without giving my name should happen to others. There's not a consistent policy in the city. Therefore, you do not respect democracy, and that's what I'm concerned about. When you let citizens work together, they do very well. I have to leave now because of the long session. And I was going to talk about the Arroyo Seco feasibility study, because there, citizens are working together to change things, to change an economy, the vision of an area, the water, the greening, a lot of things. But you have no confidence in us. You didn't have confidence in us and what we feel about what's going on in our area, in our school district. You want to give up your right to legislate for the executive branch.
Dillard.
And intrude on us.
Hoku Jeffrey is our next speaker. Is Hoku Jeffrey here? Noel Weiss. Candida Maris.
Thank you, Mr. President, council members. Thank you very, very much for the salient discussion on our school reform. Quickly, everybody read the newspaper. DWP overbilled again, over $3 million. For 3 years, I've been before this council. I brought workers, I brought small businesses, and they stated that this was happening over and over again. Until we finally audit purchasing, this is not going to stop. Why are we holding everybody else accountable, but we're not holding WP management? It is time for an audit. A lot of money is being wasted. It's time for an audit of purchasing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Cunningham. Is David Cunningham here? If not, that is our last card on general public comment. That will close our general public comment. If we can go to the next item.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 3, and that was called special by Councilmember Cardenas, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas?
I just had some questions that need to be clarified, and everything's fine, so put it up for a vote.
Great. If nobody else wishes to be heard on this one, let's open the roll. And we've had public comment on this already?
Yes, it's been in committee.
Okay, we've already had public comment, ma'am. So open the roll on this, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. That is approved. Mr. Weston or Mr. Smith, did you want to be recognized? Oh, okay. Yes. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 4, and that was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Councilmember Hahn, we have item 4 before us. I'd like to recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise and relate what we heard in our committee. You know, members, this is the sort of the status of the implementation of our sweat-free procurement ordinance in the city of Los Angeles, which we're attempting to be a better city by not contracting with those who manufacture materials in the sweatshops. What we heard in the committee was that up until this point, our proprietary departments had not really signed on to this. So I asked the Harbor Department, the Airport Department, and of course DWP to also adopt this ordinance. So I think in September, the Harbor Commission will adopt this ordinance as well as the Airport Commission. I think that is important. We always have to include our proprietary departments. I know the Harbor Department, besides purchasing a lot of uniforms, also give out a lot of PR, promotional type t-shirts, caps. We just want to make sure that they also sign on to this ordinance and agree to the standards which we're putting forth, and we'll also agree to meet with this advisory working group that really is going to help us implement this ordinance. So I think that's good news. And I applaud both the Harbor Department and the Airport Department for moving that forward to both of their commissions.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? If not, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item is 34, and that was called special for cards from the public.
Okay. This time I'd like to invite forward on item 34,
Yes, it was
Ms. Sylvia Hawkins.
Good morning, my name is Ms. Sylvia Hawkins. Concerning item number 34, on university housing on and off campus, I would cannot hold my answer until further investigation on the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any members of the council wishing to be heard on this item? If not, let's open the roll on 34, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That's approved. Next item, please.
Next item is
Forthwith on that if there's no objection. Okay. Next
Item 39, called special for cards from the public.
Item 39 is now before us. Zuma Dog is our first speaker. And then Michael Hunt is our second speaker.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name's Zuma Dog, and I'll be the first homeless candidate running for City Council. I have till October to figure out which district I'll be camping in on the street corner, but it looks like Gruhl so far because I get the most complaints about her. Oh, by the way, she's on this. 39, this is relative to declaring the AIDS Walk Los Angeles special event, fees absorbed by the city. Here's my question, and this happens on a lot of these. I've noticed I've been coming here so long. Can the clerk, city clerk, can the clerk tell me, has this been put through on the agenda before? Because I think what I see happens a lot, and please clarify if I'm wrong. You put it up 1 week for some declaration of money, then you throw it in there a few weeks later. Has this item been declared? Because what happens, I'm getting a lot of comments from other people who have other important things in the city, like in Jan Perry's district, they need clean air because, you know, you have a little dog and pony show and hand out some cheese to the community, and then they put a skyscraper up that pollutes the district. So I'd like to know, has this been put through yet? Don't we get 2 minutes on this?
No, we have 1 minute, but if you'd like to speak to the clerk, we'll make sure you get an answer to that. Okay? Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Hunt. Yeah, right over there at the table. We'll make sure somebody's there to talk to you. Nope, Matt Dowd.
First of all, how come there isn't 2 minutes on these items right now if there's only like 2 speakers? How come the rules keep changing? Channel 35, I should just wait for you to zoom in a little. Everybody else gets a close-up.
That's okay.
What's going on?
Could you please address the matter at hand, sir?
I'll take the hat off if that's the problem. The shirt's great. I got Herb Weston
Second warning, could you please address the item that's before us,
Okay,
please?
let me get on the item. 39, the AIDS Walk, Los Angeles. Good to see that the city's getting behind this, but I want to talk about AIDS. It's not a disease that transmits itself, people. So with all the rights that people demand in this country also comes responsibility. You know, and the responsibility especially falls on bisexual people to protect themselves and not to transmit this kind of bullshit into the community. Thank you.
Matt, oh, sorry, we have item 43 is next. Why don't we take a vote on this? If nobody wishes to be heard, let's open up the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, next item, please.
Item 43, call special for cards from the public.
Matt Dowd is our next speaker. I would respectfully ask you to keep away from words. They're permitted, but I would ask you please not swear over there where we have young children. and others
Absolutely,
listening.
I'm sorry. I just wish you'd give me a little bit of time to get over that fit because I'm a little worked up. But the Entertainment Weekly Emmy Party. Wow. Why don't those guys, in fact, didn't we not see this on the agenda only a couple of months ago? We mentioned it. You know, we think the Emmys should be putting forward the money back to the city. You know, this is one of those dog and pony shows that we mentioned earlier. So if you want to find out how I feel about this, go to mattdowd.com or YouTube, look up Matt Dowd. I got a new song. It's all about activism, about the streets of Los Angeles, pollution, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zuma Dog.
Good afternoon, Los Angeles. I can't even say the whole thing again without us laughing. Anyway, let me get to the point. Could there anything be less important in Los Angeles than the Emmy Awards? Who cares about a bunch of actors reading words they don't write, a bunch of frivolous nonsense? I don't care who the best, I don't care who the worst. I don't think we should support these Emmy parties. You know what? Let Elton John pay for the damn thing. He'll make it a 5-star event. The city won't get, you know, let them pay for it themselves. What are we taking money to support the Emmys? It's not important. Let's do a transfer of funds to the kids, some youth programs. There are too many Jan Perry dog and pony show type events where you hand out some cheese, you speak a little other language that's in your district, and then, you know, you build a skyscraper and pollute the environment. So please, 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 there's so many more on here. No more dog and pony shows. Who cares who the best actor is? That ain't important. Kids are. And what happened today is a travesty against the kids. And let's stop this frivolous nonsense.
Michael Hunt is our next speaker. Michael Hunt there. Okay, he is not. Anybody wishing to be heard?
Excuse me, Mr. Garcetti.
Yes.
For the record, the agenda description states that the event sponsor will reimburse the city for all fees and costs incurred.
Thank you for that point of information. Please, you've already been addressed. No. Thank you. We accept your apology. We thank you, Mr. Dog, for your apology. If we can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
All right. If we can go to the next item, please.
Next items, Mr. President, are from the special meeting that will continue to this meeting, special meeting 1, and I believe there is a card on this
Yes,
item.
we have a few cards on this. Is Guadalupe Gonzalez here? Guadalupe Gonzalez here? If not, is Sarah Araiza? Nope. Maria Gomez? Matt Dowd.
Thank you very much. Nice to be back on the record. This one, the only comment I had to make is that testing. The only comment is about the word fixing the tax rates. I know it's okay, but it doesn't look good, that word, anymore. How about locking the tax rate, capping it, fixing the tax rates? It's just one of those little things, you know, if you fixing doesn't sound good. We know no one likes a fix. Go out to Santa Anita or Hollywood Park, you won't see them there, but we don't want to see them in here, that's for sure.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Cervantes. Ms. Cervantes here? If not, that closes the public hearing on the item. If we can please open the roll on this, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Forthwith, if there's no objection, please. Next item.
Next item is item number 2, and that was called special for cards, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed.
Item number 2, on special agenda. I only have cards actually on number 3. So if we open and close the public hearing on that, Mr. Reyes is our first speaker.
President, this is a timely subject. I just wanted to share with you, after close to 4 years, we're going to have a pedestrian-oriented, safe environment for a Gratz New Primary Center of 382 semester seats with 16 classrooms, affordable family housing, 54 units, an early education center, 176 two-semester seats with 7 classrooms. What we are doing today is allowing for a street vacation, or as an alley vacation, that will promote a different design that allow the community of Friends to build its facility while sharing facilities with the school district. They will be abutting the Gratz New Primary Center. The environment we're creating will create a safe environment. This is an example of what we could be doing. It's a shame it's taken 4 to 5 years to get here. Hopefully with the new changes that we see in the horizon, it'll cut down that type of process. It kind of echoes what you were saying earlier, Council President, when we started the Glasshouse Park program. That was 5-6 years ago, and we have yet to start construction. So I appreciate your support, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. No other council members wish to be heard. Let's open the roll, Madam Clerk. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 3 from the special meeting.
Okay, we have Matt Dowd. Public comment.
Thank you very much, Matt Dowd. Item number 3 on the special agenda, it's directing the Bureau of Sanitation to report on a proposed personal services contract, waste management for the transfer and disposal of 600 tons of daily waste. 600 tons a day. Where does that all go? Where does that go? I hope it's not going into the ocean. I know it's going into a landfill, I would suspect. But I just want to appeal to everybody out there to minimize the amount of waste that you produce, because no one can really put up with 600 tons a day for that long. I mean, you do the math on that one over 365 days. Boy, I don't even want to do that math. So thank you. I'm not used to getting 2 minutes, but look, this is great. I'm all in favor of it. I hope they report immediately to the council. But bigger issue than the report is the people dealing with the waste management in this city, and a lot of it washes out into the ocean where I live, and I refuse to even go into the water at Venice Marina, Bill's District. flat out refuse to get into the water.
Sylvia Hawkins is our next speaker.
Again, my name is Ms. Sylvia Hawkins. We are asking the sanitation waste men to be very cautious of the man that is capturing these people and saying that he's my uncle since a child. His name is Bobby Cox. We must be very cautious on how and where the release of all containers of biotech, high chemicals, of toxic poison in areas of airports. Deleting people's bodies from the area must be done in plastic bags, straight to detective embalming fluid areas under LAX airport building and not moved out of the area.
Thank you,
It is
Ms.
very
Hawkins.
dangerous if you move bodies out of the area if there is major disaster. Bodies do not supposed to move. Thank you very much. I have worked also at Fort Funeral Home in Memphis, Tennessee.
Thank you. That is
in
off
the
topic.
funeral home, so
We-
I
we
know a lot
appreciate your
about
comments.
that. Thank you. I
Our
do have
last
1
speaker
minute,
is Zuma
Eric.
Dog. That's right. Zuma Dog is our next speaker. Thank you for taking your minute. Zuma Dog is our next speaker. Thank you very much, ma'am.
First of all, I would like to ask for a close-up, and please, this is on topic with this because part of the protected expression of the First Amendment includes things aside from printed and voice, and facial expressions and gestures do communicate a medium, just like dancing. So please, it's part of my message because maybe I want to enunciate. Anyway, I would like to say that we do need this because this is a city that needs to revitalize and revamp itself. You hear me complain a lot about the fact that there's, real estate development running rampant, and I am seeing that maybe the city does need to compromise on certain things. I mean, our side of the rope and your side of the rope, because once again, you got cities like Vegas restaurating itself. We need to maintain Los Angeles as a world-class city, so that does mean we need to break a few eggs to make the omelet, and maybe that means some people won't be able to afford to live here anymore. The city is too crowded as it is, so if some of them have to move to Arizona or Vegas, that's all part of the plan. But I would like to say regarding 600 tons of daily waste, how come I've been here 4 months, I haven't seen one recycle bin in the entire city hall? Get recycle bins at City Hall, yeah!
Mr. Dog, there's 3 right over there. There's another 5 in the back and the throughout here. We appreciate it. That closes our public comment for today. If we can please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Oh, there's no speaker.
I had pushed the button. What
I'm
happened?
sorry, I didn't have you on the speaker queue. Let's reconsider that, please. We can open the roll reconsideration. You weren't on the queue. I'm sorry.
I know
Close
you're
the
in a
roll
hurry, as we
and
all
tabulate
are.
the vote. Not in a hurry. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. We brought this forward because, as you will recall, the council had instructed the Bureau of Sanitation to contract with 2 contractors on the 600-ton diversion. The other day, the Board of Public Works issued a contract to only one of them and denied the other. And so we had some questions about how we got where we are when the council had instructed 2 contractors be given contracts. So I asked I guess President Ruiz is here, and anyone else from the board that wants to come up, or the Bureau, to explain to the council why they did not give contract to MDSI, which is one of the chosen contractors that this council authorized a contract with. I have always maintained that I wanted to see diversity in the way we deal with our trash, that we wanted an opportunity that if one contractor didn't work, we'd have an alternative, and that didn't happen. And I've had some conversations, but I think the council needs to know what happened because we gave very specific instructions that were not followed. So if you would please, Madam President.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. And yes, back in March, the City Council gave the Department of Public Works and the Bureau of Sanitation a directive. They said that they wanted 600 tons to be removed from Sunshine Canyon by the end of the year. 300 tons going to Waste Management and 300 tons going to MDSI. So as a result, we entered into negotiations with Waste Management for the 300 tons, and we reached an agreement on the contract. At the same time, we entered into negotiations with MDSI, and over a 4-month period, there was a total of 5 different meetings that were held with MDSI and 2 telephone conferences. Back on June 20th, I went to a council committee and said we'd be having our final negotiation meeting with MDSI. Up until that point, I had not been involved, staff had. So it was understood that on June 23rd, the final meeting would take place. The people present at the meeting were myself, Rita Robinson from the Bureau of Sanitation, Kelly from the Bureau of Sanitation, Alex, and Javier Polanco. On MDSI side was Jerry Newman and Scott from representing MDSI. So we sat down there for 2.5 hours, went through the contract page by page by page, and at the end of the meeting, we had a very positive result and said we reach an agreement. So after leaving that meeting, Scott had even mentioned we reached an agreement. So I was under the assumption we had reached an agreement. So the proposal based on that information was written up and emailed to MDSI. The response I got back from MDSI, and I think it was circulated to everyone, it was on June 19th, and I'm quoting, MDSI of LA is unwilling to accept the contract draft that you provided on Monday. If that draft was meant to be a take it or leave it scenario, then unfortunately we must decline the offer. So once I got that information, I said, okay, I have certain choices. I am mandated by the council to take out that 600 tons. Now, mind you, based on that, we gave BFI notice that by the end of the year, we're going to remove 600 tons. So at that time, I had 2 choices. I could either, the 300 tons that now I don't know what to do with, because they said no, I could either rebid that, which was going to take too long, the bidding process, and we already had gone out to a proposal for the 3rd time, RFP 3, so do I rebid it? Or I have another contract with Waste Management, do we add it to that? So at that point, I did make a decision to go ahead and add it to that for time's sake, because I was very conscious of my mandate to take out the 600 tons from BFI, from Sunshine Canyon by the end of the year. So at that point, came to the full Board of Public Works, MDSI showed up, and they just said they were disappointed. At that point, if they would have said that day, I'm going to sign the contract today, I would have said fine. If they were willing to sign the contract that was agreed to, we would have a deal today and wouldn't be having this discussion.
Did you convey that to them?
Excuse me?
Did you convey that option to them at that last minute?
No, because at that point, it was before the full Board of Public Works. They gave their input, and they just said they were disappointed. We feel like we're going to take it to council. And I knew that through the process, it would be taken to council. So at that point, what we did is give an intention. It still had to go through our process through contract administration, because now if you change Waste Management's contract to 600 tons, you still have to go through the Con Ed process. So nothing, that has not been finalized yet either. But I just felt that over a 4-month period, having all the meetings, having a final meeting, I didn't have time to play games. I have a mandate that council has given me to take out the 600 tons, and that's what we're working towards. It's unfortunate that MDSI came back with a decision that they did not want to accept what was agreed to, but I don't have control over them. I just have control over my actions and what we do as a
I think our
department.
concern is, and my concern is that we are now contracting with one of 2 people that were certified for a contract, and to avoid legal action in the future, I want to make sure, Mr. Westhoff, you can answer this if you will, that we extended the same options and language to Waste Management that we extended to MDSI.
Absolutely. If from the very beginning, if MDSI had been willing to sign on to the Waste Management contract, we wouldn't be sitting here telling you that we were unable to reach an agreement with them. And
I think we need that for the public comment, and that's why you're here today, is we needed to have this in public, that the explanation you have given, and in all due respect, if we had had this information before today, you wouldn't be here today. But the fact of the matter is, you came before our committee, said we're close to a deal, this should be done next week. That's where it was left off with the council, and then suddenly the contract's going someplace else, leaving us to question what happened. So in our legal constitutional ability to question, it has to be done now. And it is important for the council to hear that, those issues, the problems that were addressed, and why the decision was made, so that we're aware, first of all, why you made the decision, and secondly, that we are clear that Mr. Parks and I and the rest of the committee are not going to have this in a lawsuit later on to deal in settlement issue, but that you did give the same contract to both awarded contractors as an option.
Yes.
And one declined.
And let me make it very clear, as far as I can tell, there is absolutely no basis upon which they could claim a lawsuit, because their proposal changed in the contract negotiations from what they proposed to us, and we are not legally obligated to award 1, 2, or 3 contracts. We can award the contract that best serves the city's interest, and we reserve the right to award 1 or more contracts out of the RFP that was presented. So at this point, we were unable to reach a meeting of the minds. It was very clear from that email that in other words, we didn't change any of the contract terms before we got the no on the email. We used our standard contract terms. When I saw the list of issues that they were disagreeing with the city on, some of those were legal issues that I felt were, issues that we could not give up on. One was indemnification. It is my understanding that their position on that may have changed since I reviewed it, which was after the last meeting that they had and before we sent out the best and final to them. But the rest of them were operational issues that the Bureau of Sanitation went through, and in essence, they wanted preferential treatment, not the same treatment. They wanted preferential treatment, and the Bureau could not put them in the position of being preferentially treated rather than treated the same as the other people who do business at Clark's. So it was the last offer that went out to them from the president of the Board of Public Works was part and parcel the same deal that went out to Waste Management and was accepted by Waste Management with very little pushback.
Okay. I thank you for bringing that to the council. We understand what happened. Mr. Schreiber had put a card in and pulled it back. I don't know if you wish to speak at this time and offer you that opportunity if you wish. But we did hear the answer to the questions we had earlier in the week, and I thank you for bringing that to us. Mr. Schreiber, if you want to make comments, you're welcome to do so.
Thank you very much for giving me
On my time.
the opportunity to talk.
Okay.
Just to be clear, I'll sign the waste management contract right now.
Yeah.
The exact terms and conditions that waste management has.
Yeah, I understand that it may be too late, unfortunately.
Where we've come down to is, as Ms. Ruiz mentioned, we had a negotiating meeting, and it was a productive negotiating meeting, and we came out of that meeting thinking we had a deal. There were a whole number of changes to the contracts that we didn't expect. In one particular one that we had agreed to that didn't happen. What it all comes down to is there's only one issue. There are performance criterion that the city has agreed to that we want the ability to terminate the contract without any penalty to the city if sanitation does not meet those performance requirements. That's the only issue.
But it is a significant enough issue that the Board of Public Works decided they don't want to do that kind of a deal. I think that's the bottom line. And the fact of the matter is, and as I want to make very clear, we had a proposal of Waste Management. They agreed to. You were not given any special treatment, nor were you giving any less treatment in that proposal. And you chose not to, after that negotiating period, to accept that. You wanted changes. And that is, I think, where the negotiations fell apart. And so we're here today because we have to ratify a contract which they've put out. And it's unfortunate, in my opinion, that we are not doing 2 contractors because I wanted that flexibility for the city. But the board has acted. We have those questions answered, Mr. President. And I think it's unfortunate we came to this point. And I wish in the future, Madam President, you do a better job communicating back to the council that there's been a change of game plan because we were very clear in what we wanted done. So with that, Mr. President, I go ahead and move approval unless there's any other questions.
Thank you. So that'll be withdrawn. Okay. So any objection to that, colleagues? Okay. So on Mr. Smith's motion, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay. That is approved. Thank you. Next item, please.
And that would leave item number 4 of the special meeting before council.
For item 4? Excuse me? We have cards on item 4?
I believe so.
Okay, Joyce Dillard is our first speaker. Jeff Chapman, who has been very, very patient. Thank you, it's been a very busy day. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity, Council, to discuss a very vital issue to the health of our local waterways. My name's Jeff Chapman. I'm the Watershed Coordinator for the Arroyo Seco. The Arroyo Seco is a major tributary to the Los Angeles River. The watershed covers 47 square miles of land, and it flows through the Angeles National Forest, locking out of Flint Ridge, Altadena, Pasadena, South Pasadena, and the northeast Los Angeles communities of Herman, Highland Park, Montecito Heights, Lincoln Heights, and Cypress Park. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers study, working with the LA County Department of Public Works and the communities of the Arroyo Seco, has a tremendous potential to identify projects that enhance recreation, natural resources and open space, water supply, improves water quality, and restores natural habitat. And they also take a watershed approach. The Arroyo Seco Foundation urges the council to approve the funds for participation in this great project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the work of the foundation on the Arroyo Seco. Mr. Reyes? I'm sorry, folks, the speaker buttons are not working, so just make eye contact with me or wave or something. We'll make sure you get called on. Mr. Reyes?
Just very briefly, this allows us the opportunity to have a partnership with the county. It shows the county that years 1, 2, and 3, we can participate, but we need to focus on the study. If we're truly going to look at a watershed approach, Arroyo Seco is an incredible link to the river. Given the millions we invested in our Ramona Hall, in the Audubon Center, on the GO line, and all the other Northeast Arroyo corridor improvements, this will be just consistent with our trend and trying to improve our city. I encourage and I vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? Thank you, Mr. Reyes and the foundation for your work on this. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral,
Those motions are posted and referred.
and that clears the desk, Mr. President.
Colleagues, any announcements? Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just an announcement for August 13th, Sunday, Leimert Park. They're going to have their annual World Stage Jazz Festival from 12 noon to 7 p.m., and that will be in the Leimert Park special parking lot. And also, one of our longtime community groups will be having their annual fundraiser for their scholarship program. That's the Rigalettes. They will be having their annual fundraiser at the garden party at the Rose Garden in Exposition Park, and that's Sunday, August 20th, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. And the Rose Garden is at 701 State Drive, Los Angeles.
Thank you very much. Other announcements? Anybody? Adjourning motions? If I can please ask everybody to rise for our adjourning motions. Ms. Hawkins, if I can ask you to please stand for our adjourning motions. Our first one's Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like us to adjourn today in the memory of Eleanor Jean Marcy, also known as Miss Ellie, as she was known by her family and friends. She was 72 years old, and she just passed away Tuesday. She was born in 1933. She graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree from Cal State Los Angeles in 1956, and later received a master's degree from USC in 1966. She was a school teacher for 38 years. 25 of those were teaching 5th grade at Taper Elementary School, which is where she was my son's, Mark, who was just here, who's going to be a teacher. She was his 5th grade teacher. After she retired in 1995 from Taper Avenue, she continued to remain active in the community, volunteering her time at the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium, the Assistance League of San Pedro, and she enjoyed traveling, especially to Germany to visit her family. And she loved caring for her rose garden and playing with her 2 granddaughters. She was preceded in death by her husband of 42 years, Tom, who was known as Coach Marcy, and her parents, Otto and Hilda Schwartz. In addition to her family, an extended family of ex-students. She is survived by her 2 sons, Tom and Jerry, daughters-in-law Danielle and Lupe, and her 2 grandchildren, Caden and Dakota. A memorial service will be held at Taper Avenue Elementary School in San Pedro on Sunday, August 13th at 3:30. And in lieu of flowers, the family's asking that donations be made to the Assistance League of San Pedro, attention the Ellie Marcy Memorial, or to the San Pedro High School Lady Boosters. She was a great teacher, and I know many of us, if we can count on her one hand, the really great teachers we had, we're lucky. And I know from my son Mark, Miss Marcy was one of his finest teachers, and she will be very much missed.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we adjourn in memory of Robbie Mae Adams Watts, who's a former resident of the South Los Angeles area. She passed away on August the 4th, 2006. She was born in February 1919 in Silsbee, Texas, the 6th of 9 children. She's a graduate of Charleston Pollard High School in 1935. In 46, she was married in a very early age. Her mother introduced her to the gift of music. For over 80 years, she's a talented musician. Early in her career, she's a member of the Sammy Franklin Band, the Al Adams Band, the Rhythm Express. In addition, she played for a number of educational and civic organizations and served as director of music for a total of 9 churches throughout LA County. For 40 years, she was the director of music at Mount Zion Baptist Church, where the late E.V. Hill was the pastor. After rearing her children, she pursued her AA degree at Compton College, her bachelor's degree in English, and a master's degree at Cal State Dominguez Hills. She's also a very active member of the PTA and her church groups. She is survived by her daughters Brenda, Rochelle, and Charlene Diana.
Thank you. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to adjourn today in memory of Carl Lewis, who was 27 years old and was killed this past Saturday. He is the son of Paulette Lewis. She is a recreation assistant for the Green Meadows Recreation Center in Council District 9. I would like for us all to join the family in mourning the loss of this young man who died far too young. He is survived by his mother, Paulette, and family Carshawn, Cartrell, and Cariana Lewis. Services will be held Monday, August the 14th at 11 a.m. at Philippian Baptist Church, 8804 South Main Street.
Thank you. Mr. Wesson, then Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I ask the council to adjourn in memory of David Tony Menard and their daughter Ashley Menard, who were horrifically murdered last August 5th, just a few days ago, by their adopted foster son, who is now in jail for their murder. David and Tony Menard were very dedicated parents, obviously adopting a foster child, also very involved in the community. Also their daughter, their real daughter, Ashley, 17-year-old, was murdered also. The Menard family was very involved in the community, and I didn't realize it, but at the time I was working patrol that day and responded to the scene on a call from Chief Moore, Chief LAPD, that they had solved the case and were going to announce the arrest of the son. And when I responded to the scene, they told me the name David Menard, which I knew the name but didn't sink in at the moment. But I knew him very well, actually. He was Vice Commander of Post 582 of the American Legion, which I'm a member of. Had met him on a number of occasions. Veteran of Vietnam, served in the Navy as a medical service provider. He also was very active with the Boy Scouts, Troop 550, where he counseled over 20 young men on becoming an Eagle Scout, the highest award that you can get. Ashley Menard was a 17-year-old student in Granada Hills Charter High School and a member of the school's dance team, and it's truly tragic. The one remaining son who was not murdered was not there, fortunately for him that day, is a firefighter and also very involved in community activities. The community was really shocked by it because it was a very, very quiet little neighborhood. Nothing ever happens, even speeding tickets, and this shocked the neighborhood. But I appreciate LAPD for solving this case so fast that they had arrested within about 8-10 hours the perpetrator of this tragic crime. So on behalf of the entire Menard family, I ask we adjourn in their honor.
Thank you. Mr. Wesson.
After listening to Mr. Smith, it's real difficult for me
to speak. That's horrific to say the least. You know, I've had several joys in my life. Mary and my wife is a big joy. The days that my kids were born were great joys. And the 13 years that I spent as a Pop Warner football coach, that Mr. Parks and I share this experience, the conversations that we would have with mothers to convince them that this was a safe sport, and it really is. And that's why it's just surreal for me to have to rise and adjourn in the memory of a young man named Rashawn Sears, who was 11 years old, who played Pop Warner football against one of the teams that Coach Parks and Coach Wesson would compete with on a yearly basis, and that was the Wilshire Pop Warner Husky football organization. 2 days ago at practice, he passed out, and he was taken to the hospital where he subsequently passed on, and my heart goes out to his mother, Belina Blunt of Los Angeles. And maybe Mr. Parks, since we shared this experience, may want to say a word or two.
Second that, and you know, one of the things is that these young kids, many of them are competing with life's ills just getting to practice. And the last place you think something negative is going to happen, or if something negative you think it may be a twisted ankle or something like that, but never to this level. But I mentioned to Herb, one of the things that I think all of us have to be concerned about is that I attend the back to school program in the 8th District each year. And each year I've been at that program, we've almost had to hospitalize a number of young kids that are walking around with diabetes and high blood pressure that look perfectly normal, but yet because of their diet and a variety of other things and because of the economic situation they're living in, many of them have never had a physical. And so those are real issues that deal with something that's so positive as Pop Warner football, to have a young kid that passes on while playing a sport. Certainly there was no press about it, because if he was robbing a bank, we'd have film at 11. But here's a kid that's doing the right thing, but yet health-wise obviously had some other issues.
Thank you. We had an announcement from Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, some real good news, and I'm sorry that I'm coming after what we're just going through, but just to uplift you a little bit, there's a federal grant of $900,000 from the Department of Transportation and the Small Aircraft Association of the federal government to Palmdale to get going on regional transportation strategies with the city of Palmdale. So good news, our regionalism is starting, the federal government is beginning to realize it, and they just plucked down $900,000 to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, for that good news. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. This meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned. We will next be in session on Tuesday of this coming week. That is the 15th of August. Have a great weekend. Thanks, everybody.